off years of smoking herbs.
This girl needs to stay going. This conversation needs to stay going, guys, for all day if we could. This is really good. This is information.
Wait, hold on, Renee, hold on. My mic wasn't cool. I didn't hear what she said.
No, I was gonna say I gotta go. I gotta get some housework in today. So, I didn't know if you wanted to take it from here. I can stay for a few more minutes.
No, I completely understand.
The room is packed up. Don't take it down.
No, I am working in the background as well. I will keep the room going as long as I can. But
Yeah.
I understand you have to go. But I know some people want to speak, so I'm going to give everybody a chance to speak before we shut it down. Unless some of our old school players, I don't know, Anthony wants to help run the room.
I was just going to answer the lady because I heard that question like 3 times. Why this, and why that? And I was trying to answer.
I let you know answer it until I finish it.
Oh, yeah, Renee. Okay, wait. Hold on. Let's regroup. Let's pause. Hold on. Because I want to give everybody a chance to speak. Renee was speaking, and then I think Brady wanted to go, and then E. So that's where we'll go. We'll go Renee, Brady,
And then Brady. And then Brady. And say the thing.
and then Brady, and then Brady.
I would just say my Anthony because, I never went to work. But Randy, I heard your question. You basically said, why do we have to adjust to, people's life and stuff like that? It's not about adjusting. It's the reason why is because when you don't respect yourself and you use words to present yourself in that way, please do not think that like people will respect you. Do not think that other cultures will have this sort of oh well, you know what? Let me just not say it because no, if you think you a nigga, that's exactly how other cultures are gonna present you that way. And please stop acting like no matter if the white person uses the ER on the A, whatever band-aids are like to have on it, it's not okay. And you know damn well that a large ratio of people will slap the shit out of their white person. And why is it that it's always a white and black thing? Y'all don't say shit to the Asians. Y'all don't say shit to the Spanish people. Y'all say shit to the Arabians and Pakistan and all that.
There go nigga.
Yeah, like and not only that, Africans don't even use that disturbing word. Like even like the only African I know that say it in a comedian way is like only because we present ourselves that way since we like to say shit, bullshit good. It's when blasted, yeah. Like we say my big God and we start laughing at ha ha ha.
I'm ready to read some comedy.
He has another cultural fan that use the same rhythm he saying. So are you gonna be mad when other people say it in the audience? Or are you just gonna be like, oh well, hey, it is what it is? No, like it's getting delusional.
Okay.
Yes. Did you again? Go ahead.
And I'm sorry.
No, wait. I'm sure we have a cue.
Okay.
Sorry, babes. It was Brady and then E. And then Brady. Brady, if you're there.
Go ahead, Eve. I'm in the middle of something right now. Y'all go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Oh, she left. Boo. Okay.
That's a great right there, though.
So I'll say this. One, I'm from St. Louis, right? I've been to New York, I've been to Atlanta, I've been to a lot of different places where cultures mix. I've never, ever been in a space where we allow anybody outside of ourselves to use the N-word. Not Asians, not Arabians, not none of them. And we have a full, within St. Louis, we have, and I don't want to offend anybody, but within the St. Louis culture, right, we have what we call the Chinaman, which is our Chinese culture where we go get Chinese food. That's what it's called, Chinaman. They can't even use the N-word. They'll cuss, they'll fist bump, whatever. The moment one of them try to use the N-word, maybe they ripping the bars off of the checkout part of it. We don't play that. I don't know where we got into this mindset that we let everybody else use it. No, ain't nobody else.
just want to say, it be African American people waiting on a white person to say nigger, because that's their chance to pop you in the mouth. Now, I'm not saying but y'all remember when that black man threw that hat off? And what happened? There was a bunch of N-words thrown. Oh, when the folding chair came out? And the folding chair came out. Y'all know what happened down there. So, if it's any Caucasians in here, because I don't like to say black and white. I like to say the proper names. Because black is just like disrespectful too. Like if somebody be like, oh, look at that black person over there. I'm African American. Address me as that. When you say that, because I'm not black. Black is black. We know what black is. So that's disrespectful. That's more disrespectful to me than nigga, actually. Because nigga has been just this word where now it's used in slang now. Now it's just, so everybody using it, Easy got that, everybody, people on the West Coast, they say, nigga, so Mexicans and whites, they seen that stuff, so they comfortable with saying it now. Like notwithstanding. But I would just say, if there's any Caucasian people in here, just moving forward, I wouldn't be quick to call up her African American person the nigger, fucking nigger, because you're gonna get popped in your mouth.
See, it's like I'm biracial.
Can I make you, please?
Oh yeah, I got you, black girl. Right after that.
Sorry. To be honest, as a kid, my bad.
No, it's all good. Go ahead, Alaska, and black girl.
Let me jump in there.
Okay,
You guys go first. Black girl goes first.
Okay, go ahead, black girl. Alaska, and Keith.
The other lady left, but she had said, we're not okay with, white people using the ER, but other races can use that. And that's not accurate or true, because I'm in the Bay Area, California, and a lot of these Latinos at these schools use the N-word, and that is not okay. Okay, I'm an advocate for bullying. A child got bullied, got called all kinds of derogatory racial names at school, and I am not, or any other culture, using that word at all, including white people, all races. You are not allowed to use that word and think I'm just okay with it. No, thank you. It's not okay. And a lot of these people who use the word on this app, I can guarantee you their ass would not be using the word live.
Thank you, sis. Go ahead. Who's next? That was Alaska. Go ahead, Alaska.
It was Alaska.
Yeah, I just want to say, it's
Can I just say this? I'm learning something on that. I'll make this really quick, Alaska. Y'all, I know some of y'all think I'm trying to be funny and trolling. I'm not. I'm learning on this app that there are a lot of white folks, seemingly, they're telling themselves they're into a lot of weird race play, foreplay on this app with black people. It gets off. So they might walk up to you and call you the N-word because they want you to knock the shit out of them because of their weird racial foreplay shit that they into. They want to be degraded and talked down to on the stage as they get cursed out. You never know what some of these weirdos are feeling and how turned on they are behind the scenes.
That's a room, that's a conversation.
Right? There's a whole play. Right? There's a whole Broadway stage play. A brother wrote it. I think it's called Sex Play or Slave Play.
Yes, slave plays.
Girl, bye. Who is next in the queue? Who is that? Alaska.
Yeah, it's just like, I'm biracial, I have light skin, and because of that, like, obviously there are many other reasons, but because of that, I make sure that I am not saying things or acting certain ways, like, in mixed company, because I know, well, I'm sure we all know how white people can be. But even through all that, and everything I've been through, and all the work I do for, like, Black liberation and Palestine, whatever, I've just never had the inkling of that audacity of, like, well, I've done this, so I should be allowed to say, I don't understand. It's not going to get, like, I can't get a job over a white person because I can say it. I can't, like, there's no reason. It's very confusing. to me. But that's it. Sorry, not really point, just venting.
No problem, Alaska. Thank you. Was that your land? Did you?
Sorry, yeah.
It's Keegan and then E. You gotta go.
Yeah, so, I just am going to reiterate a point, which is, first of all, what I also have seen, again, this is through social media and just in my own personal life, is that in conversations that tend to get heated and names are thrown out, I think that there is this stereotype, whether or not you guys believe it, it's true, which is that when you say a word to a black person, even if it's not the N-word, right? Even if it's just like you guys are just disrespecting each other back and forth, a lot of black people are just willing to throw hands, just like openly, over just like bad discourse. And again, this screams just decorum. It screams just no emotional intelligence. When you can't have discourse with someone, even if it's through disrespect, both sides throw in disrespect, and then all of a sudden, even if the N-word's not thrown, let's say you throw out anything, you'd be like, you're a B-word, you're a whatever, and then it's like, oh, I'm gonna throw hands with you because you said that. And again, I truly believe that black people are like, well, why are white people trying to police us? I think black people literally are trying to police white people. I think that they're like, you can't say this word, and if you do, we're gonna beat you up for it. And again, it's not like you guys have solved the problem. It's not like the N-word isn't still being used very highly. If anything, it just creates like this, white people are just like, okay, first of all, we know that this is the word. Like, no other group has a word that they're like, if we say this to you, you're gonna freak out. Like, it's crazy. It's just
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, I just want to go back and forth with Keegan. So, Keegan, what context do you want to say nigger or nigga?
I don't want to say it at all. I want to make this very clear. I don't believe in cursing or using slur words in any vocabulary in your daily life.
What other ones as well? Use faggot and what else?
Well, again, I do have these are a few different words that just now in the last few years become socially unacceptable. And I think that that's more of a debate on why they become socially unacceptable.
They were unacceptable at the time as well. I will tell you that. The people who they were being forced, pretty sure they knew.
Yeah. Sure. And I think it's fascinating that those words were.
So can I finish with Keegan really quick? So Keegan, if you don't want to use the word ER or nigga, you don't want to use either word. Apologize to those that offended for me using it. I just want to put it on out there. If you don't want to use the word, then why do you care who in the black community uses it? Or how?
It's not that I don't care about you guys using it. I care about the reaction and the vitriol they show white people. It's just complete hypocrisy. If a black person
stop right there. What context? I got you. So you mad that they use it, they get popped in the face. So now, what context did they use that word, Keegan?
Why would context matter?
Because we established context. We've been saying for the last 2 to 3 hours that we have established context, and people agree with it, disagree with it, but we use it in a certain context. However we use it, whatever context we use it. So if you're using a word out in public that you don't understand, every other word we use in American, in the English language, there's context. So in this word, context should matter. Explain how that works to me. Explain that.
If you want me to, I can post videos of white people saying it without a degrading weight to it, and black people still popping it in the mouth. Again, context doesn't matter to a black person. That's my point. Is that you can said this. Context doesn't matter. You can't use it.
So
why are you so scared to get popped in the mouth?
Right.
I'm not scared.
Here's the thing. If I get on my YouTube channel, Keegan, and I say kike, and they call my channel, guess what? They have a right to do it. Because why? I said something offensive. Whether they say it in the community, if I said dago on my YouTube channel and they pull it, there's nothing I can say. Why? Because they're offended. If I say fag, they're offended. Okay? So if they tell you, if we say it's none of your business, but if you say it out, I don't care what context, I'm gonna pop you. How you gonna get mad at that? It's their word, and they make the rules with their word. Because Keegan, I just want to say this, and then I'm done now. I promise. It baffles me why people on this app, you all are funny, because y'all are so angry. Black people scream racism, but you're literally sitting here telling them how to. Because we want to use it, we can use it. Forget the context. Forget how you determine it. Forget it. We get to tell you how to use it, when to use it, and any black person that agrees with that, we cool with you. We take a negative word that we put out there for whatever reason. But if you say it in your house, we get to tell you how to use it, where to use it, when to use it, and then you come onto this app and tell us there's no racism. You're always crying racism. You're literally doing exactly what we've been telling you to do. You get in our business and tell us what to think and how and what to say. For whatever reason, whether you agree with the word or not. And how you don't have the right to tell me or anybody else what we can say. That's why it's white supremacy. Because you get to tell me as a black person what I can and cannot say. You can say it with your whole chest. You shouldn't be able to say that word because I can't say it. That by definition is white supremacy. Go ahead, Keegan.
Is there a word that I can say that you can't say?
There's a lot of stuff that y'all
Congressman.
What you just said though. Is there a word though that I can say that you can't say before?
I'm not going in my workplace, Keegan. Whether you agree with it or not, I'm not going to say white trash. I'm not going to say that. And I've seen white people, I've seen friends of mine say white trash. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that because I know it's offensive. And I don't know what kind of.
You know what's crazy, Nicole? You know how that.
And it will possibly be offensive.
Do you know how they came up with that word, Nicole? Nicole, do you know how they came up with that word, white trash?
I read the book.
Right, so it was coined by white people that didn't want to live around certain whites that couldn't act right.
Absolutely, and even though they use that word, I'm still out of respect, still not gonna say that word. Whether I feel it in my heart, like, y'all calling us niggers, but look at y'all, I'm still not gonna say it because it is disrespectful. So what you're basically saying on this app is that we want to reintroduce racial slurs.
Well,
We want to racially slur you in your face and take it, and don't be offended. Is that what you're saying, Keegan?
you already used the K word. I find that to be way more offensive.
But no, hey.
Just me using that word, just you using that word, just me saying that word offended you. But we can say the N-word. You're fighting to say the N-word. But the K word, you want to shut that down, right? You probably gonna go to close out. Shut her down. She said the word, but you want to fight to say the N-word? And then you want to claim there's no white supremacy. Y'all are funny. This is hilarious.
So
I'm not going to call, ladies and gentlemen. Let Nicole land, and then we'll pass the mic around.
Yeah, I'm done. It's just hilarious.
We're just coursing back and forth. But Nicole, I think you just missed my point. I don't want to say it. I think that slurs just shouldn't be used whatsoever. Again, if you guys want to debate on other words being slurs, we can have that debate. But I don't think that slurs, especially racial slurs, should be used. I think that it doesn't help society move forward. It doesn't show any decorum to each other, respect towards each other. And that's why I think that white people, we find it socially unacceptable. I know that you guys think that. I think that during my 4th of July grill out, there were 0 N-words said. But I don't think you guys think that closer to the white people just saying.
Don't believe it.
I know, I understand that, but I'm just telling you guys that most of white society, middle class, upper middle class, we just don't say the word. And so, sure, white trash people use the word, but
You showed me the study that you found on.
Hold on. Let Keegan land. Hold on.
I'm so sorry. When someone says the black community does this and they're part of the black community, I have no knowledge. I have knowledge about the white community. I live in the white. I'm white. I'm upper echelon white, guys. I know what we say. We don't use that word. I literally didn't grow up with that word.
You guys are
I agree.
gatekeepers.
besides Clubhouse, I have never heard anyone use the N-word before.
I'm glad that y'all have been advocating on not using it, but there are ones that do. And with that being said, Keegan, can we play the blame game? So one of the things that you stated earlier was that Black people typically lead to violence. We aren't good with articulating ourselves, right? Let's play the blame game. Why do we lead to violence? Why are we not good at articulating ourselves? Because at some point in time, somebody decided it didn't matter what we had to say. We were still going to be beat. Some point in time, it didn't matter what we had to, what we felt. We were still going to be torn apart by dogs, right? Let's play the blame game, okay? You can't keep trying to tell us what we should find okay and how we should deal with the trauma that we have to deal with, right? Everybody does things in their own way. Y'all gotta deal with the consequences and the trauma of y'all's ancestors doing whatever and whatever the fuck y'all wanted to do to us. We gotta deal with the consequences of our people letting them do that to us, right? And when they're not, the Black community wants to use the N-word. They want to say nigga. Because most of us are not saying nigger, we're saying nigga. And because they want to use that, y'all are upset. That makes no sense. I stand 100% with Nicole. You cannot, like, I get it. Y'all are the majority or whatever. Blah. Y'all always set the tone and always set the rules for this America. But at some point, somebody's gonna say no. And that's the problem. Y'all do not know what to do when somebody tells y'all no. You don't get to have control over us. You don't get to dictate how we feel. You don't get to dictate what we say. That's a problem for y'all. That's y'all's problem. I think this is JB's room, right? He kept out the room earlier was the socially acceptable and words have power. And I said earlier, and I have to correct myself, and this is the part, I think this is the only thing I've agreed with Anthony on. Words technically don't have power. Just the same way an unwielded gun doesn't have power. The power does not take place until it's in a person's hand, and until even then, that bullet has been shot, right? With words, they only take place when the person receiving that word gives it that power. So if you, and you say you don't use it, so I'm going to use you as an example, but if any white person decides that they want to use a word, particularly the word nigga, right? Because there's a collective understanding that if you add the hard ER, you are going to be dragged the fuck. Your skin will be left on the pavement. That's a strong understanding. Nigga. Because you're trying to be cute, you want to be cool, you want to be in the in crowd, but you're trying to get into a club that's not for you. You probably get a little bit more leeway with it, right? They may tell you, hey, chill out. They probably won't hit you, but they definitely going to tell you, hey, chill out, don't say that, whatever. The problem is that when we go to tell y'all that, y'all fight us. Like, how does someone set a boundary with you, but we're the ignorant ones, we're the niggers? But y'all act more ignorant than what we do half the time. Do we have ignorant moments? Yes, but that's people as a collective. But for whatever reason, we had to have a special word. What y'all was doing to us was real niggerish, but the word was put on us. Y'all don't want to take no accountability of the things that your ancestors did, the entitlement that y'all have today because of what your ancestors did, and all the other things. Like, let's be real. Nicole was not wrong in anything that she said. If we're gonna play the blame game, let's play the blame game.
Can I get an excuse?
When it comes down to it, this is y'all's fault.
I would like to get an excuse.
Deal with the
Let's leave
Deal. I'm finishing with this. Deal with the consequences that your ancestors set up for you when they decided to put us in slavery. Deal with them. Get over it. You can't have it. You can't dictate what we saying, and it is what it is. I'm done. I'm sorry for being so long.
No, hold on. Who wants?
I thought I was after Eve.
Who's that? Brittany?
Yeah.
And then who wants to go after Brittany? See.
Okay. Alrighty. So I just want to pretty
much. I'm not like piggybacking all the way off of you, Eve, but I'm just gonna kind of elab for maybe 60 seconds. The only thing I would have to say is like I'm not holding on to anything that's what's going on, like with our ancestors and stuff like that, because I didn't even know them. Like, but I'm sad about everything that happened. Like, I hate that a lot of our black men were butt broken. Because a lot of white cowboy guys, they was having sex with our men, and yeah. But anyway, I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole. But what I'm mad about right now, today in 2025, what I've noticed that's still going on and what is going on, and I feel like a lot of us African American people, we need to open up our eyes to it. What's going on right now is that now the new KKK stuff that I feel like that white people are doing is they're not allowing us to stay on our jobs. So now they're bullying us. So we're getting the job. We're educated enough to get the job. We have the degrees to get the job. But when we get the job, they're bullying us off the job. So they're doing anything they can to get under our skin. They're trying to set little booby traps because we're black or African American, and they're trying to fire us. And they're black. And it's happening more now. It's bad, and this is why a lot of us African American, not us, me personally, they're struggling, and things are going on because even the hospitals, like the big hospitals and engineering companies, and my brother just sued some white people out in California because they were being racist. So that's my focus right now today. If we can get that to change, maybe black people will start loosening up on y'all. Like, I'm just over it. I'm tired of it. And I just feel like a lot of white people, they are mean. You can't even say hi to them. One day I said hi to a white lady, and she was just like, don't say hi to me. She shook her head like, you can't even be nice to them. So all I'm saying is they're making it weird. They're keeping on going. They're keeping the slavery stuff going, and that's why all of us are still mad. That's why all black people are still mad. And I don't even know why a lot of black people are even dealing with white people. But that's a whole nother subject for another day. White people are demonic to me. They're very evil. And I'm just sick of that stuff.
Hey, Brittany, wow. That reminds me, before I turn it over to Pepe, that reminds me, I lived in California for 20 years. I have filed 2 racially based lawsuits against 2 companies. One was a very big news publication. I won't drop the names. And believe it or not, California has some very interesting laws as they relate to protecting workers. Both of these lawsuits came at the recommendation of folks in the medical industry. I didn't even know I had these options until people in the medical industry. My ass was having panic attacks because of dealing with racial microaggressions at work, right? And the medical staff is like, did you know about this law? Go get your coins, sis. So listening to Brittany speak reminds me, for a couple years now, I've been thinking about hosting a webinar to teach my people, especially, how to handle the racial microaggressions at work, how to navigate these spaces, and what you can do, because they don't care. You go to HR and complain, they're just building a case against you, right? So what's the end result? I feel like in our land here, this day and age, somebody asked earlier, should there be some laws in place or repercussions for the N-word? Well, I'm going to take it a little step further. I think if you want to engage in racial behavior on the workforce, you should pay. Racism at work, especially if you want to be one of those Looney Tunes that polices black people on the job, insults them, gaslights them, racial microaggressions, and y'all know, black people know, and the folks who do it, they know what it means. Then you should pay. And my people need to know how they need to collect evidence to get paid, right? Anyway, thank you, Brittany. The light bulb went off.
Yes, I just wanted to say something brief yet very deep and profound. Okay, nigga, please.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
they say it and they run because they don't want to get their ass beat. White people know that if they say that word nigger word, white people know they can do anything they want to us. But if they say that nigger word, they know they gonna get us thrown to the ground, and that's why Keegan was so adamant about that punch, because he doesn't want that punch. But my thing about it is, I'm gonna say this to our
working, it's because the DEI is working. Only got their job because of DEI. At the end of the day, that's my spiel right now, Queen. I'm sick of it. I'm up against attack on my job. I literally work with majority of white people. And if I don't do what they say, I'm gonna be fired. You know what I'm saying? And it's just, you'll be seeing me. I be the only black person working hard. It's rarely like African American people at my job. And it's mainly them or whatever. And you just better be working. They sit down, they on their phones, they laughing, they shopping. But I'm busting my butt, and I don't say nothing though. But I just don't like that. Like, why am I still being overworked on my job like I'm a slave? And then they're sitting on their phone. We all have the same degree. Everybody should be up and moving. But they're sitting on their phones. I even witnessed a white lady one day. She threw a phone at another coworker, and she was still able to keep her job. Like, they really have depression. They're dealing with a lot of stuff, and I feel like they take it out on us still because we strong and we know how to get through things. Like, it's hard for white people right now today.
Brittany, I was being sarcastic. I didn't know. I know it's sarcastic.
It just feels good to know that a lot of white people are actually. It doesn't feel good. Like, I'm not like happy about it, but it just God is working because they're struggling. In today's society, white people are struggling. They're on meth, they're on blues, they're not making good choices. They are not.
So are you suggesting that this is some sort of a spiritual karma?
Like, we're all feeling it economically, and for white people, they're down bad. Like, they're down bad. And for us to get into this type of economic situation as a country, white people have been very overprivileged and have overspent for a very long time. So, yes, the girl does make a very valid point about that. And it's just a reality. You have a lot of white people complaining about it during the election. This is why we're making these decisions, cut social, spending programs so that, we can reinvest into small businesses and, uplift, Set America, which does include white people. So yes, white people are down bad.
White people are running this country into the ground because of their greed and their evilness, and they're starting to get this exposed. And this year is the year where God said everybody's gonna start paying for their sins. So I don't know what y'all did, and y'all out there hurting people, being mean, getting people fired because they black, messing with black people, cheating, whatever you're doing. Because I'm a God-fearing woman. Everybody this year, God said it's got to start paying for their sins. So I don't know. Y'all need to start changing y'all ways, white people, because I'm gonna choose up with the Chinese. Every other race, I'm gonna be with them, and we're not gonna stick with y'all. Because other races like us, actually. I like Indian people.
Hold on. I'm hungry. I'm thinking of delegation and
Delicatessen.
Yeah. Keegan, did you want to respond as a member of the white race?
Well, I just had a question for Brittany. Brittany, can you show us where the white person touched you? Because you are just, you're very upset.
That might be the wrong question.
I'm gonna just tell you, the white people didn't touch me anywhere. I'm speaking facts. This is not my life as far as what I'm describing, like if white people did something to me, but I do work with you guys and I come across you guys quite, like a lot. And I just feel like you guys are just too much. For real, like you guys need to calm down and stop thinking because I'm black I have attitude or because I'm having a conversation that I'm being aggressive. Even just like now, I'm just, bringing my opinions to the floor and you think that I'm upset or I'm being aggressive or a white person did something to me. I'm just only speaking how y'all are. Leave people alone. Stop being so mean. Stop having attitude. Stop talking about people. Stop lying. Stop trying to get people fired from their jobs. Stop being Karens. Mind the business that pays white people. Stop using the word nigger. Stop being greedy. Stop trying to act like this world is yours. Like, come on, am I saying anything to offend you?
Well, hold on, Brittany. I have a question for you. How do you feel about the good white folks of the Carnival Cruise Line? They have banned rap and hip hop music, and guess who has been the biggest supporter?
And let one of these white people say that shit mid-ocean and see if they make it back to shore. Let one of these white people use the N-word on a Carnival cruise and see if they make it back to shore.
Now, I think Carnival banning, they didn't ban rap music. That's like been insinuated, but they did ban public, like portable speakers and loud music. And then I guess in their like clubs that they have. I've never been to Carnival, but it is really telling though that Carnival is the cheaper option, and they're having these problems of like I've seen so many fights.
Keegan, people are on vacation. If they want to, if those black women want to bust it down on vacation, they want to take their wig off and swing it up in the air, let them do it. I didn't see anybody complaining with these white bitches going to fucking Mardi Gras in New Orleans and letting their titties out. Like, what are we talking about? There's some black people, but that's a part of black heritage and history, and they can't even take their kids on spring break because you have a bunch of drunk white women showing their tits to the whole world.
I can't take you. All right, Mardi Gras. If you're a parent and you take your children to Mardi Gras and you don't know that there's going to be public nudity, it's just like taking your kid to Pride.
Yeah, that's bad parenting. You don't see black women bare-chested on Carnival cruise lines.
But listen, with Carnival Cruise, and I'll share this story again because I think it's relevant. Just 2 months ago, I was at a public park with my daughter. My daughter's 2.5 years old. We're at a splash pad, very, very hot out. And we were there for about 45 minutes. We were there with all sorts of races. We were having a great time all together. Then 20 black people showed up. Again, there was other black people at the park, of course. She was actually playing with a little black girl the whole time. I was talking to Dad. We were having a good chat about sports. And then this group of 20 black people showed up, and they were there for a birthday party at a public park. That's totally fine. But they brought their portable speaker, and they started playing this rap music about like twerking and had really, really vulgar words in it and just like degrading women, like calling the B word. And so I took my daughter and left, and I saw the black dad actually do the same. And I just think like, why can't like Carnival doing that is just showing, hey.
Well, that's your fault. That's your fault. You should move. You should use your white privilege and move your family into a place. Where I grew up with a neighborhood association, gated community, we had security. Okay, a security guard, and you could have the rules of the neighborhood association, enforced.
Now this
right. So again, maybe you're not doing enough as a white person to shield your child from that.
Time out. First of all, tell me the neighborhood that has like a 10,000 square foot splash pad, and I'll move there. But number two, with an HOA that only the neighborhood can use. And I'll figure it out.
Crystal Cove, Newport Beach, California.
Now, number two is that actually, again, this is what happens is that these suburban areas, they get subsidies to build affordable housing. So they do so. Affordable housing is moved in.
Are you saying only black people live in affordable housing?
No.
Did you go to the group and just say, hey, did you go up to the group and just say, like, look, hey, we have kids, do you mind playing something less?
No, you might just
I without a doubt, and you're absolutely right, Alaska. I could have done that.
It's a public park.
But with me just being with my daughter, and these individuals wearing, one of the mamas was wearing pajamas. One of the dads, surprisingly, was wearing designer jeans.
And then another one had a wife beater, and they all circled around me and said that they ran out from.
Well, no. I think you guys understand. Especially with a white man, if I went over there and I said, hey, can you guys turn on your music? I didn't want in any type of way a confrontation.
Move into a neighborhood like the rest of the upstanding white people where they have neighborhood associations.
There's not one.
Okay, but you're going to a public park and you're telling other people how they should be enjoying the public park. If you want to be able to have that say, then go to a neighborhood association, spend the extra money.
My tax dollars is for the public.
No, but you're right, and they pay taxes too. That's why they're busting down the public park. If you want to have a say over how people bust it down the public park, then move into a neighborhood association.
How do you know that you're paying more taxes because of black people?
Allows the homeless to live in our parks. We should allow drug addicts to use our parks. We should allow ghetto people to play their
These are problems where you have a neighborhood association.
And we say nothing about it.
Yeah,
we just
You said that white man with the jelly donut beer gut with his little flashlight, and he tells them you either leave or I'm calling the police.
Because even Adams, who's a black person who actually shares respect and knows decorum, he doesn't care. He says, who cares if they ruin our public spaces? Let's just move away from them.
But how are we going to move into the hood and then complain when people are at the public park in the same damn hood? It sounds like the hood is
suburb. I didn't move into the hood. They moved to me. I didn't. They're coming to me now.
Well, then you need to move further. Apparently now you live in the hood. You live in the hood, Keegan. You live in the hood. Move out of the hood.
This is what I'm talking about.
No, he said they built a affordable housing.
Your own fucking parties. Look, if you don't like it, leave.
Yeah, I would just like to speak to that.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Brittany.
So I would just like to rebuttal to that. So you said that it was like 20 Black African American people that came to a park. That sounded like he was exaggerating, like always. That's what y'all always exaggerate.
When he was in the hood.
It was a birthday party.
Wait a minute, let me finish this. If it was a birthday party and they had music playing, then why not just either you left, you did the right thing, but why complain about it? Like it was a whole party. So and just because they're African American and throwing a party and they're listening to certain type of music, what does that make them? Did that make them bad people? I'm trying to figure out what's the whole disrespectful of what in who?
This is what I'm talking about. It's like this smoke detector beat. You guys don't even understand it.
Why would we understand the family they threw a party at a community park?
That's fine. I don't like that.
It says this is an open park for you to go throw a party for your babies. And you were upset about that. This is what I'm saying. Let me finish this. One more, please, on me.
Brittany, this is to your point. Somebody in the chat said, because it's rude to play vulgar music when little kids are around.
Says who? Because those are those people's kids, and you can't really help that's a party and it's music. You guys were listening too loud. You guys were being Karens, and at the end of the day, that does not make them bad parents because they decided to let their kids, I'm sure it was teenagers there. It wasn't just like little bitty babies crawling on the floor. So, and half the time, if I raise my kids right, my kids don't even look, they're not even trying to really listen to detail of the cursing language. But the fact that you heard their music, you were too close to them, so boundaries, and you are a Karen. And this is the stuff that I'm talking about because you're trying to police things when you should be trying to police your people on using the nigger word. That's what you should do.
Brittany, I believe the same things that Keegan does, but I'm not going to sit there and police somebody in a public government space. That's why I grew up in neighborhood associations, okay? You have more control over shit like that when you're living behind gates. But when you don't, then you get to put up with what everybody else as a taxpayer gets to be able to equally have the right to public park.
But at the end of the day, why be a Karen though? Like I get what you're saying, go move to a neighborhood with HOA and all of that. But let's just listen. Let's just look at the issue here. It's not even an issue.
But am I not giving him more of a realistic solution to practically fix his problem?
Yeah,
As
you
opposed
are.
to
You
brainwashing and
haven't
changing somebody else. Changing the minds of 20 people in a park versus explaining to him how he can be better and move to a better neighborhood. That's great.
Exactly. So obviously he can't afford it. And then my thing about it is you're going to sit up here and complain about these people throwing a party for their babies when this is the stuff that I'm talking about. You guys look for any little thing to shame African American people and just want to have something to say about African American people. We don't say that when you guys are doing your motorcycle roundups and you guys got your jackets on and you're going around and you got your bats and you're beating people up at the bars and you're busting people's heads out and beating people up and going and finding black kids and hanging them in trees and things like that. But we do say stuff. But what is the problem here? All I see is a father trying to be a father and give a party to his baby. And I land my plane.
Or holding drunken auctions in historically black historical sites. Okay, just because they want to bust it down for Mardi Gras. Black people have really turned a blind eye for many decades as this disgusting practice continues to remain in place while they shame black women for shaking their ass fully clothed. Now, they may have body parts hanging out, but they're not butt naked, freaking slurping down beer and begging for plastic beads for sucking dick. Okay, so I don't want to ever listen to you talk anything about black women or to freak off. None of those things exist today, but you still have a bunch of drunk, slut, monkey white women that like to get drunk, do a bunch of coke, okay, and lift up their bare breasts up onto a balcony just for some plastic beads. So I don't want to listen to you talking about what's happening.
Wait, hold up. Weren't half of those white bitches also just flashing their tits on Maury just for Maury beads?
And Jerry Springer, see, you were too young to remember.
Yeah, that's okay.
These white women, let me tell you something. People want to talk about how black women were letting out body parts and stuff like that. No. These white women were holding auctions for their bodies on national daytime television, showing their tits. They even took the shit to video cassette distribution. Jerry Springer, too hot for TV. You didn't see no black women on freaking Girls Gone Wild. Those were white women. So I don't want to hear anybody talk about black women in that regard. If you're not willing to have a conversation about white women when they get a little bit of liquor and they're in college and all the whoring that they do for a bunch of plastic beads. At least black women are trying to get a bag. But your white women will give it up for some freaking colorful Mardi Gras bead.
Well, what throws me off is that the same bitches that love to say, if you don't like it, then leave. If you don't like it, then just leave for it. Hey, Keegan, if you don't like the area that you currently live in, just fucking move, retard. It's not that hard.
Obviously, he's for like the African American people he talk about and he can't afford.
Hold on, you guys. Keegan, first of all, this just happened 2 months ago. You don't think that there's already been conversations with my wife and I about leaving our area? There hasn't been. Number two is that this is happening on a broad scale. When you're taking white suburban areas, and because of metropolitan areas becoming gentrified, and black people are moving out, they're trying to find areas to live at, and again, this isn't black people only.
You just admitted they're being gentrified, so you're mad that white people are moving into black spaces and then in return black people have to go to white spaces.
No, but you actually were hear my point. You're not listening to my point. Again, I don't mind black people moving in. That's not what I have a problem with. I have a problem with these individuals not showing
think that black people have the same grievances?
I mean, if it's their house and they own it, so why are you complaining about
That's what I'm saying.
You saying our communities? How is that your community? Just because you own a home and you live on the block right next door to me.
Like, what are we even talking about now? So why?
If I move in a community that doesn't have an HOA and it is a suburban community, you're not going to tell me how to do anything in my house.
Thank you.
Again,
You come on my house, you come in my lawn, you mess with my family. That's the last time you mess with anybody's family.
this is not the problem. The problem, again, is that this is a multi-million-dollar park. Now, I spent tax money on. I remember when they zoned this, and we said, hey, your property taxes are going up. We're putting it in your
Mad that niggas are having fun in public on public property.
Yes, I'm mad that those individuals are having fun, and it's disrupting the way that I'm teaching my child to be raised. I'm not teaching them to listen to any individual.
Choose another fucking route to take your raggedy ass out with.
I don't know. No. We're not doing that. HG, we're not going to talk about his kids. Let's not do that. Come on.
But I think this might be truly the where the cusp is of where white and black people are. White people are like, hey, we don't mind you guys being in our communities. We really don't. Just have some decorum.
Keegan,
how dare you tell us to put down our rap music?
Keegan, number one, I do this for a living, and number two, okay, I'm always going to give you a practical solution. Okay, your practical solution to raise your children in the bubble that you would like to raise them in is to move as far away from black people as you possibly can. And I support you on that. I really do. I'd rather you have a productive, healthy environment to raise your white children in so that they don't develop a bunch of social problems and start antagonizing, later generations of my family. So again, if that's a solution that will make you happy and comfortable as a father, then listen, I will pin you into a private room and we can talk about neighborhood association crime rates, okay, and find you an affordable place to move to where you don't have these problems. Like, you really should look at the bigger picture. Are you going to spend the practical time complaining about this shit and shielding your child from this unnecessary bullshit, or more time enjoying your life with your beautiful family in an ecosystem that's congruent with your values?
Again, an HOA can't, the idea that this opposite just doesn't, and that's true, Adams, that anyone can afford an HOA, just because, but here's the thing, as you guys have said, you guys don't have a problem with rap music being played in public spaces. That means that a black person making $150,000, $200,000 who can afford an HOA will have the same, be like, no, I don't mind rap music being played in public. That's just my whole point, is that I don't get why we cannot, again, this room is truly about this.
Because we don't live in Iran. We don't live in an Islamic republic. Do you understand? People have the ability to play country music in a public park. They have the ability to play rap music in a public park. They have the ability to play whatever the hell they want to. Okay, it is a public park. They pay taxes. They're not breaking the law. To solve your problem, which I'm starting to really question, is it a problem of the environment, or is it a problem with you wanting to be ideologically right? Because if it was a problem for the environment, you wanted to correct that issue as big of an issue as it is for you, then you would take my very sound advice, my very sound professional advice, and relocate your family to an ecosystem that's more congruent with your values.
We can't afford it, but to answer to piggyback on what he was saying, Keegan, at this point, if you're watching TikTok and scrolling and doing all of that, and you're doing dances to things that are cussing and stuff like that, then you're still a part of the problem. You need to stop.
That's the point, is I don't. So I don't get why we have to be in public. I truly just believe that we should have social standards, just like every other country.
We're not robots. We're not
Hold up, this is a same person that claims to party of telling people that everyone's a fucking snowflake, but apparently his own child can't even handle hearing a fucking cuss word every now and then.
XG. So again, this goes back to my point, Keegan. Are you more interested in finding your solutions being ideologically right towards a correction, an unreasonable correction of the many different people around you? Because even if people were on that same boat of making that social change, the change is scaled. It doesn't happen overnight. So your kids may be in college and parents themselves before you get a colloquial understanding that park may not be the place where people feel it necessary to be playing that type of music. So Again, I feel like you should have better time spent, and you're doing yourself and your family a disadvantage. And these things are so bad and such a negative influence in not seeking alternatives as opposed to complaining about it towards no end. Because you're literally trying to mop up the ocean. You're trying to mop up the ocean.
Like, it really sounds like a bad neighborhood. It sounds like a neighborhood full of mess, loose, and all. Like, why would you even come in the room and tell us anything about that? It sounds like the area you're staying in is unsafe. Let's let Mother get in there. Go ahead.
Okay. So I was gonna say, I mean, part of what Keegan is saying, I don't fully disagree with, right? Like there are certain areas that require a certain level of decor, right? Regardless of, and I also will say, like, I think a lot of times, like there's an association of like Black people and people of color with poverty, and it's like if you really hang out with people of color who are making 170, 200,000, they are not acting like the hood rats that you see in the south side of Chicago. They're polished, clean individuals. They're not going to be blasting music, like, and doing all that refresh. This is not how they operate. They get social pressure within their economic class to conform to certain standards. They just don't behave like that. So I do think that part of it is likely, where you're at, but I also don't disagree. Like when my parents moved up the economic ladder, they moved us out of an area that was obnoxious. My dad wanted peace and quiet, so he left Miami for that reason.
So I have a question. Well, real quick, okay, hold on, Keegan. Wait, you're in the Matrix, Keegan. Can you hear me? Hold on. I have a question. Hold on. Keegan, I'm sure you are familiar, and this goes to your point about playing music in loud spaces, et cetera, especially if you're Black and you're around white folks. So, Keegan, I know you know what the bat signal is, right? Why the bat signal, Batman, why the bat signal is used. Why it's used. Everybody knows the bat signal, why the bat signal is used. Keegan, so, and I like a diverse social group, Keegan, right? I don't discriminate against anybody. But Keegan, if I moved into a respectable, as they say, white community, and I want to know who the ratchet whites are in the community, the whites that are about that life, the whites that are down, the whites that probably started off rough, maybe they were raised on the opposite side of tracks. Their playground was Black, and she introduced them to chicken and greens and potato salad and macaroni and cheese and seasonings and flavors during the holidays. And of course, as they've grown up and made something of their life, they have moved into more appealing accommodations, white neighborhoods. So say I'm living among these white folks who are down with the brown, as they say. Can I not blast my rap and ratchet music out the bedroom window, like a bat signal, to lure the down-ass whites who I want to do some hood rat shit with? Is that not socially acceptable these days? Rap music as a bat signal.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even gonna really entertain this, but my point is first of all, I want to make this really clear where I live. 95 to 97% white. This is not. I do not live near a metropolitan area. This is the suburbs. This is mostly small town suburbs, right? But again, there's the housing crisis that is going on in America, and a small part of the county decided to make a subsidized affordable housing. And so this county doing that has introduced a new people, financially different type of people to our community. And not all Black, of course, a lot of Indians actually. And I, again, didn't have a problem with it until 2 months ago. I went to the park, and I don't go to that park anymore. Understand this. I understand how to move. You guys act like I'm like, oh, I was just, again, shocked that this is happening in my community. And but people are then shocked when they hear a white man go, oh, I kind of understand what Black fatigue is right now, and that kind of sucks that my park that I spent taxpayer money on, that I went to the zoning meeting for to make sure that I got voted because I wanted nice parks for my kids growing up.
They're allowed to be there.
And also for people who don't have children like Adams, understand that just because you have an HOA and you go to one park at your
For people with no city planning experience like Keegan, it's not your park, Keegan. You didn't pay for the park. Your family doesn't endow the whole city. Right, you're another poor white man, just like those black people playing with music at the cookout. So again, Keegan, no. We're gonna take this all the way. No. I'm not gonna let you finish. I'm not gonna let you finish because you're not saying anything of value. 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 So again, children are not asking for a better neighborhood than you can. So maybe you should take notes and learn how to do better for your family, Keegan.
I've been there before. I just opened up this summer, and again, when I took them, we had this interaction. We'll move differently. But my point is, and my point should always be, is that we should, without a doubt, as a society, just like Mother said in the beginning of the statement, which is what social pressures should do, is that we should bring social pressures to individuals who want to live in this low income type of way, low poverty type of way, right? Call it white trash, call it black trash, I don't care what you call it, and say if you're going to move to our areas, you have to have a different type of degree of how you handle yourself. But instead, we tell these people, you're in public, do what you want, and everyone else can move along with you. That's crazy.
I actually agree with Keegan. I mean, sometimes when you go to the beach, right, like, these people don't live here. They just usually drive in for the weekend, and they're playing the riff-raff, loud as fuck music. And I'm so happy that they started giving fines. The city, they got enough pressure from the city council, and they started fining these people because you are disrupting other people's space. And, you know, like, you don't own the beach. You can't just be over there blasting some ghetto-ass shit halfway. Like, I can hear it from, like, literally the other side of the beach. That's insane, right? So I think that there is some level where we, like, yes, people have a right to do what they want in this country, right, in free public spaces, but also you should have consideration for your neighbors when you are in these public environments because you don't own that public environment. So I think when you actually look here, what Keegan is saying, it doesn't really sound that crazy. I think people just have forgotten, like, how to civil with each other nowadays.
A lot of the times, people
It's very crazy because again, like he should stop being lazy and get his lazy up off the fucking internet, complain about other groups of people, and really get a second job and move his family out of that fucking ratchet ass neighborhood. That's what he should be concerned about. So again, we could be wrapping our heads around talking about changing other people's behavior, or people could step up and be a man and just simply make more of a fucking decent income.
Yeah, I don't think this is all solely income-based, right? Because there's only a certain amount of the locations that you have in the city, right? Regardless of which part of the city you live in, right? You're going to interact with people of different economic classes, regardless of where you live, you know? Like, when he provided more details, I'm like, oh, okay, this makes more sense, right? But that's all. I hope you guys are having a wonderful.
I want to ask some of my black voices on the stage and in the room a question real quick. It's got me to thinking. And I often use this as an example. As we push back when we have these conversations with mixed voices, you know, black and white, and I know it gets a little heated and spicy, right? And some folks don't like when white folks weigh in on these discussions and vice versa, et cetera, et cetera. But I
don't like when lazy, complaining white people weigh in on these conversations. If you want to ping Grant Cardone and other white people of higher value that don't complain about inflation, that don't complain about the cost of living, or don't complain about struggling, then I'm willing to hear it. But this fake country trailer park bullshit, like I said before, there are different degrees of an insult that you should take from people who call you the N-word. If you're talking to a bunch of people complaining about buying their kids soup and people bumping music up in a park and don't have the autonomy over their own fucking lives to move themselves into a better situation, we most certainly shouldn't listen to their critiques on race.
But I think people are jumping on his neck because...
Wait, okay, go ahead, Mother. Go ahead.
People are jumping on his neck because, first of all, Keegan doesn't have a great reputation on this app. I will give you that. But the second thing is, like, if everyone's assuming that this is strictly a black-white thing, like, there are, like, my dad hates other Dominicans who are ratchet and obnoxious and loud and do that similar ghetto-ass behavior. So he hangs out with all your Dominicans because we are upper-class people, right? Like, it doesn't have to be strictly in the U.S. black and white context. Like, what Keegan's saying doesn't sound that crazy to me. I guess that's my...
People should be able to have fun and be free. I'm not saying like free like just going around going crazy, but like if I'm in my car and I'm listening to music and it's loud and you look over at me or you put your head down, don't do that. Let me be happy in my car you're a sinner and you're not perfect.
Just go to fucking Europe. Just go to fucking Europe. Go to like Switzerland or some shit. Denmark. Find something nice over there. Like that's about it. It's really that simple. If you're tired of Black American culture, just go somewhere where no fucking Black Americans are.
Oh, he gonna be complaining in Europe about all the Islamists, praying 5 times a day in that park. So, it is what it is. He's never gonna be something.
So,
Because he's privileged. You hear what he's saying? His stocks. No,
But he's not, because again, he can't move into a neighborhood association. So again, you can move into a condo and still be in a neighborhood association. So to me, it's like, listen, you're just simply not doing enough. You're not doing enough. You're not doing enough. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Keegan. It does not matter. It does not matter, Keegan. It does not matter. It does not matter, Keegan. It does not matter, Keegan. Does not matter, Keegan. Does not matter, Keegan. Does not matter. So again, at the end of the day, Keegan, you're ranting.
HOA park.
Okay, I had to mute everyone. Okay, I just muted everyone because I couldn't hear. Keegan, I don't know if you're aware of this, but Adam's mic is louder than yours. And so when you guys are speaking at the same time, the only voice we can hear is Adam's, and yours is very, very, well, I shouldn't say very, but it's low and slightly muffled. So we have to have one mic. We really do. So let's let Adam's land, and then Keegan, you go.
Right. So again, you think that the inventory in suburbia is just occupied by people living in single-family homes with families? No, they're not. They're people who have earned a certain income to avoid having to go to the park. Okay? People play basketball at the park, right? People take their nieces and nephews to the park. Okay? People have their own family gatherings at the park, Keegan. So again, you're not the only taxpayer on this stage, and you're crying, quite frankly, like a little bitch. I personally have bought and sold many homes, right, that I did not have a mortgage for as a taxpayer in neighborhood associations. So Keegan, when you want to get to my level of being able to decide where you can live without having these type of annoyances, then come and have a conversation with me. But you're stuck where you're at, and you're stuck where you're at because you're flapping your gums as opposed to getting a second source of income to get your family out of that situation.
Again, if I wanted to, first of all, I don't even live in a neighborhood. I mean, I'm speaking as someone who lives on the countryside with property. But for everyone to understand this, is that when I want to go experience my community, right? And my community, I would say, is a 10 to 15 minute drive. If I'm able to drive 10 to 15 minutes and just be able to experience everything that my tax dollars is going to. And I get that Adam's like, well, you just move into an HOA and just, but I don't think people with children will tell you this, which is that, guess what? Kids get pretty bored going to do the same thing over and over again. So you kind of sometimes have to venture out. Sometimes you got to go do something more exciting than just going to the one park that they're used to. So then you go to the other public funded parks. And we went to a splash pad. And again, I don't have a problem with my daughter was playing with a black girl the whole time. I was speaking to her the father the whole time. We talked about sports. It was actually a great hour. He left as well, though. He was like, oh, my dad, I could see in his face he was annoyed. Because that's what most people are. When they see low, impoverished behavior, they get annoyed. If this was a white family doing it, I would have been annoyed with them. But the difference is I probably would have went to go talk to them. But with a black family, with 20-odd black people, it wasn't just one family, it was multiple families. That I feel like if I go talk to them and there's any form of confrontation, it's just me and my daughter. Like, I'm not going to put myself in that situation. Nor should any parent. I don't expect any parent to do so. Never put your children in harm's way just because of that. But so that's the point, though, is that when dealing with these issues, I don't get why we don't go, hey, let's have some social pressure. Let's create some social pressure and say that these behaviors, public speakers in public areas, is bad behavior. In Singapore, they outlawed it. Why? Because they understand it's bad behavior. But in America, we say, well, it's our right to do whatever we want. We should be able to twerk wherever we want. We should be able to flash our boobs wherever we want. I don't agree with any of it. The white community doing it, the black, I don't care. Then we should have some stuff that is socially unacceptable. And there's one of those things, is public
from the N-words. Is that what we're hearing? The white folks who like Keegan, and Keegan, I'm not trying to call you out since you were considering this conversation. We know the Keegans of the world. You know, is that what do we feel like that is their position? You know, some black folks have the black fatigue too when it comes to the N-words. And I know black folks know this. I know we are going to be very intellectually honest about black fatigue in the black community. So how do we feel when black people express these same sentiments that the Keegans of the world, you know, Keegan, God bless you, I'll be honest with you. This Park story must have really impacted you, sir, because I've heard this story a million times. And I'll be honest, if I never hear this story about the park again, it'll be a great day. But this is your share. Do you, boo? But I've heard this park story a million times, bro. I need you to have another incident with some black folks so we can spice up this narrative, sir.
Well, this is my most recent. I have more incidents, but it's just to show. And again, when I mentioned the story though, it really does show the difference. I said I believe it's just disrespectful, inconsiderate, and it shows no decorum for public life. And then there's always black people. It's never white people. It's always black people going, you're a Karen for dictating how people listen to their music in public areas. And I'm like, wow, there's the staunch difference. I know that you don't like hearing the story, but it creates such a dialogue of differences and truly just a difference of cultural behavior, really, and how we view things differently.
Well, you know what? Joe B says in the chat, for the record, as a white woman, I try multiple times to get on the platform to control speech. If you mean this stage, Joe, I didn't see your request come in. You're more than welcome to come up here. But I certainly didn't see you raise your hand. Oh, until now. Joe, I'm working in the background, miss. I swear I'm working. I didn't see it until now, so I apologize. Every voice, listen, I'm over here. I'm trying to give him a chance to not be a fool, and he was a fool. I don't discriminate against any voices, Joe. You are always welcome.
Thank you. I always say your name wrong. Is it 99?
Yes, it's 9. Yes, go ahead.
Well, I think it's a shame. Grandkids, third generation grandkids, they were sitting here listening in Clubhouse for the first time. And you should have seen their nonverbal, their comments, their college kids. They're like, their comments were like, we are all blended. What are they talking about? That's kind of the whole end review of this conversation. And every time we go down this road, we are chipping away at the American society. And if that's what y'all want to do, we'll pay for it at the end of the day. Thank you, Nat.
Yeah, the society's dead. I mean, half the population of said society doesn't want the other one to have rights. The other one doesn't want the other part of the society to exist. Like, if we want to split back into North and South, let's throw all the fucking retards like Keegan up in the North. Go for it. As long as we're chilling out here, y'all can go ahead and destroy your fucking selves up there with your own policy, however else you want to run your dictatorship. And then we can find out.
XG, that's not helpful though. That's not, I get where you're coming from, and I agree with you. And like I said, if Keegan has grievances towards the ecosystem where he lives, any reasonable person in any stage of life would reasonably make an effort to adapt and survive or otherwise relocate to a place that is congruent and consistent with their survival values, okay? So again, I mean, arguing all of this other bullshit all the which way under the sun is for attention. There's nothing that's going to be accomplished by you trying to change his view outside of the two options that he has. You either evolve or you dissolve into an ecosystem that's more congruent with your social values.
Well, I wanted to finish and say, I'm Irish, Potawatomi. You don't think of Potawatomi. My kids are Hawaiian Pacific. My grandkids are Black and Polish. Who
their race, we're never going to be able to evolve past this, especially when we have a political system that is always going to use these our differences, to create further divide. And I agree that we as the people need to push back and mentally and spiritually kind of drive the conversation into another direction. We're having these conversations in spaces like this, whether it's in education, the medical field, politics. But I feel like there's always going to be that person, that entity, that organization, that policy that keeps its foot on the neck of those who are oppressed, whoever those people are in whatever society. And like JB likes to say, often some of y'all heard JB say, there's no Jews, there's no news, right? Well, I kind of apply that. If there's no blacks, you can't attack. If there's no whites, we got to find out what rhymes with that. They used to say if it ain't white, it ain't right, right? So there's always going to be like these movements and conversations that use our differences to drive us, which JB, I hope you would agree, makes it challenging to evolve past the racism.
Sorry, go ahead, man. Ready? You want to discuss something as far as
I know Ray, I did say Ray got it. Let Ray have it. Hold on. Let Joe B respond, because I did address her, and then Ray, and then Adams. Go ahead, Joe B.
Well, what you're saying is true, but what's happened has happened, and we have to deal with it. And dealing with it, you can change policy. I'm telling you, I do it all the time for 35 states now and pushing. And my thing is education choice, that every kid should and every parent should be able to choose. I'm not taking it down that road, but to get involved, all you have to do is have an LLC, a small little nonprofit, and own it. Own your agenda, create a platform, and get busy. And yeah, this is healthy to talk about it, but you gotta get out there. Thank you, and I appreciate you.
Of course, you're welcome. Thank you. Go ahead, Ray.
Man, I appreciate that. Hey, Joe, that's just no disrespect to anybody in the room or nobody else. I'm playing devil's advocate, and I believe what I'm talking about to the max. So you said, I know this would be taking a room on how you're educated, or the college kids was listening in on the conversation. And then that brought me back to think about how most people who go to college, who become lawyers, doctors, whatever you can name, all professions, right? They still uphold what I'm pretty sure you already know is implicit bias, which I feel like Egan is demonstrating. And all other people who jump in the chat. It's implicit bias, man. You cannot tell a person what to do or how to do it or when to do it. You can't do it. And racist people do it all the time, whether they go to college or not. It's there in the workplace, anything you can imagine. So you can't look at people and say, hey, you guys need to just stop and chill and don't mix or don't be racist. You know what I mean? But every time we wake up in the morning and walk into society, we experience racism. You understand that? And this ain't about racism. I just wanted to touch on that point. And Keegan, man, implicit bias, I think you should look that up, man, and look in the mirror.
Well, not a lot of kids are going to college anymore. It's so fucking expensive. So keep your eyes on and get involved with career tech. I'm sure every bloody one here has a job of some sort to be able to keep your internet on. And take that talent and get a CTE, a career tech certification, and build on it. There are so many options today, it's not even funny. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe B. Thank you, Brady Rock. Wait, it's Brady Rock's up? It is Brady Rock. Okay, good. I want to make sure I wasn't seeing things. Any other speakers? Any other comments to the room?
Yes.
The topic, go ahead.
I just want to say, NY, you may recognize these set of buildings here. They have a very distinct architecture. Shout out to my former employer, the Irvine Company. Made millions for them. I will say this, Keegan. There is something to be said about master planning. And Donald Brand, the this company developed the concept of master planning coming from the Mission Viejo company into the Irvine company. I encourage you to look at that master planning model where you have, developments in suburbia with other developers in many different other states, including yours. I've looked up 5 of them since we've been on this stage, and I'm not going to actually say your state, but like I said, the door is always open. There's a different trajectory as far as where to grow sustainable life outside of, urban interferences that we can maybe agree somewhere in the middle as far as where your grievances lie. I feel like you should really explore greater opportunities, and you're also setting your kids up for a greater sense of generational wealth. So with that being said, it is what it is. We can agree to disagree. I'm still cool with Keegan, but at the end of the day, I just feel that the effort is misplaced in terms of trying to change the minds of individuals as opposed to making practical mechanical decisions to change your said reality that's going to contribute to your overall goals. That's all I'm saying.
Y'all let Keegan have it today, boy. Keegan has bounced from the space. But listen, like I said earlier, I don't mind the Keegans coming into conversations like this. If you're new, if you just popped in the room, this is JB's house, Roger's house, JB's house. JB started this topic. He has to run, take care of some family stuff. Should certain words be socially acceptable? Why not? And of course, the center was on the N-word. We had a lot of great speakers on the stage this morning. We've been on for a couple hours, right? Keegan, I don't mind the Keegans and the Pepes coming on the stages when we have these rooms, whoever's hosting these races, because I like to listen to them. I like to hear these perspectives to understand. I also think a lot of these people are performative, and they say a lot of shock value things to get a reaction. I personally try to do my best not to argue and spar with racists on this app. Because, as a black woman, especially a black Gen Xer, my spirit is just kind of evolving on some, futuristic, next up shit. Arguing with racists is just so pedestrian to me. But I do enjoy listening to what is going on this app. This is so very strange. So on that note, if no one has anything else to say, I'm going to start closing the room down to listen to people. I am working in the background. I'm editing an interview, so I have to get back to work. But final thoughts, final submissions, if anybody wants to, final words, otherwise I'm going to go. Joey, thank you. David, thank you. Dr. Adams, of course, thank you. Ready, Rock, go ahead.
There's no David, you there? I want to pose a question to him. The question that we never got answered this whole time, and that question was, why is it white people want to say the N-word? What is that? Because I heard a lot of people make, standing arguments to say arguments about, hey, they should do it because of this. And then when the question was posed, why should they say why would they want to say it? It never was answered. So can anybody answer that question?
Wait, Ready Rock, I was reading somebody's question in the chat, which I'll answer, but what was the question? Zane?
Remember we were speaking about why Keegan and another gentleman was talking about how the N-word, well, why did we say it? Why do y'all say it? Y'all was giving the history and all that. And I heard Brittany, I think it was, asking the question is, why is it that you want to say it so bad? And that's an answer I want to hear. And I was wondering if anybody can answer that question, white in particular.
Yeah, well, Keegan's gone, so he can't answer, and I don't recall if he answered it while he was in the room. That definitely is someone definitely on that side, if I say that side, some of these white boys that open up these rooms and host these type of conversations need to call their fellow whites to task and ask them, what I got something I'd like to sit and listen. Why do y'all want to use the word? And when I say y'all, I'm not saying all whites, because I know not all whites will use the word. But those who come up on these clubhouse streets and argue and advocate for using the word, why? I know Nicole asked Keegan a couple times. I just don't remember what his answer was, to be honest with you. Right?
Yeah, I never answered it, but it's cool.
Hold on, I am liberal, says in the chat. I am liberal. Brittany was a performative question deny that you agree with what she says. I'll say, oh, Brittany's back. I'm not going to put words in Brittany's mouth. I know some people on the chat were saying Brittany hates white people. I don't know Brittany personally, so I'm not going to sit on the stage and say Brittany hates whites. So if you're one of the people, I'm saying in general, if you are one of the people in the chat that after listening to her submission, you have concluded that she hates whites, and I am liberal, if you're asking me that point, no, I don't hate whites. I don't, some of y'all have been in some of these spaces with me when we've had these discussions. Y'all know that I've been kind of ostracized by my community for having black fatigue myself, right? I get pushback for expressing my levels of black fatigue, and the black community, especially on this app, they don't like when I, as a member of the black community, publicly talk about having black fatigue. So I'm not a defender of Keegan. I'm not a defender of the Pepes of the world, right? I said I like to listen and learn, just like I listened to Brittany today and learn about her perspective of white folks. But no, if you're asking me, am I hateful towards whites? Do I think whites are evil and demonic? I think that historically, our white ancestors and forefathers have created a very demonic system of governing around the world. We call it global colonization, global white supremacy, which a lot of folks claim do not exist because they're in denial or they like to gaslight. But do I think that this global system of white supremacy and oppression, that all white people uphold it and look down? No, let me just say uphold it. No. Right? Do I think that all white people are white supremacists and want to keep black people down? No. So that's the best way I can answer that question. And I am liberal. I know you've been in these spaces with me before. I think you know that about me by now, sir, or madam. I don't care, man or woman. It doesn't matter. But I think by now I have made myself clear about how I feel about these things. Yes, go ahead, Ray.
Good question for you. You said, do you think all? Of course not. What's the percentage of that? White people.
I don't even know that I can put a percentage. I think that, because my thing is, it comes down to policy. How is our community oppressed? What oppresses us? That's the questions we have to sit down and ask. How are we oppressed? And what oppresses us? And the number one thing on my list is policy, and policy starts with the people we vote for, the people who are in office, the government, right? And so, do I feel like my white neighbor, for instance, or the white folks who live down the block have a hand in oppressing me? Absolutely not. It all comes down to policy, right? Like, let me give you an example. A couple weeks ago, I had jokingly said, but I wasn't really joking, that I said to the room, it was one of these healthy debate spaces, I said, have y'all ever been in a white neighborhood and we've driven around white neighborhoods and seen how they have better stores, a vast array of food options. There's a Starbucks on every corner. Shit that I like. I was only partially joking. A black voice on the stage came off the mic and said, well, that has to do with the politicians and the policy. And that's exactly my point, right? Because I was comparing it to some of the urban communities, some of the black communities, where, as we know, where we live, there's a liquor store in every corner, a hair shop on every corner, fast food chains, the variety is just not the same. And you're talking to someone who has lived between Illinois and California, from the most urban of urban communities to the richest of richest neighborhoods. So I'm speaking on lived experience. So I can't put a percentage on that, Reddy, because my thing is I approach it from a political lens. Who are the people that we're voting for, right? And what policies do they keep in place that keep black people so-called oppressed? That's the best way I can answer.
Wow, Queen, you speak really well. And you're very informative and you're super educated, and I'm just very proud of you. And I already know you walk in your power. I still have a lot to work on because I'm still trying my best to, just perfect my craft around them on
walking in the room and I don't even see them there. Like, I don't even identify them. I don't even look at them in their eyes. I don't even, like, this, and I'm pertaining to when I'm working. You know, I keep my eyes focused on my job, where I'm going, what department I'm going to work in for the day, because I'm a nurse. And I do just that. But it just seems that the other party comes to work to watch what other people are doing instead of doing their job. And unless their job is to watch me, I'm okay with being watched. I don't care. I'm doing everything I need to do. I've been doing nursing for 20 years. So my job speaks for itself. So there's no reason for me to communicate with them anyway. And, you know, it's just hurtful. You know, it hurts. It hurts working in spaces with them. You know, not all of them are like that. I've built, you know, friends up with them. You know, and I like going out or having drinks, but I do have coworkers that I talk to that are white, but they don't mess with me. They're very respectable. Do I hate white people? No, I don't. I don't hate anyone. I'm just sick of the privilege. I'm sick of the condescending attitudes. I'm tired of the I'm better than you type, just, you know, walking in the room like this is their world. I'm tired of the you know, the Karens watching me, you know, just because I'm like, they think I'm gonna do something or I might steal. Overall, I'm just tired of being treated less than because of my skin color. I haven't done anything to anyone that is white, never in my life. And I don't understand why they're like this.
Hey, can I just say this real quick?
Yeah, no, go ahead, Brent.
Hey, Brittany, I don't know you, you don't know me, I don't know where you're from, but I want you to know when you lay your head down that night, there are tens of thousands who feel the same way that you feel, so don't ever feel alone in your feelings and how you feel when you walk into these places, because I feel the exact same way. You said I can relate to. Just know that.
I appreciate that, King, because I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. I'm not playing victim. No one white has ever done anything to me, but it's just they make me uncomfortable. Just like if I could be in, like if I'm in a room and one walk in, I don't know. It's like I instantly just, and then they're look, you know, it just feels awkward. Like I don't know why we can't even have conversations with each other. Why are they such gatekeepers? Why is everything so quiet and personal? But like I said, not all of them are like this, but I think they're all being raised up the same, and they're being raised a certain way where it goes out there with them. That raising, it goes out there with them, and then you know they talk about African American people and say, oh, they're poor, they just want to do food stamps, they just want to be on government assistance. But a lot of African American people are screaming out for help. A lot of African American people, they go and apply for these jobs, they get them, they earn them because of their degrees, and then they're being fired by these white collared white people because white people are just mean. I live in a state where now, when I say in Arizona, this is a right to work state, so they can walk you off the job as they please. But it's that got out of hand because it's like to the point where now they actually enjoy saying, well, oh, you worked about 3 or 4 days, it's not going to work out, it's not a good fit for you. And you've did everything to they beck and call, ran behind them like a little dog. What else can I do, Sir Paul? I'll even mop the floor. I just want my job. And they like, it's like I don't know, it's like they get some kind of good feeling on just firing a black person, an African American person, and making sure that, they go back to being broke and poor. But then it's the same white collar white people that always say we don't want to work, we're lazy, but we do want to work. We do want these jobs. We're getting these jobs, and you guys are firing us within a weekend, just saying, oh, fuck them, they're black, and we don't want their face around here. And because what they're doing is they want the face of a lot of these big hospitals and these jobs. They only want white faces. That's why I said, all of that, people are tripping off the N-word. We got bigger things to focus on. They're not allowing us to keep our jobs. They're firing us. And then they want to talk about people and say we're on getting government assistance, but we can barely keep a job for 30, 40 plus years and accumulate all the stuff that they've accumulated up because they're putting a stop to it. They don't want us on the jobs, and we're not even doing nothing. So a lot of our up-and-coming kids that are coming up and getting these degrees, I'm afraid for my kids because they're going to be fired for their skin color.
So hold on, you know what? Oh, Lord Jesus. I'm not trying to be funny when I say this. I'm not. Because I want to let that sister submission breathe. I know some of y'all in the chats are like, you know, you have your response to what Brittany is saying. Just wanted to give that sister a chance to get her to speak. And Reddy came off and said he relates. And I know a lot of Black folks relate to what she's saying. But I'm sitting here listening to this, and I know that this is the reality for a lot of Black folks. And I'm like, man, I wish my brothers and sisters I wish we could all kind of experience some of the same journey. As far as work, right? Because, listen, I worked in LA for about 20 years, specifically in the film and TV industry. And I'm not saying that the white folks that I worked around were perfect. I'm not saying that they were united colors of Benetton, happy-go-lucky, right? Shiny, happy people. But I don't have this racial scarring that it sounds like my sister Brittany has. Brady Rock said he can relate. And the whole time this sister was speaking, I was thinking to myself, man, I wish my brothers and sisters could work around some folks. And I'm not trying to be funny, so this comes out very delicately. Some white folks on cocaine, because I worked around these white folks for 20 years in LA. All of them were high on something, and they were the coolest people, right? All of the jobs that I've had, I've worked from studio to studio to studio. And guys, I don't want to lose my black card. I'm not trying to lose my black card. It goes back to someone in the chat asking me, do I agree with Brittany's point of view? White folks opened the doors for me, okay? Black folks did too. But when I first moved from Chicago to LA, it was white folks who, from one studio job, went to the next studio job. Some of y'all have heard me say the first person I worked for was Miramax, Quentin Tarantino, Weinstein Brothers. So my experience in the professional world, and I'll land in the professional world dealing with whites, has not been as scarring as it has been. I'm listening to your Brittany speak, and it's breaking my heart. And I'm sitting here thinking, man, I wish my brothers and sisters could work around some white folks. Maybe do they need to be poked up? Do they need to have a liquid lunch, right? Go take a few shots of whiskey during lunch and come back, and does that take the edge off? And don't get me wrong, I've worked around some white folks with the racial microaggressions. Like I said earlier, I had to file 2 lawsuits as it relates to this nonsense. But the way Brittany talks, sis, I feel like I should be scared of the professional industry for Black Americans.
It's bad. It is so bad.
I'll ask the question as I land. Do you think with Trump, his immigration, his deportation efforts, right? I'm seeing Black people at construction sites and fast food restaurants, in the retail stores. They're claiming that with the immigration crackdown, jobs are opening up for Black folks. You think it's going to get better, Brittany? With the immigration crackdown?
I think it's going to get a hell of a lot worse. A lot of Black people are going to suffer more, and I'm scared. And see, me, I'm the type of person, I always got to keep up with the economy no matter what I do. So right now, I'm working on my nurse practitioner. I've been having like I said, I've been an RN for almost 20-something years. I make good money. I don't need to go into that, but it's going to get worse. So all I know is that right now, a lot of African American people are up against attack, and it's looking bad because we as a culture are not even getting along. We hate each other, so that make it worse for them to even treat us good on the job.
Brittany,
I had a girl come in my...
Brittany, wait, sis, I have to just say this, and you have the mic. You have it right back. I'm not one to interrupt anyone, but you just said something that triggered me, and I have to call this out, Brittany. The jobs that I've had over the course of my life, when I'm one of a handful of Black folks in the office, do you know who ignores me? to your point. It's not the white folks that have a problem with the office. It's the black folks. You want to know why? Because they have something to prove to the white people. They always have this attitude of I'm not like them blacks, or I'm not like them ninjas. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta prove to the others that I'm not like them ninjas by removing myself from the presence of the other blacks in the office, because you don't know what them blacks is like, and I don't want the white folks to think I'm like them DEM blacks, right? So it's very interesting how we navigate the offices. Some of us experience the racial aggressions from our own people. I don't know if you've experienced that.
Wow. Okay. So, I haven't always experienced the other way. So, I've always got along with my sisters on the job and my brothers on the job, and we've always had our back because that's what, was happening. Our backs would be up against the wall, and we'd be getting worked like runaway slaves, and, all the other race would be coming in, getting coffee, doing what they want to do, and in the office talking and chatting, gossiping about who got rolled up or this, that. But we all out here, we working hard, and we just feel like that they should be working too. It's a time and a place to address certain situations, and when state is in the building or things like that is going on, we need our bigwigs to come out the office and help instead of being in the office conjuring a report on who they about to fire next. Like, I just feel like white people look for trouble in any and everything, even their own people. They treat their own people like crap. They won't even give $1 to their own people. People that are like have signs and stuff on the corner, and those white people who are on meth and on those corners, they look for black people to help. But then those same white people who we're helping, they want to try to play white when it's time to play white. Like, it's just a game, and I'm just tired of all the white games that white people play. They try to say that black people need to move on from slave-free. Black people this, black people this, black people are ghetto, black people come out in pajamas and bonnets. But they're literally bottom of the barrel. White people, to me, most of them are bottom of the barrel. And a lot of them, they don't even have degrees, and they're able to just get a job because of word of mouth. And in my opinion, too, a lot of white people are stupid. They're dumb. They're dumb. But they get these jobs because of their parents or someone they know. And I'm not a Debbie Downer. I'm just sick of white people going around thinking that it's their world and they want power. I'm tired of the stuff that they're doing to people. I'm over it.
For the record, white folks in the room, I definitely don't think you're dumb, because after all, y'all gave us Doctor Who, and some of you know how I feel about Doctor Who. One of the best shows ever, followed by The X-Files, Breaking Bad. But I digress. Brittany, girl, I'm glad you, thank you for sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, I know some of y'all are like, JB wouldn't allow her to speak this way in space. Casey says Doctor Who is fantastic. Absolutely. David Tennant is my favorite. And what's that HBO show that I love? Thanks to the good white people who gave us that good white writing on HBO. That HBO show about the family. Not Severance is on Apple. Succession. Oh my God. So yeah, Brittany, tap into some of this good white TV, these good white dramas. These white folks are giving us entertainment. Either they're entertaining us on the apps, or they're on social media apps, or they're entertaining us on the TV apps.
Miss Nee, I don't know. Like, I try not to even, and I'm still nice. Like, even when I go out in public with them, I'm still nice. I'll hold the door for them. Like, I'm the one that they don't even expect to be like this. Now, don't go digging me up now. But they don't even know that I feel like this because how I am with them. I'm literally like, hey, I will, because they like me. Like, they draw to me because I'm not like the other black folks or niggas that they say. But in my mind, I know they fake. Just like that song. They smile in your face all the time. They just want to take your place. They backstab us. Backstab
was going to say, I can be a little jaded sometimes and say things that are inappropriate. I have to police myself and check myself, especially around those who I don't know, because a lot of people don't know my sense of humor. So I was going to say something really, it was a really bad joke. So I'm not even going to go there too quickly until you get to know me a little bit more, you know, all that side being crazy. So I'm just talking myself down from the ledge, like I talk it out loud so people know that you want to say something fucked up as a joke, but don't say it, because Brittany will not get the joke. But anyway, there's no offense to you, Brittany, right? It's a really crass joke. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I still going to shut the room down. If there are no final thoughts, I really appreciate everybody who came up to speak today. JB will probably be opening up a room later, right? Roger was here moments ago. I didn't get a moment to acknowledge him, but shout out to Roger. Roger, this is his house, Health and Debates. He also has In the Muff. So if you're not a member of In the Muff, go ahead and look up that. We had somebody on the stage, I think it was Joby asked about, Nicole asked about the America Party. JB is hosting some spaces about the America Party, Elon Musk. Roger/Lil Joe has also talked about it, so he started a club here called the American Party, I guess, to host those conversations. So if that's something you're into, go ahead and join that house. And of course, if you're new to the space, JB opened up this room today. He just left me kind of in charge for a hot minute. I mostly navigate in the entertainment rooms. I work in the entertainment business. On Saturdays, I host the entertainment room. We talk about pop culture, conspiracy theories, UFO abductions, and politics. So my house is called Press Hollywood. If you want to come into a space where you really don't have to think, you can just talk crap. And I hate to admit this, don't burn down my Starbucks, but every once in a while, we'll drop the N-word. I can't help it. Paul Mooney, the late great comedian Paul Mooney, said he says the N-word multiple times a day. It keeps his teeth white. Sometimes when I'm on this app, it brings out my inner ratchet, my inner hood rat. Please know that I don't use the N-word in my everyday life, but when I am on this app, I tend to be kind of jockey. Shout out to Howard Stern. So if you hear me say some fucked up shit, just hit me up. Like, how did you mean it when you said XYZ? By the way, Brittany, question, were you the one who said the term black, you find the term black as offensive as the N-word?
Yeah, a little bit I do, because I don't want anyone saying, look at that black kid. Like, that's
well, if I call somebody, I was thinking about this earlier. It says I'm not trying to be funny. It just goes back to my jaded personality. When you said that earlier, I was like, what? Because I don't mind being called black. But in your opinion, miss, if I call somebody a black-ass booty scratcher, that's more offensive than calling them the N-word.
You would call somebody that and see if they don't probably try to jump up, because it sounds disrespectful, because for one, they might not be as black as you stating that they are, and for two, the second thing that came with it. So I would take offense if somebody said, look at that black girl. Now, I am a black lady, that's what you want to say, but I'm African American and I'm not black. If you can see in the PTR, I'm more brown skin, like complexion, caramel. So, to call anyone black instead of saying African American, I just feel like that's disrespectful and that's rude. Because white people don't even like being called white. That's why they get tans, because they don't really want to be white. Although I love being black, so it don't offend me like that, but it's like, I'm African American. Why not just state that, or just say, those African Americans? I think it's just the way that they use it, because some white people are like, that black girl, and that's just rude, because not everybody is we're all different shades. We're not all black, and then they get real disrespectful with the African women who are really black. Now, they get sad too, because some of those African American women, those African women that are really black, they take offense because they might feel some type of way or insecure about their black skin, which that black skin is beautiful. African women, that black skin, their blackness is beautiful. And I just feel like white people has made black people feel so ashamed of their skin color, and it has gotten out of control on how they have made the black skin. How they just make it seem like they're just pretty. I don't think white people are attractive like that. Like, I really don't. And I think that's another reason why I have issues, about how they act, like when they're being Karens, or how saying something about the music in the park. My thing about it is they can't talk about nothing. The only thing white people got is money. Some of them. That's it. Y'all have nothing else. I think they're super like pale looking. Not all white people are cute to me. Some of them are cute, and some of the, I'm just gonna leave it at that. Just some of them are cute. So I don't know where where this is going as far as white people thinking that they're all that. But I don't know if it's the BBLs in it they bring because they got ass now. I don't know what it is, that pertains to the women. But the men, they be chilling. It just be them women that don't really like us. And I think it's because they want bigger dicks. And I mean, that's fine if that's what they want. They're grown. They can choose that. But don't disrespect a black woman because you want bigger dick and, you're being rude to me. And I don't mind. You can have a black guy if that's what you want. But don't try to act as if he doesn't want me because I'm black and he wants you just because you're white. That's not it. He probably just wants you for your money.
Okay, a couple things. Thank you, Brittany. I'm going to turn it over to Sean really quickly. Hold on. A couple things. Wait, somebody said something in the chat that I want to address. Yeah, some folks will agree with you, Brittany, on one point. I am liberal, just pointed it out. Some folks on both sides, black and white, will agree that white liberal women are problematic. We've unpacked this. Not that you said white liberal women, but a lot of folks would agree because you said white women, that white liberal women specifically are problematic. But I wanted to go back to something you said moments ago, and then I'm going to turn it over to Sean really quickly. The term white people, you're so right. I read an article a couple of years ago, wasn't that long ago, maybe like a year or two. A liberal-leaning, leftist-leaning publication did a whole write-up about how using the phrase white people is racist. And I'm thinking to myself, well, what word are you supposed to use to describe them, right? So a couple weeks ago, I was hosting a space here in my room, and I was recalling an incident from high school. Now, I went to a predominantly all-white Catholic school. I'm not Catholic, but that's a whole other story, how I ended up at a white Catholic school for another time. And so I was sharing a story about how, the social differences at the school at the time, where if the white boys did something wild and crazy off campus, or, on the weekend, like if their parents went out of town and they threw keggers at the house, the school would hear about it come Monday morning, those white boys would get like a slap on the wrist, maybe a detention. But if the black boys did it, and weren't that many of them, the punishment was harsher. So that's exactly how I'm telling the story. I just said white boys, black boys, and I'm using boys as an adequate descriptor, I think, because we're minors at the time. We're 14, 15, 16, 17 years old. This white dude on this app, who I thought I was cool with, he was the only person on this app who I could talk about straight cats with, right? He comes in the room, accuses me of being racist because I said white boys. Was ready to report the room. And I said, wait, how is saying white boys racist? White folks listening in this space right now, is that where we are? Y'all have decided that the term white boys or white men or white people or white women, that's racist now? That's insanity. Sean B, you...
Hey, I knew you were trying to close your room up soon here, but I just wanted to actually just give you some flowers today because I've been coming back into healthy debates a lot more, and I really definitely appreciate your voice and your moderatorship and how you've been rolled in the room for real. So I really just came up to you with flowers. I think what you're saying kind of rings true, and I'll just leave it at this. I felt like if you were to, I always say, like, think about what you're saying, and if it were to be reversed and was coming from a different person's mouth, whether they're a different color, a different religion, and how that would feel to you. And if you were to do that, like, does that sound different? Does that sound worse? Just kind of feel that way, because I don't feel like, it depends maybe. If you live in a certain area, you might be feeling a certain way. That's why I was asking in chat to Brittany, specifically, some people are trying to answer for her, but where she lives, and that's happening. I'm sorry, because that sucks. That's the way you feel, because I don't feel that way where I live. And I hope that you should be respected and appreciated, no matter who the person is and no matter what their color is, and you shouldn't feel that way about white people or any other color person. So I'm sorry that you've been experiencing that. That's me. I'm not the rest of my plate. But thank you again for doing such a great job on stage, and I appreciate you, Brittany, for sharing how you feel about this.
Wait, hold on, Brittany. Oh my God. You got it. I'm going to give it to you. I just have to say something really quick. Thank you, Sean. And I am liberal in the chat. Says, do you think black boys is racist? If white say it, there's your answer. But I guess the question again comes back: if you're trying to describe a black boy, how would you describe him? Let's pray for Brittany.
I'm right here.
She's back. Okay, go ahead, sir.
So thank you, Miss Nee. I'm sorry I cut you off. I was just needing to get in there. But Sean B, I just want to say thank you so much for coming up here and not like just judging me and because I feel like I need a hug. Like I've experienced a lot of racism in my life. Like I'm 39 years old, so I would say during the time of me first getting my nursing degree back in 2003 or something, it's been so long. But I've experienced a lot. Like I would cry. Those days I would cry, go in the bathroom and cry because I knew I needed my job. And I feel like nobody should have to feel that way on their job because this is why people don't want to work. This is why it's hard for people to get up and go to work because it's not because of the work. It's because of the people they work with. And a lot of people are just difficult to work with and adjust to. And they give you a hard time to adjust to them. And it's been going on for almost 20 years I've had to deal with it. I've cried up many a time of being bullied on my job and good jobs at that. Because like I said, when you get paid $49 and $50 an hour, you gotta submit. You gotta be quiet. You gotta step on your mouth. You gotta hold your tongue. You gotta cry in the car like Craig did I'm off for a couple of days, guys, so I'm enjoying this conversation. But it's been sad. It's been rough for me. So I thank you for coming up here and not beating me up and beating on me, and because no one knows what I've been through. I've been really not blackballed, but like it's been to the point where it's been bad. But I always handled it good. I've never got fired either. I would put my 2 weeks in or, I can't work in environments like that. And I see it firsthand. White people are doing some shady stuff at these jobs.
And that's why I just give you space to speak, sis. That's why I wanted to give you space to speak. Because my experience with white folks, and I know, like I said earlier, I know some people come in the room or probably in the chat, you're probably like JB wouldn't have allowed her to speak that long or to say the things that she was saying. And I know the optics might be maybe nice letting her say these things because she agrees. No, because my experience on the job, my professional career, and I've been working since I'm 14 years old. I'm in my 40s now, Generation X. I'm not saying I have not experienced microaggressions with white folks or even racism, but it's been so minute, and I wouldn't dare say that my experience reflects the broader experience of white people. That's why, black folks. That's why I wanted to hear Brittany's perspective, because it's the complete opposite of my perspective in the professional world. Oftentimes being the one and only, if not a handful of black folks in the office, right? So that's why I was listening to her talk and just my heart is breaking. It's like, man, y'all got it really bad out here with this black folks. This shit.
And there's nothing I can do. All I can do is go to work my 12 hours and go. Literally. When you got white people running in the office, making complaints about you on every little turn or twist you make on your job, that's uncomfortable. All you can do is turn your cheek. I can't go around beating up those people. I can't do nothing to them. I don't want to be in court. I don't want to be sued. So, what do you want me to do? This is my feelings. These are my feelings and they're valid. If I say that racism is huge on the job, especially in these hospitals, these nursing homes, it's there. These are the new KKKs on the jobs. These police officers that has these tattoos and getting these badges, these are just KKK members behind these badges, KKK members behind these nursing scrubs. I see the most shadiest and dirtiest stuff that white people do, but all I can do is turn my cheek because nothing ever happens to them.
Are they doing it to other people though too, or is it just you, or you because of your color specifically? Do you really feel like it's specifically to you? Because I have friends that are nurses here in California, and they just feel like they're getting reamed and doing it all the time, and they're all different colors. And when I say that, I mean it because the superiors in the medical field are real bad with access. I mean, in the nursing field,
nursing. I've experienced all of this, even getting my nursing degree, coming out, being a baby nurse, being an experienced nurse. Like you go through it. They're jealous, they're envious because for one, I'm already, I have this degree. So that causes them to think, oh, she's black, she's, even teachers, I had to go up against, even them, selling me and things like that. Thank God I don't have to go through any of that anymore. But I'm just saying this to say it's big in the hospitals. It's super big. Everything is like a clique. Black people are where they at, Africans is where they at, everybody is in a section. Hispanics is where they at, and I don't like that. Like, why is it so divided? Like, people speak, you speak. You're going to speak to your coworker that's Hispanic. You're going to speak to your coworker that's white, your coworker that's African. But when it's time to go your separate way and work and you're doing your job, everybody is clicked up. And it's too cliquish, and we're all adults here. Why are we still going through that in 2025 where everybody's just where they're at on the job? Everybody's all clicked up. It's all cliquish. Whites are with whites, blacks are with blacks, Africans are with Africans, Spanish people, Asian people. Like, why is everybody so apart instead of being a whole? Like, I don't get it. It's not me. It's how the world is doing black people, actually. I don't know. I'm over it. I'm frustrated about how this world is, guys. I'm not trying to project anything on any individual, any personal people. It's just, we know what's going on. We know that racism is here. They think that black people are at the bottom of the barrel. White people feel like they're more superior. We know what's going on. We see it. It's here. It's not going anywhere. We wish it was, but it's horrible. I feel uncomfortable always.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I am so sorry that we're going through this about we. I'm saying black folks because as Ray Brown, I saw his comment in the chat that a lot of black folks feel this way. And Ray Brown, let me be clear to you and others in the room. I want to make it clear that I'm 100% aware of that. I know I just said that I'm listening to Brittany's submission is an eye-opener for me, but I don't want to make it sound like I'm a nuisance. Obviously, I've had parents and grandparents who have worked and have expressed their same grievances dealing with racism on the job. This has been going on since the black folks were free, right? So I'm not going to give any pushback. My motto, ladies and gentlemen, is to listen, to learn. And Brittany, I thank you for that share. And I don't know if there's some white folks in here who learned anything from Brittany today. You can take anything away from what she submitted. If you are kind of that micro-aggressive energy of the job, and if you're black, I know we got some anti-black folks that don't like black folks, as I just mentioned moments ago, right? Let's do better on the job. Let's just do better because as you see, your microaggressions, your subtle racism, or your overt racism, it doesn't go unnoticed. Folks notice it, and then we gather in spaces like this and chat about it. Brittany, if I could say anything in part, it's just, sis, I wish you, and again, I'm not trying to be funny here. I just wish you could find that one good white person on the job who gets it, because there's always that hella extra white liberal who gets it. They get the black struggle, they get the black grievances, and they want to treat a black person to lunch where they can talk shit about white people over lunch break. Sis, I pray that the Lord sends you one of the good, generous white folks, those good, generous, liberal whites, who's like, sis, what's wrong? You're not smiling, we treat you to Chipotle. Where you like to eat Red Lobster, they got the seafood boils. Let's go get a seafood boil and talk about the man. Every job has that white person, you gotta find them. It might be a white liberal girl with a white haircut. Look for her, because no doubt she's got some black hands. That's the one you want to bond with. I'm not even trying to be funny. You just have to learn how to use the white folks to infiltrate. White folks know, because they got that one black friend that infiltrates. Some of y'all get it in the morning. Okay. That's it. We're going to shut the room down until next time. Peace and blessings, everyone. And in the words of Dr. Frankenfurter from Rocky Horror Picture Show, don't dream it, be it. Brittany, did you have some last words? I see you came off mic.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, I know that JD wouldn't have me speaking like this this on his stage, and I just want to apologize to JD and you and, all of his followers. But I feel like something needs to be bigger. Like, we need to talk about this more, because this is why a lot of us African American people don't want to work. Like, I'm not saying I'm not going to get up and go to work tomorrow, but this is a big reason why. This is why. And then, it's very scary, because our kids are scared. Even my daughter sees it. She filled out an application with Chick-fil-A, and it's predominantly Mexicans, and she didn't get the job. And then she got hired at a group home, though, because she was black, so she can fight off the white kids. Not even white people are wanting to work with their own bad white kids that they're raising. It's just weird. I don't get it, and I'm just tired of everything being separated and segregated. That's it. I'm tired of everything being a race thing. My daughter had to come to me, Mom, why do I have to put my race on there? Why do they have to know my race? Is this necessary? It's just getting to be annoying.
Well, let me say this in closing. Everyone in the room listening, Brittany, for anybody listening now and beyond, for those who have grievances with our co-workers because of their race, y'all, we need to learn how to manage our energy and our spirits when we're in these spaces, okay? And be grateful that we can look to our left and look to our right and see a human, because soon we're going to be replaced by robots. And then only then, y'all will be looking for the white folks or the black folks, everybody that y'all don't want to work around and live around. When you're replaced by...
So someone said I was going to get stabbed me in the comments. I'm not understanding what's going on.
Wait, hold on. Who said that? Well, we don't do violence. I didn't see it. Let me go back. We'll stab you. Are you talking about... I am liberal? You have it wrong. Conservatives listen. If you go to a liberal that stab you. Is that comment? I don't know if that's addressed to you.
Okay.
Liberal is referring to liberals. And as it relates to political discourse, where liberals tend to get, the fringe liberals tend to get really fanatic and violent if you don't go along with to get along and agree with their political ideology, where some might say conservatives, you can have an open, honest dialogue with conservatives without them turning violent. You may not agree with everything that's being said, but they won't dox and harass you and cancel culture you and scratch and burn your Tesla, and pee in your Starbucks cup. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I don't think he was... I'm pretty sure I am liberal was not referring to you. But I don't want to put words in his mouth, but that's how I'm interpreting that comment. Yeah, no death. We don't promote death in space. And that's it. So, yeah. Brittany, thank you. And this is what happens when JD leaves Nye to moderate. Everybody has a voice. So on that note, I'm going to close the room. Y'all have a good day.
Those Pharisees didn't believe. They didn't believe in Christ. The same way, when we read out the book of Isaiah today, the modern day Christians don't believe that. That's the Old Testament we are doing. We'll keep reading.
Verse 22. And all bear him witness and wonder at the gracious words which proceeded out of his mouth.
Okay, wonder at the words that we read. I'll read it. It's the same Bible that y'all got. Go ahead.
And they said, is this not Joseph's son?
So that's all I'm really trying to say. I think that consistent with the fact that you formulated reasons and thought very deeply about a lot of these things, and that's why you've come to the conclusions you come to, you, as well as everybody else, including especially me, have been influenced to some degree. It doesn't even mean your views are wrong. It just means that there's influence. So that's all. I think if you take it like that, there's nothing to worry about. I care very deeply about the ways to which my views are influenced in these ways. And to a certain extent, it's kind of like you can't eliminate every influence, but you could maybe do things to maybe check your own biases. And a lot of times I find out that I'll form an initial opinion about something that I just heard of. I'll look into it, and then my opinion will shift dramatically because I've now been informed in a way that I wasn't initially informed.
Been updated.
And I really wish most of us engaged in that way. And I'm not perfect, by the way. Sometimes I have knee-jerk reactions, and I talk shit, and then I find out all after the fact, like, oh shit, I was wrong about that. But I try try to not do that. I try to be like reserved with my opinions when I first come across something. Like this is another example of that thing I don't like. You know what I mean? Like I kind of did that today with this discourse on like Joe Reed and Jim Acosta, where we're like, yeah, it's Trump good. I should do the 2026 election. I'm like, what? Like the audacity of the question, like, aren't you liberals like big on not questioning elections? Like, and then I kind of looked into it more, and I felt like, all right, there's some validity to worry about some of the stuff Trump's doing, which I haven't introduced to the room yet. But to just go on and just presume, like, yeah, he's gonna be like Putin, like it's like, wow, okay, well, that's presumptuous. Or whatever. I mean, I don't know. A lot of liberals act like they always know what's going on in the minds of the people they don't like. Like literally, they can read their minds. It's weird. But yeah.
I popped up to say that I was listening to Sarah. She made a lot of sense, but it's so interesting where she's arrived as a result of all of the back and forth that she talked about. I had the same back and forth as a Republican my whole life, who was not a supporter of Trump. I too am not super disappointed with him right now. I'm okay with him right now. But I would say that the back and forth and me shifting in my life has proven to me that I'm less emphatic about what I believe at any given moment in the course of my life going like now and forward, where it sounds like Sarah is still really hard, anti-left at this point, but she used to be anti-right, or at least anti-Trump. And so I think it's interesting that your examples, Sarah, are this back and forth of questioning things and seeing evidence that disproved what you thought originally. But instead of realizing that you were disproven and then deciding, I better be a little more careful about being so emphatic going forward on where I'm at today, based on the fact that I was completely wrong before, which I think it's a good thing to admit that we're wrong before, to be capable of that. I think it's a fault for somebody to just vote one color straight up and down for decades on end when the parties obviously change a lot over time. But at the same time, if anything, like I hear you saying that I thought you couldn't win again because it was so fraudulent in 2020, but then he won. And so it's almost like you completely disproved yourself, but you're still promoting the narrative that there was likely fraud, or at least very possibly fraud. Whereas if I was you, after seeing how he won this time around, I would say it's highly unlikely there was fraud, and that there was other mitigating circumstances that allowed the vote to shift both directions, and it appears that it goes back and forth. I mean, I'm 51. It's gone back and forth pretty much between parties, either every 4 or 8 years my entire lifetime. So this idea of calling out fraud, I think one thing I can say that I think was really, really bad of Trump to do was to question the system in general on purpose just because he lost, because he was a sore loser. I think that sucked, that he made it about the system instead of just accepting his own shortcomings when he lost. And I think he permanently damaged the integrity of the entire system that we depend on. And I don't think that either party is worse than any other party. They're both equally bad right now on two completely opposite ends of things, and they're pulling apart further and further. So those of us that are independent and who are engaging in critical thinking that allows us to change our opinions on these things and to even change parties in some cases, you should be very hesitant to be so emphatic that you're sure of things right now based on what you see, because it's ultimately just an opinion, and you're ultimately forming it in your own head. And probably the less you listen to other people, the worse the opinion is, and the less accurate it is, rather than deferring to maybe experts in politics that are finding the right people that you trust, but the people that spend their life fully engaged in this as a profession. This appeal to authority, or this idea that appealing to authority is a fallacy, is another thing that's coming about because of all of this questioning that Trump's done. And the reality is, we question the appeal to authority on doctors, and the appeal to authority to this. And at this point, it's all just my opinion. I just look at my own shit. If I believe it, I believe it. Now I'm right, and everybody else is wrong. But the reality is that an appeal to an expert is not a fallacy. And if you want to appeal to an authority, well, why are they an authority? Are they an authority because they're an expert? Then that might not be a fallacy either. It's not automatically a fallacy just because we give the benefit of the doubt to somebody that puts 30,000 hours of study into something that we just choose to look up on the internet and decide for ourselves. Like, that's the part that I just question why you arrived where you arrived today is because I hear you in other rooms too, and you're just really pretty hardcore and about what you say now. And I'm kind of like, whoa, after that story, I was like, man, she's a lot more reasonable than I thought. So how does she stay so extreme right now? So I don't know.
I'm not extreme. Like, I actually troll a lot. So let me just make that clear. I get upset. I hate wokeism. You know, I live in LA, so there's a reason why I'm more biased towards one side of the radical. If I move to a radical city on the right, I probably will be doing, you know, the same thing but in the opposite direction. So I live in LA. And I have a problem with wokeism and I have a problem with cancel culture. So when people make stupid comments, I purposely, you know, troll them back. So no, I'm not a radical person. If I say something that's radical, you can be sure it's 100% me trolling.
Yeah, I hear you, and I like that, and I actually resonate with that. I grew up half my life in Seattle, half my life in Atlanta. I can tell you when I was in Seattle, I was a diehard Republican who hated the far left, and then I moved to Georgia, and now I'm more independent or leaning left. Again, opposite what all people around me are. So in some ways, I resonate with your defiance on the West Coast because I've seen the other side of it, and now I'm defiant in another way on this side of things. So it seems like I share that with you. So thanks for explaining that.
You know, Mike, I also want to kind of give a nod to Sarah because I totally feel that switch, at least in the first, like right after the switch is. You've done the switch because you feel so betrayed by people that you trust. Who've been telling you for years certain things, and they've been, you know, like it turns out they've been lying, and so it's almost like this feeling of needing a revenge on them and like wanting to hold them in some way. I mean, it goes away after a while, but like in the first stage of the switch, I think it's very prevalent.
Oh, I think that makes sense. Like, yeah, you're almost hypercritical because you're so
like
disenfranchised.
Yeah. Like former smoker who can't stand when people they want to punch them in the face because they feel so resentful.
That makes sense. I learned a lot about you, Sarah, in what you described. I totally see you differently than I did before. You opened a lot of my mind about. I mean, when I listen to you talk now, I get to see the different lens, which I think is kind of interesting. Thanks.
Alright, let me go ahead and read the stuff they brought out, some of the claims and topics of discussion of the room. So that's a read to people. So another before I'm gonna quickly read this. This is posted on Yahoo, but it's actually originally from Fox News. So I'm gonna be very clear about that. Yahoo, like I said, I repost things from other publications. They're usually pretty good at indicating when they do that though. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew where this came from. The title of this is the thing at the top of the room. It says excellent royal cable stars Jim Costa, Joy Reid float 2026 midterm conspiracies about Trump. And it says here it's written by David Russ. I don't know if David Russ is from Fox News, I assume he is. It's a format read, so I'm going to try to read through it. It's from Fox News originally, so it's going to have a railing bias. That's what I'm trying to be transparent about where it comes from. You'll probably hear the bias in my reading. Okay. In less than a week, two former liberal cable news stars who were essentially discarded by their former networks this year floated conspiracy theories that President Donald Trump will rig next year's midterms. Ex-CNN anchor Jim Acosta and ex-MSNBC anchor Joy Reid were among the media's sharpest critics of Trump's refrain about not really losing the 2020 election. Openly speculated next year's midterms won't be on the level. I don't think Trump intends to leave office, and Reid told far-left writer Wajahat Ali on his Substack last week. I've been very clear about that. I think he intends to stay in office until he dies. quote, whatever Democrats say to me, this is the reason we have to coalesce for 2026. I always ask at the end of their sentence, yeah, so we actually have free and fair elections, end quote. Reid also said in the second, quote, I think it's insane, honestly, to just assume we're going to have normal elections next year, end quote. So these are all Reid's quotes. Reid disparaging the Republican, quote, big beautiful bill as bullshit bill in line with Democratic National Committee talking points and cited House Republicans who supported Trump's legislation in spite of their reservations about it. She claimed their behavior suggested they were worried about being reelected this year. Quote, the way Trump is behaving, he's not acting like somebody who worries that his party will lose power, or that even if somehow he had normal elections and Democrats took control of either the House or the Senate, he's not acting like somebody who's worried about the consequences of that, end quote, she said. Last Tuesday, Costa wondered aloud to Democratic strategist James Carville if the 2026 midterms could be rigged by Trump or advisor Stephen Miller. Quote, in the short word, yes, end quote, Carville said in response to Costa's reading of a viewer of his Substack show asking whether they believe Trump will end up, quote unquote, tampering with the midterm votes. Quote, in longer words, very, end quote. Quote, I don't put anything past him. Nothing. To try to call the election off, to do anything he can, end quote, Carville added. Quote, he can think of things like that, we can't because we're not accustomed to thinking like that. We always assume there's going to be an election, end quote. This is scary shit, Acosta claimed, chimed at one point. Quote, President Trump has taken more action to restore the integrity of our elections on behalf of the American people than any president in modern history. According to the Democrats, voter fraud doesn't exist, but clearly they are already searching for opt-outs, preparing to lose big again in the midterms, end quote, the White House spokesperson told Fox News Digital in response. The far-left Reid was abruptly fired by MSNBC in February. In November 2022, she said only Democrats accept election results when they lose. Acosta quit CNN in January after he was asked to move from Dayside program to a midnight show. He once mocked Trump's 2020 election claims as a big cry, end quote. Last month, former CNN host Don Lemon didn't dismiss comedian Kathy Griffin's suggestion that the 2024 election was also fixed. Quote, I'm Kathy Griffin, and I do not think Trump wanted a free and fair election, end quote, Griffin said. Quote, I believe there was tampering. I don't know if it was the Elon Musk connection. I don't know if it was just a few good old boys in the South who don't do, what they accuse us of, end quote. Quote, you're not far off, end quote, Lemon said. Quote, I won't say that I disagree with you, but I'm an evidence person. I like to see the evidence. I think something was off, especially when someone said, oh, we've got this, and you don't know how to do. You know that. How do we know we've got this? How do you know? Or I don't need your vote, or anything like that. It's a little bit odd, end quote. In the past two midterms, the sitting president's party lost control of the House. In 2018, during Trump's first term, Democrats won back control of the chamber for the first time since the GOP Tea Party won in 2010. In 2022, President Joe Biden's Democrats were widely seen as overperforming, but nevertheless lost control of the House to the GOP. And then the article ends. So one of the things that kind of brought this up for me were the comments that I just read a lot of quotes from, that I actually saw the video clips of with Jim Acosta and Joy Reid. Until I read this just now, I didn't know about the Don Lemon stuff in Kathy Griffin. But yeah, these are like media pundits that are, and this is one of the reasons why the local minority of the left are so loud, is because they have a bunch of crazies in the media. Or at least, people tipping towards the extreme left in the media. And so they say these bold things to get clicks and likes, and they serve their goals of drawing eyes and attention to things that are sensationalizable. That's how the news media works and operates. But they end up perpetuating disinformation brought to a distorted picture of what's actually happening. Which really doesn't help our discourse. And it dumps fuel on the fire to people who are already primed towards really, really far-fetched conspiracy theories to get in the first place. It's like some people just can't help themselves. So that was kind of like the basis of me rethinking about our discourse on election integrity. Because at the heart of it, when you strip away from the sensationalized stuff, conspiracy theory stuff, there are legitimate questions about what is the fairest way to run elections in a way that maximizes the opportunity for anybody who wants to vote exactly once, insofar as they're legally able to vote. And jurisdiction has a place, time, and manner authority, so that they don't all look uniform. It's very decentralized, which partly is a good thing. But it creates an impediment to like monitoring everything with the utmost maximal transparency the entire time. And so there will always be things you can tug on and question for your purposes, even though there really isn't anything there. But at the end of the day, I think the ultimate goal is to want people to trust that the processes work, would have some semblance of confidence that they work, that it's within reason. It's not going to be perfect, but it should be as good as we can. And then people who are on the fringe who question it anyway for politically motivated reasons, they have enough discretion to ignore those people. That's what I think the ultimate goal is. And I think it's becoming a more and more difficult goal to achieve. Going back to the room, what do you guys think about the best way to accomplish maximal election integrity and maximal trust in our election processes?
I think it's just transparency. The more transparent, the better. I mean, I installed a security system in the brand new building that Fulton County used this last election cycle to count all the votes after the debacle of 2020. And all of the claims against him, where Fulton County was kind of the center of it all. And so they built this new center where they had all of the votes come in for all of Fulton County this year. And I actually personally installed 300 cameras around the area. And inside of it, they had all of the voting machines locked up behind a security fence, and they had cables on them in a certain way with flags and stuff that if they were open, that you'd be able to tell. And then they had a glass structure with desks in there where all the counting was set to take place. And then they had the facility allows the public to walk through and stand there and watch the counting taking place in this glass box. And so they went full on transparency on the recount in order to say that, listen, if you're concerned about it, come and watch the process. And I think that the more transparent it is, obviously, the safer it is for us. And if you don't go yourself to watch it, then, I think shame on you if you start convincing yourself that shit happened because you start reading stuff online or something. I think that they're making it really available for us to see what's happening in person, at least in the case of our county. And I think that that's the best thing they can do about it.
What do other people think?
Honestly, I think I really don't see any issues in the last election. So if you just kind of maintain like the openness and the ability for people to get out and vote and count correctly, I think it should be fine. We don't have like as many constraints as 2 elections ago with like COVID or even last election. So like I don't really see the issue. So like kind of similar to I think what you said earlier, kind of curious because it kind of sounds like fear mongering to me.
Sorry, just be more specific. What sounds like fear mongering?
Like the ex-liberal people saying like they're not sure if there's going to be a free and fair election. Like, why do you say that? You know what I mean? Like, I get it. Like, Trump be doing a bunch of stuff you may not agree with. Right now, it seems like there's no contention because they got both the House and the Senate. But to go from losing the presidential race to essentially saying that like free elections are done, like what basis do you really have to make such a brass statement?
Okay, you're talking about what Joy Reid, Jim McCaskill were saying.
Exactly.
To be clear, they're not ex-liberals; they're ex-anchors on liberal TV cable networks. They're still they're liberal as fuck. They're just no longer on MSNBC and CNN. I have another thing I want to read to steel man the other side. That it does make sense to be wary that the Trump administration administration is doing things onward that are likely to undermine election integrity, I don't think we should be so naive as to think that or presume that Republicans generally, and Trump in particular, are pure and honest in all things having to do with elections. So I'm going to read you a left-leaning source. Next, by a left-leaning organization called Democracy Docket. If you've heard of them before, you know what they are. For those who don't, they're basically a left-leaning, I want to say think tank. Maybe think tank is not the best descriptor, but something like a think tank. They basically draw attention from the perspective of liberals to issues that liberals care about, in order to raise awareness and make people remain vigilant against certain issues. And among the issues that they care about are election integrity issues and the threat that they think that Donald Trump in particular and his regime pose to it. So I want it to be fair in the room. And I don't want to dismiss liberal worries, because here's the thing. My main thing is, it's not all liberals that I disagree with. I think that the sensible liberals are the ones I get along with the best, because I recognize that they're at least sensible people and they're willing to change their mind if they get presented with reasons to do so that are compelling from their point of view. It's the woke radicals I don't like on the left. So I don't want to paint the entire left as if they're all radical. It's actually a minority of the leftists that are radicals. It's the radicals I can't fucking stand. Those people are freaking crazy to me. But I do try to be fair to the more reasonable, sensible liberals, because I actually respect them. And I probably would be one of them if it weren't for the fucking radicals. I don't like the radicals so much. Sometimes I distance myself from like normal liberals. Like, you're too close to the people I don't like. Maybe that's a bias of mine. That's it. At the top of the room now is the Democracy Docket article. I'm going to read part of it to ground. I think Kirk made a great transition to do so. I want to ground, I think, the reasonable worries from the left in some evidence. A lot of this evidence is going to be cited for some of the, I think, more woke conspiracy theories, but all I'm trying to establish is it does make sense to not give the Trump administration the benefit of the doubt in terms of regulating elections in the fairest way possible. One, because the way that they're doing it is uber partisan, and two, because Trump has done so many untoward things and illegal things, like documented illegal things, that it would be irrational to just give him the benefit of the doubt. Anybody who has a criminal record, to just give them the benefit of the doubt when it comes to running the country or running federal agencies, I think is irrational. So I would support my liberal friends in their raising awareness to the shit Trump's doing. Okay, that said, I want to read this. So this is called Trump's Plan to Control Elections is Coming into Focus. It's written by Jacob Knutson, Knutson. It was written on March 17th, so 3 months ago. No, 4 months ago. Okay, here we go. Since his inauguration, President Donald Trump has many times outlined his extreme vision for U.S. elections. In the first cabinet meeting of his second administration, he falsely asserted that U.S. elections are, quote, extremely dishonest, end quote, and called for restrictive voting reforms like eliminating early voting. During a meeting with governors, Trump called on state leaders to pass laws eliminating mail and electronic voting while falsely claiming they are sources of election fraud. Now Trump and his allies are acting on his words. In recent weeks, the administration has pulled back on efforts to fight racial discrimination in voting, weakened protections against foreign interference in our voting systems, and potentially laid the groundwork to increase Trump's personal control over independent agencies, among other steps. The administration has attempted to justify its acts through false claims of widespread voter fraud, which is exceptionally rare in U.S. elections. Taken together, experts say the moves threaten to undermine the single most important plank in our democratic system, free and fair elections. Tara Malloy, a senior director of the Elections Watchdog Group Campaign Legal Center, told Democracy Docket that it's alarming that this attempt to influence elections is occurring within a broader plan to expand presidential power. Quote, there's a way in which it's not just an aggrandizement of presidential power, but a way to perpetuate presidential power. End quote, Malloy said. Quote, because of course you could be influencing the outcome of elections, not just their operations. End quote. Quote, there's There's a concern that it's not just a one-time problem, but an attempt to entrench, whether it's this president, his party, or his ideological supporters, in a way that is less easy to reform or change in the future, end quote, Malloy added. Using independent agencies to influence elections. So since January, Trump has launched a broad offensive to assert power over regulatory agencies that were created by Congress to operate without direct control from the White House. That assault has included an effort to assert control over the Federal Elections Commission, or the FEC, potentially making it easier for Trump to tilt elections in the GOP's favor. Charged with administering and enforcing the federal campaign finance laws and investigating campaign finance violations, the FEC is key to upholding the integrity of federal campaigns, reducing political corruption, and providing transparency about who is spending money on federal elections. Trump last month moved to fire Ellen Weintraub, a Democratic member of the commission, without cause, something no other president has ever done. Weintraub hasn't filed a lawsuit challenging her dismissal, but former FEC officials believe the attempt is likely illegal. Whether through a lawsuit over Weintraub's dismissal or challenges to other firings, courts, especially the Supreme Court, could ultimately give Trump the ability to fire FEC commissioners. Daniel Weiner, director at the Britain Center for Justice, told Democracy Docket that would significantly increase the possibility of the FEC being weaponized against Trump's political opponents, as his administration would have increased influence to weigh in on its regulatory and enforcement decisions. Quote, what we've seen with this administration is that they really do seem to want to go after their enemies, end quote, Weiner said. Quote, no other president in recent history has been so overt about weaponizing the government against his political opponents, end quote. And this is me talking now, maybe we leave out Joe Biden. Which that statement's incredible. But whatever. I mean, I guess there are people who perceive what happened under the Biden administration as Joe Biden not weaponizing the government against Trump, but I don't know, man. Democrats have weaponized the government against Trump in so many ways leading up to this election. I don't know how anybody on the left can say this straight face, but I don't know, man. Maybe there's some argument I haven't heard. Okay, now I'm going to read it. Additionally, Trump may sign an executive order that dissolves the leadership of the U.S. Postal Service and incorporates the service into the Department of Commerce, according to the Washington Post. Doing so would give Trump and his political appointees direct control of the agency that handles mail ballots. Experts told Democracy Docket that not only could this shake voter confidence in mail voting, but the administration could make voting by mail more difficult by changing postage requirements for mail ballots or influencing how states mail ballots to voters. Trump could also use newfound influence over other independent agencies unrelated to elections to target political opponents. The Federal Communications Commission, for example, reopened its inquiry into a previously dismissed complaint against CBS for coverage during the 2024 presidential election. The complaint, filed by a conservative law firm, claimed an interview on 60 Minutes with presidential candidate Kamala Harris amounted to, quote, partisan and unlawful acts of election and voter interference, end quote. Just before Trump tapped him to chair the FCC, Brendan Carr linked the complaint with the FCC's review of license transfers involving CBS, essentially pitting the company's First Amendment rights against its business imperatives. Quote, that is really, really, really unprecedented, Weiner said. Free speech and journalism organizations have criticized the move as an affront to free speech and press freedoms that can influence editorial judgments in future elections. All right, opening elections up to foreign interference. By cutting election security programs with the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, the Trump administration may be exposing future elections to external threats, experts warn. The agency has been crucial to helping state and local election officials secure elections from foreign and domestic cyber attacks and handle disinformation and influence campaigns that seek to erode Americans' faith in democratic institutions. Such election interference operations have grown both in scope and sophistication over the past decade, especially with the rise of artificial intelligence. The Trump administration placed employees that worked on CISA's election programs on administrative leave and stripped federal funding for systems that alert thousands of state and local governments to cybersecurity and election threats. State and local election officials have told Democracy Docket they fear that dismantling these programs will leave future elections less secure. Additionally, the administration disbanded an FBI special unit tasked with confronting foreign threats into elections, creating what a former FBI counterintelligence head called, quote, a free-for-all for foreign intel services seeking influence, end quote. Trump may be able to meddle with the nuts and bolts of election systems by controlling the Election Assistance Commission, the EAC. But similarly, leadership structure as the FEC, the EAC helps state and local officials improve how elections are conducted. It distributes grants to improve election infrastructure, certifies voting equipment, and analyzes state-by-state data to determine best practices in election administration. The EAC has long been targeted by Republicans, and Trump has the ability to fire its board members at will. He could quickly aim to zero influence how it certifies or decertifies voting system hardware and software. The Trump administration has already attempted to influence the EAC's work by including $55 billion in election security grants administered by the agency in its massive, indefinite federal funding freeze earlier this year. The administration rescinded the freeze after it set off a wave of legal challenges. Institutionalizing the big lie. To bolster his efforts to control elections, Trump has stacked the Department of Justice with officials who have supported his baseless claims of rampant voter fraud in the 2020 presidential election, and who may have worked to overturn state election results on behalf of his campaign. These include top officials like Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Cash Patel, both of whom did not say who won the 2020 election during their confirmation hearings. But it also includes these selected to lead offices that enforce federal laws protecting the right to vote. Trump nominated Harmeet Dillon, one of his loyal allies who has been involved in dozens of lawsuits changing voting rights laws, redistricting election processes, to lead the Civil Rights Division, often referred to as the crown jewel of the DOJ, the Division of Support Protecting Civil Rights and Liberties. Dillon has yet to be confirmed, but the Civil Rights Division has already abruptly shifted away from defending voting rights. So far, it's dropped voting rights lawsuits against Texas, Virginia, and Alabama, and also retracted a previous request to participate in a lawsuit over unfair maps in Louisiana that's set to be heard by the Supreme Court. Leader, the president and director, said that the country, even in Trump's first term, never had a DOJ so readily turned into the president's personal law firm, quote unquote. Which is just not what the DOJ is. It's just not what anyone has understood the DOJ to be, leader said, but it's incredibly risky. In future elections, such officials may be more willing to not act if voting rights are threatened, or could oppose efforts to protecting voting rights. They may also be more likely to pursue criminal investigations and even prosecutions against voters and election administrators over spurious allegations of fraud. Alright, so that was the democracy document argument. I brought it to the submission of the room because I wanted to be fair, but also I wanted to underscore there are a lot of reasonable, sincere questions about what the current administration is doing with respect to election integrity and the uber partisan ways in which it's doing things that in general might be more palatable if they were bipartisan. So revamping the FEC or the EAC, if it's done just from the perspective of Republicans and Democrats don't get any input, that's partisan. And if we're trying to come up with fair rules for everybody to be, to apply to everybody's elections, then probably Democrats who run major elections all over the country every year, every 2 years or 4 years, should have some say in that, right? It would be like you have two teams, the Lakers and the Celtics, and the Lakers are getting all the say in terms of what the rules of basketball are, but the Celtics don't get to have any input. It's you might do rules in such a way as to favor the Lakers, but is that really fair? Right? By simple analogy, I think it's the same kind of dynamic when it comes to Republicans and Democrats quibbling over what the election rules should be. And if the president has an outsized influence on the election rules of the nation or as an expansion of the president's power, then what that means is that the rules are likely going to be tipped in favor of whatever party is in the White House at the time, which is going to, I think, maximize public lack of confidence in our elections. So that Trump is expanding is short-sighted. It may benefit the Republicans in the short term, but the moment Democrats get in there and start taking advantage of all of the same things that powers that Trump expanded untowardly, it probably is not going to go well for Republicans. The Republicans are going to cry foul and all that kind of shit. Forgot. Throwing into the room, what do you guys think about some of the worries that were epitomized by the article that I just read by Democracy Docket? Do you think that there's a rational fear basis to question some of the things that the Trump administration is doing when it comes to election integrity?
I would say absolutely. And it's relevant and related to the question that you asked, Christian. And I guess, no, not to ask everybody, but Christian answered the question. Whether Trump wants to, roll into his days, probably yes. Most likely, it looks like that from his actions. But he just. What other people think?
It's gotta be crazy. I'm not sure if we all that. Like, I feel like one of the things that people always watch out for is like foreign influence and like discrimination. Is like if you're kind of loosening the things that are supposed to prevent that, then like everything looks shady at that point. Like, what's your like true goal? You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of. Yeah, and I feel obligated to make sure that I included a steel man version of the kinds of worries that the leftists are having, because I think a lot of the worries are well founded, and a lot of the unwillingness to give the administration the benefit of the doubt are reasonable. The only real difference between me and some of the more, I think, extreme on the issue is that I'm not willing to jump in with 2 feet and just presume Trump's planning to do the most evil thing possible. I can't say that. I don't know that. But if he is, that shit's not cool, and it should be criticized well in advance, and people should be paying attention. I feel like that's a more sensible position. Like, people are like Joe Reed's saying things like, "We're never going to have elections again." Like, I don't know how helpful that is to raising awareness to what Trump might do. And I don't know, it kind of it motivates people to go over the top and overreact in a way that helps ironically shield Trump and Republicans from any onto things they may be planning, because they just go, look how crazy these people are being, and they have a point, because some of the people are legit being over the fucking top. But then it masks the people who maybe are not as loud, who are being more sensible, and they're not saying the crazy thing. They're saying a version of it that's more sensible, and they're being outshouted by the crazies.
So, Jason, in your opinion, does Supreme Court favor Trump in their decisions?
Sometimes, yeah. It seems like the Supreme Court has ruled in ways that help Trump accomplish his policy aims a lot lately. So I understand the perception that the Supreme Court supports Trump. I don't know that they're literally aiming to support Trump, because I read the opinions, and they do give logic and rationale that aren't like, we're doing this because we want to help Trump. Obviously, they couldn't do that explicitly because that wouldn't be justified. I acknowledge I'm not naive about that. What I'm saying is, like, when you assess objectively the validity or lack thereof of their rationale, limited through my limited understanding of how the law works, and that's important to point out. I'm not a legal expert, so my assessment could be wrong because I'm not a legal expert, and there may be some subtle things I'm missing. But when I bring it into rooms with people who do have that background, who disagree with Trump, I find that even they find it difficult at times to actually like argue against the rationale.
Yeah, this is what I was saying. So I think sometimes is the key word here, because what like Joy Reid and like people who are in her camp, they want to say that Supreme Court is in the pocket of Trump. Basically, it's going to do whatever Trump wants. Which is not the case. And just because they have ruled sometimes in his favor doesn't necessarily mean that they are unequivocally, playing along with him, like second fiddle to whatever he wants. And to me, I mean, I might be wrong, but the article that you read from the Democracy, what is it, Bucket or
Democracy Docket, yeah.
What was it called? Docket. It seemed to me that overall, they are making, step by step, logically sound argument. But I think the very beginning, some of the fundamental premises that they are creating with, one of which is that Supreme Court is going to let Trump do whatever he wants, just based on a couple of examples of them ruling in his favor. I don't think that's the case. That's to say that, but if I think that he desires to rule forever, probably, most likely. I mean, it looks like that he's a egomaniac. That would be in line with his behavior so far. But whether he would be allowed or people will play along with it, I highly doubt.
Yeah. Okay, this is for the Supreme Court term 24-25, which would include rulings since January 20th, 2025. 42% of the cases have been unanimous. This data is reported as of June 28, 2025. So that's almost half. It's 8% shy, 8% shy of half have been unanimous. I do think that there's some hyperbole in terms of the court being a MAGA court or overly conservative or whatever. I do think that there are clear delineations between approaches of the justices, and the quote-unquote liberal justices have a certain kind of approach that the rest of the justices, the quote-unquote MAGA or right-leaning or conservative justices, have different approaches. And I do think that there is an alignment between the approaches that the judges have and the wider ideological things. So there are links between conservatism and a lot of the originalist approaches and liberalism and a lot of the living constitution approaches of the quote-unquote liberal justices. So that's not wrong. I don't want to be like, I don't want to lie about that. But I do think that a lot of times it's overblown and people think that the Supreme Court justices are just as partisan as every other politician. And I don't know that there's evidence of that. I do think justices have biases. I think all justices have biases. But really the test of that is how well can they ground their rulings in the law. And so I don't see naked partisanship in our Supreme Court justices. I do see political biases evident in our Supreme Court justices, but that's inevitable. Like there's no such thing as a Supreme Court justice with no biases ever. So I mean, I do think that the Supreme Court is not ideal in that the balance between the approaches is not realized, and maybe there are arguments for that balance being realized. And maybe there were better options for Supreme Court justices in terms of whatever their biases are ideologically. I do feel, for example, that Clarence Thomas is really biased towards the right. I think that's apparently true, and it shows in subtle ways in some of his decisions, and not so subtle ways in others. As an example, I do think Ketanji Brown Jackson is also not, I think, fairly obviously biased towards liberalism, but almost in an equivalent in opposite direction as Clarence Thomas. So I think that the biases exist. I think that they're kind of apparent. I don't know that every Supreme Court justice is biased to the same degree, though. I don't know that Kagan is as biased as Ketanji Brown Jackson. She might be, but I don't think so. I don't even know that Sotomayor is. She might be.
I think Thomas is the worst, to your point, for sure. And it's also judged by the actions of his wife, too, and the things she said and done. I think that he's definitely the worst. But there's one more of them. I don't remember which one. The flag issue. They put the flag up, upside down, or half-mast, or whatever it was.
Alito?
Was that Alito? Yeah, it was Alito that did it. You're right. That issue. Yeah, but I mean, I guess, but I've been married 32 years.
They can control his wife.
Maybe, but I think it's more likely that him and his wife agree on those major angles. And it just seems, I think he should be going out of his way to make sure that doesn't happen. And if if she disagreed with him, I'm not sure she would be doing that flagrantly like that in front of him. I'm sure he was more than okay with the concept. But anyway, so that stood out to me. But those two for sure.
Michael, I think you're. I mean, I don't remember. I don't want to presume, but I think you either are or were married. Have your wife, have your life. She can hang the freaking flag however she wants.
I've been married 23 years, but it goes like
the man doesn't learn.
If she was no, I kind of think of it differently. I kind of think like if they have a successful marriage for any length of time, then she would be supportive of his career. She would know better than to make political gestures when her husband's a Supreme Court justice. Either she's just an idiot or she's defiantly polar opposed politically to her husband, which is probably not likely, but it just seems like a really bad idea for her to do that, and it seems like it's something that he was okay with because he didn't think it through or something, or his true light just showed. I don't know. It's too coincidental that he appears to be as right as he is, and then to be hired by Trump, and then to do that, it's pretty. You have to go out of his way to. He was appointed. Yeah, I'm sorry, the wrong word. You know my point. He was appointed by Trump, and when he's appointed by Trump, he was also vested by the people that Trump used to vest these extremely right-winged possibilities. Like Trump.
He was voted in by the Congress too, so it isn't like it was just Trump.
It's all political. That's all politically based, though, based on the history of the court. I'm not trying to disagree. And none of that makes it less likely that he's biased. None of those points.
Fair enough. I'm not trying to be clear. I'm not trying to disagree with you all that much. I'm just trying to be very specific about the process. Because the process it involves input from both houses because Congress is involved. Yeah, well, you're right. It is definitely political. There's no.
Yeah, and Trump went to the Heritage Foundation, I think it is, or whatever. He went for a lot of those suggestions. I mean, he went very extreme in the groups that he used to suggest who he should be picking. I mean, he didn't pick these things out of his back pocket. So there's this huge agendas behind why they were recommended.
I agree. Honestly.
That said, we've always known there was political bias in the Supreme Court. I mean, no one ever questioned Senator O'Connor's, leaning, right? Like, it's always been the case. It's just troublesome that it's so outnumbered right now. I think it's in the best interest of the country to be closer to a balance, but that's just me.
Yeah, I agree. I think that there's a strong argument, a compelling argument that can be made that the balance should not be 3 to 6. Instances, that a 5-4 balance would be probably more ideal.
I think that anytime we get further away from a balance anywhere in Congress and the Supreme Court, any of it, I think it's in the disinterest of the country. I think literally what Americans should be hoping for is as close to the middle as possible, even if we end up getting quote-unquote less done because it's not so overwhelming on either side. That's actually better. I'd rather, I think, drawing out than getting shoved through on a bipartisan basis.
I also would prefer Supreme Court justices with moderate leanings as opposed to really pronounced leanings on one side or the other. I think it's another avenue of balance that would be ideal.
Yeah. Well, that goes in for president as far as I'm concerned, but they can't get through the primary. So
I feel like more modern politicians in general would be ideal, but I'm just talking about the court. Like that's an avenue of balance that I think it's overlooked a lot of times.
Yeah.
Very confusing. I fucking jump this up like it's stupid.
Where? So yeah, to go round to Kirk. So Kirk will kind of question, okay, well, let's see if we can remember what real basis do you have in being worried about what the Trump administration is going to do with respect to elections, and then I tried to give an answer to that with this article that I read from Democracy Docket. I do think there are things that the Trump administration has done and is trying to do that should raise eyebrows from people who are paying attention, as far as like tipping the scale in favor of the GOP when it comes to the context of elections in a way that's not to work. And allowing the president to do that now is going to set precedents that are going to backfire in a major way in the future, no matter who's president. Because then you're going to have presidents who are incentivized as a new normal to tip the scale in favor of their party every year, every 4 years, or whenever they get in office. And I don't think our system can tolerate. Well, it's a question of to what extent our system can tolerate that kind of shit. It's not supposed to be topsy-turvy like that. So I'm not a fan of Trump's moves to expand presidential power, which is ideologically motivated and was explicitly a policy aid in Project 2025, believe it or not. So it seems like Trump's trying to deliver on those things.
And the unprofessional nature of the language and the extreme nature of the language that he uses when he makes posts about certain things, like he did on the one on 4th of July about the other side, makes him unusual as a president in his obvious blatant hatred of the other side. It's just the way what he says is not. It doesn't sound like the way that other professional presidents have talked about their opposing parties in the past. There is a difference. If somebody can't recognize the words that he uses and the language that he uses and the divisiveness that he creates and the way that he uses that, then they're not going to be willing to recognize how different and unusual he is. And that unusual difference is the reason that we should be more worried about him taking on more presidential control than potentially somebody else 25 years ago.
I do find Trump's rhetoric problematic. I think that some people exaggerate how problematic it is. It's annoying. But I do think it is problematic. It's not trivial that we have a foul-mouthed president who denigrates one side of the aisle so much that it's like, how probably is compromise working together under this president? I'm not sure.
And his attack on the existing structures of government, from the FBI to everything else, it's all of it is the anti-establishment tone of his foray into government politics. His outsider view that the entire system is corrupt and that America is in trouble because of where it stands. When he's creating a lot of the atmosphere that makes it feel that way, in a way that other presidents have never done. Everything from January 11th to everything that he says, including the post on 4th. The post on 4th was a perfect example. I don't remember the details of it specifically. I read it. His Twitter post.
January 6th.
No, it's July 4th Twitter post where he
said January 11th, but I think you meant
January 6th. Yeah, I meant to say, yeah. Everything from that, I mean, it started there in my mind for sure, in something that was inappropriate and promoting and not stopping. But if not promoting, at least not stopping on a timely basis. But it just keeps going on and on. I mean, for somebody to say, why? I wonder why would we be worried about him than anybody else? For somebody to say that, I think they're totally clueless. I don't care how they vote. It just makes no sense. I mean, it seems blatantly obvious.
I hear you.
And his attack on his own party, on the other Republicans, his naming of rhinos, the way that he attacked Republicans of the old guard in the same nature that he attacked Democrats. It was basically him versus everybody, including his own party, until he had control over it. And so that was super interesting. He redefined a party. He turned a party in a Congress that was ultimately against him, but afraid of him, into a party that at least outwardly supports him now, through bullying procedures and through demonizing the people that were there before him, including especially the ones that are more moderate. And that too is not something that I've seen in my lifetime as a Republican coming into their own party. And I thought of him as like anti-war, and at least in the way that he talked about the wars because I heard a lot of young people supporting liking him because it seemed like that he was very not interested in engaging in wars. But then when it comes down to it, at least in this term, he's very much acting like any other Republican would act, as far as I'm concerned, in the way that he's handling wars and Iran and everything else. He's doing what he needs to do from a war perspective. And he's giving the military all the resources that they need, and he's driving up taxes. Like, he's doing everything Republicans, bad Republicans have always done, and he's getting rid of some of the things that Republicans champion that I would argue were the good parts of the party. And again, of course, we should worry about him, especially if we've been Republicans most of our lives and we don't necessarily approve of what he did to the party.
Andre, you good? So you leave and come back.
Just, as always, when I get on the phone, when I come back and everything's silent.
Oh no, it legit was silent though.
Oh.
I feel like you might have thought the silence made your phone was glitching.
That's a good question.
Jason, do you think that Musk's new party would be more helpful to the Democrats or the Republicans?
I don't know. It seems like it's flopping like all the other third party attempts, so it may in the end not really affect either party. It seems like a more effective thing that would negatively impact the Republicans would be Musk throwing his money behind primary Republicans that voted for the Big Beautiful Bill. It will be interesting to see if he also tries to primary radical leftists that he doesn't like with his money, but I don't know. His party is an interesting thing. I actually was going to do a room about it, but I haven't done enough research yet. But I like the idea of third parties. It's just that they don't typically have success. It seems like the two main parties have such a strong hold on our politics and really our political infrastructure that it's hard for third parties to break in. So,
but if anybody could have any kind of traction, even if it doesn't go anywhere initially, but just to put the conversation back into the minds of people in general, it would probably be the richest guy in the world, I would think. I mean, maybe money didn't help Bloomberg, you know what I mean? So it doesn't.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's doomed to fail. I'm saying so far it doesn't look like it's gaining traction.
Yeah, I don't even know what his principles are. I mean, frankly, he was willing to roll over and kiss Trump's ass just because he wanted, certain rules for EVs. It seems like to me what he's going for. And then when he didn't get that, he just flipped automatically. So I'm not sure that he's principled.
From what I understand, the next 3 next 4 parties have contacted him already to see if they can create some sort of alliance.
Yeah, I mean, anything that gets people who are more moderate to prominence on a national scale, I'm kind of for. I don't really like uber partisan politicians. But I mean, I don't know. legislation easier or harder if we had like 7 major parties with approximately even representation in our Congress?
It'd be terrible.
I genuinely don't know the answer to that question. I don't know. So I mean, I have reservations. I do want more of a balance, but I don't want to exacerbate already existing trends of gridlock in Washington.
Then people will call you Democratic, liberal, moderate, American.
All the labels.
I do kind of like the idea of like trying to push like both sides to kind of get their heads out of their asses. You know what I mean? Because I feel like that's the best thing that'll come out of like a third party. If the given base loses enough of their constituents, then like it kind of make them wake up like, okay, we gotta switch something up and stop tweaking out of these streets, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, part of me wonders if MAGA, as we define it, is really the actual majority in the Republican Party, or if it's not, behind the scenes. And if J.D. Vance may not be able to hold down, if it's a minority in the Republican Party, which I think it is still, can J.D. Vance hold it down like Trump did? I'm not convinced that will happen automatically.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know what J.D. Vance's chances are of winning the next election at all.
He doesn't know everything. He doesn't even know the future.
I mean, there are things that the Republicans can do. I mean, if Trump endorses him, then you can mobilize Trump's sicker fan base behind J.D. Vance. They've already voted for him on the ticket with Trump, so voting for him at the top of the ticket, I don't think is that far-fetched, particularly if Trump's endorsing him. But it's not clear that he's gonna win yet. But and it's also not clear who he would be running against. I mean, if they ran him against AOC, he might actually win. If they ran him against, I don't know, maybe a Gavin Newsom, one of the other people who was a part of their deep bench, Westmore, Pritzker, maybe they have chances. But I don't know how the American people see these figures actually. And I don't know to what extent the stain on the Democrat Party would actually negatively impact them, or even like Shapiro or something, or maybe even Gretchen Whitmer. It seems like the Democrat Party has decided that women are the problem, and so they're not going to run a woman next time, which is hilarious.
Wait, is that already on the books?
Well, it just seems that way because they talked that way. And actually, the progressives have pointed out that they sense what I sense, which is the Democrats they haven't said it, but their whole thing is like, well, the last 2 times we lost were there were women, so I feel like the conclusion's inevitable, but maybe they will run a woman. I don't know. AOC is supposed to be the shit. Gretchen Whitmer was talked about at one point, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's how I thought they might be rallying behind somebody like the Michigan governor.
I don't know. If they ran Kamala Harris again, I just feel like
that would be hilarious, man.
That would be such a avoidable mistake. Like what the fuck are y'all doing? But it just seems like they're not gonna do that. It seems like they kind of are aware she's not popular, and credit to.
What gave it away?
I don't think they should run. I think that they know that though. I don't think they're that stupid. I just think that they're denial a lot of times.
No, you see, to me, her candidacy was a sacrificial lamb.
Yeah.
They basically sacrificed her. I mean, at least the makers and shakers, like the people who were shells for them. I mean, they would have rallied behind whoever it was. Doesn't matter. You presented like a chair, they would tell you about how wonderful the policies of a chair are.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really pick her the first time around.
Exactly. I mean, she was shit the first time. I mean, she didn't survive
I mean, even the last time they didn't pick her, they kind of defaulted to her because they felt under pressure to make a decision quickly.
Yeah.
Just kind of pushed her into place, It made sense. I mean, she's the VP. It made sense. Under pressure.
I don't know that AOC is going to be favored because it seems like they're trying to get away from the progressives.
What do you think of Elizabeth Warren? Not that she wants to run, but
you mean the Pocahontas?
As far as like the likelihood that they're going to go with her, I don't know. They're kind of in a weird place right now. I don't know what their priorities are.
Yeah, I don't know.
She might run though. I don't know. Did she run in 2024?
I think she ran the very beginning part of the primaries.
Yeah, she might run again.
I mean, to be honest, they need a fresh face in some capacity. There's
really hilarious.
If
Hillary Clinton ran again, that would be hilarious.
I wouldn't put it against them.
It's possible. It'd just be weird. It'd be like, oh my god, they're running it back.
Yeah, but it's fucking weird that Trump ran again. Like, it would fit. It would fit the story. I think she would run against anybody.
It was weird that Trump ran and won. That was weird to me.
Yeah, it is. It's fucking weird. It's more a statement of how pathetic the Democrats were and how badly they were damaged by the Joe Biden thing. That's really what it's an example of.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think he lost.
Hard and he won. It was just like, wow, bro.
But in terms of support, even within the ranks of the Republican Party, I think Trump has much more ground than Hillary amongst Democrats. I mean, her whole party fucking hates her. So I highly doubt that she would do it.
Well, I think that I still believe that, I don't know, maybe it's changed, and maybe I'm just naive. As of 2020, I could have said that I believe that a majority of Republicans were closeted, did not support Trump, but were afraid to say otherwise. I know that was the case in 16. I know it. So in 20, was it still not sure? In 24, did it exist anymore? I don't know. I think it's split by age, to be honest with you. Anybody that's been Republican like me for several decades, we're not necessarily huge Trump fans. Like, I still think there's a lot of neocon Republicans.
Yeah, that's a good point, but I think the difference is that, within the Republican Party, the people who do support Trump, they're like die-hard Trump supporters.
Right, exactly.
They go all the way through and through. On the Democratic side with Hillary, there's no Hillary club. Nobody's going to throw their career out of the window for
But that's the charisma. That comes out of charisma, which is nobody's else talking about fans.
White dudes for Hillary, bro.
Fans lacks charisma in the same way Hillary lacks charisma. Like, charisma's a big deal.
Fans doesn't lack charisma.
Yeah, he does. Oh my god, dude, they talk about him fucking his couch. Like, that's a perfect example of how he's like
charisma.
Yeah, he does. Oh, I can believe it. So I think you guys know
he actually has charisma.
I'm not saying he's dumb. I think he's smart, but I don't think he has charisma at all.
He does have charisma. What are you doing right now?
I don't know. I would be interested to see what other people think. I disagree with you quite a bit, actually.
He is
really you.
Go ahead.
No, I think so. Mike, if you compare him to Trump has very animalistic charisma, right? It's like he can read the crowd, he can sort of he can guide the crowd. crowd with his bullshit and his, word salad and whatnot.
Right.
So it's much more. Yeah. So. Not to that extent. Come on, dude. Like, it was not a word salad. When Obama opened his mouth with Clinton would, make you feel like you're the most important thing in the whole universe. It wasn't the word salad. He just hypnotizes you. Like Trump, I saw him live last year before he became president. And it's hypnotic. He just says nonsense. Like, if you look away from him and kind of try to analyze what the fuck he's saying, it's nonsense. Like, the previous sentence has nothing to do with the next one. But it works. People go wild. He says, what they hear and they just go crazy. With Vance, he's much more in line with traditional, rhetorician. Like, he's well-spoken. He behaves himself, like a gentleman. So I think he does have a charisma, just a different kind.
Like, to say that a person doesn't have charisma because you don't like them is weird.
No, I'm not necessarily saying because of that. I mean, I don't know. When anybody, I look at him almost like a nerd, kind of like people make fun of him about humping his couch. Like, that's not something that's not something that happens to somebody who is just who's as charismatic as Bill Clinton or whatever. Like, it's almost like silly. Like, the things that people laugh about him are silly things. Like, it doesn't. He seems like a nerd. He seems nerdy to me, but not in a good way necessarily. I don't know. I don't see it.
Nerds can have charisma too.
Yes, they can, but I don't think he has it. I just don't. I don't know.
I mean, listen to him speak, bro. I think it's pretty evident he has charisma.
I think he's smart and well-spoken.
Yeah, well,
how am I gonna say that?
If you have charisma, what do you think that means?
It means a lot. It means it's an innate thing that some people seem to have or not have. It's a combination of physical attractiveness, a perception of intelligence, although Trump has it and he's not necessarily perceived as intelligent by anybody who actually understands what that would require. I don't know. I mean, I think Trump has it. I just don't think that, I don't know. In the same way, that's what I'm saying. I think MAGA is a one-off thing. It's Trump. He made the party about himself, and it's going to be a challenge when he's no longer there to pass that on to somebody else that's not him. That's the problem with turning a party around and making it all about yourself. Can you pass it down?
I agree that they do face that challenge. That's separable from whether or not JD Vance has charisma.
Well, and I don't think he's the guy for that. I guess is my point necessarily. So I don't know who would be.
Yeah, but I think I actually think that he has an uphill battle with that because he isn't Trump, and so there's a risk that he's not going to motivate as many people to the polls that he's going to need to win. I think that's fair, but it isn't because he lacks charisma. It's because he's not Trump, and there's a difference between those two things. He has his own kind of charisma. I think his appeal is a little bit more narrow in terms of the GOP base. Trump appeals to way more people than JD Vance does. Doesn't mean JD Vance doesn't have charisma.
Trump is a character. JD doesn't have depth. He's not a character. He's not a caricature. He's just an intellectual. God, I think I'm really surprised that you use that word to describe him.
You think he's bland? You're right.
I think he's bland, and I think that's an important part of me. Well, it's not that I don't like him, actually.
I'm trying to describe how he appeals to people like him. Right? He's got a nice smile. He's got a strong voice. He's well-spoken. He's educated. He speaks to the issues that a lot of Republicans want him to speak to. He also gets a little bit of bonus points by being associated with Trump because it's a part of his administration, and he's his number 2. Okay? All of those things appeal to MAGA in a major way. Okay? He's also from Appalachia, which appeals of these things are things that appeal. And the sense of his being charismatic is having a nice smile, is being well spoken, and is being personable, even in the context of some really like hot interviews from leftist media pundits. Right? It's like I can tell he's charismatic because of those things, even though I don't personally like him. I can tell why he feels to me.
Like all that he will have to do if he like runs for presidency is own lips publicly a couple of times, like on their ground, and that's it. That's all he'll need to appeal to all the Republicans in the world. You know,
He has more charisma than the Florida governor. That
which one?
DeSantis?
Yeah, he has more charisma than DeSantis.
Oh, I don't.
It's very to me.
I don't think so. I don't see that, but
DeSantis has more charisma.
I did within Florida. I think he has a lot for Floridians. I know Floridians
I
are
don't think
like
other Americans, Florida. I mean, in general, you think that Florida governor has more charisma in general than
J.D. Vance. Yeah, I do. I definitely think that DeSantis has more than J.D. Vance.
I've watched J.D. Vance for state president.
Yeah. I have. Part of what I say about J.D. Vance, he's a great speaker. To be honest, I had his job in the Marine Corps. I mean, he was taught that. We were taught that. We were taught to be television news anchors and broadcasters and public relations specialists. That was our jobs. So, like, there's a lot of media training that he's had by default that other people his age have not had. So, he's advanced in that age. Like, that's part of what makes him so professional. That's why he sounds so professional. It's a big reason. And he's smart. And he has a good story. And I think all that matters, but it doesn't mean that you don't have a beer with the guy. I think Trump would be fun to have a beer with. I don't think that J.D. Vance would be fun to have a beer with, but it's just me.
I mean, Ron DeSantis would.
I guess if I had to pick one of the two, I'd pick him over J.D. Vance, but it's just me. Hey, Ron DeSantis, good point. I mean, he's not.
I don't think that most people in MAGA think that, to be fair.
So, I don't think people in MAGA really give a shit about J.D. Vance. I think they're so obsessed with Trump. They just don't.
Who I don't think are charismatic are like Lindsey Graham. fucking Mitch McConnell. I don't think those motherfuckers are charismatic.
Right, but they haven't run for president either. They would lose if they did because of that. President is a lot about
I can't stand
liking the person.
I can't stand Senator Texas, what's his name? Ted Cruz.
Well,
I can acknowledge that Ted Cruz has some charisma though. I can't stand that guy.
No, I don't stand
Gavin Newsom.
I can't stand him either. I think he's gross.
Even people I don't like, I can tell they have charisma. I can acknowledge it. Like, I can't stand Gavin Newsom. That dude's charismatic.
Yeah, he's charismatic.
So I mean, I don't know. Like,
I don't think Ted Cruz is charismatic at all.
I think a little bit. I don't think he's the most. I think J.D. Vance is too hard, and I think Gavin Newsom is more charismatic than him.
But he has some charisma.
He has one of those like preacher type charisma. Like he gets really preachy in his speeches.
He just grosses me out. He just looks like he stinks. He looks like he's greasy and he stinks. I can't get over him.
He's also Canadian. I can't stand Canadians.
His roommate, I used to know a guy that knew him. He was his roommate, and I don't remember the guy's name now. I mean, I wasn't friends with him, but I spent enough time talking about him. And they had nicknames for him that made fun of how greasy and gross he was. He was highly unpopular in college, and he was gross. He smelled, and his roommates actually didn't like him at all. And so imagine somebody in college that has a reputation, and then they go deep into politics, and they have success in politics, but on a personal level, people don't like being around them when there's not something that they're gaining favor as a result of being there. So a roommate doesn't have favor by being there. Of course, anybody in his political sphere might act like they like him because they can gain favor from him. But if you're just around him as a human being, apparently he was pretty damn unpopular and pretty gross. They even had I can't remember what the nickname was. It was really disgusting about him, but I think greasy and gross. So I don't know. That's what every time I think of him, I think of that guy talking about him. But again, I don't think you need charisma to be a politician. I think it helps, but I think you need charisma to be president. That makes sometimes that's what it comes down to. I don't think that Kamala had it particularly. She tried, but I don't think she had it either much. I think that was part of her problem. Even people that like her and love her.
I don't think she was very charismatic either, but
right. I don't know how to describe what it is. It seems innate to me. I don't know. I don't know.
And typically they're like just likable, personable qualities.
And attractive. Attractiveness matters. For sure.
That's part of...
Like I said, like John Edwards, right?
Remember him? Likable is to be attractive. My point is, yes, you're right.
But like Bill Clinton, like I met Bill Clinton in the Marines, and what I remember about him is he had like an aura. It was something. It was like when you were in his presence, he looked at you in your eye, and he closed down to make you the focus of his attention for that time, and he was with you. Like there's something there. Like you could feel it physically. You could see it in the way that he looked at you. And so on an attractive level, he was like off the charts. But it was as kind of a human entity. I don't know how to describe it beyond that. And I feel like other presidents seem to have that too. And I don't know. Yeah, anyway, I just don't see that in JD Vance, but I haven't really engaged with them, so I wouldn't know. I don't know how to describe it. I just know that Bill Clinton was like uniquely, supernaturally weird.
I'm trying to test your ability to recognize charisma in people you don't like. It just seems like
I don't like Bill Clinton at all. I hated Bill Clinton. I don't like him at all. Shit, his name was 23 times in Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book.
Talking about it right now like you was in love with him, so I don't know, bro.
I was in love with him when I was standing in front of him. Doesn't mean I like him. I told you it's a supernatural force that he has. Like some people have that. Yeah, I used to have a business partner that was a complete piece of shit. The awful person, no morals whatsoever. When we would go out, he wasn't even physically attractive. But when we would go out somewhere and we're in public or we're in a club or something, girls would flock to him. Ridiculous. So I put a picture on my PCR right now, you go, what? Dude, it was off the charts. My wife, everybody knows it. They're like, what's the deal? I'm like, I don't fucking know. It's like supernatural. It's something. That's what I attribute to charisma. Like he didn't have to be attractive. He didn't have to be a good person in his case. Didn't matter. Like that's a thing. I don't know how to describe that beyond that, but that's how people get away with the shit they get away with when they're bad people. I bet you Jeffrey Epstein had charisma. Like that level. Like he's a horrible, disgusting person. Like serial killers have it sometimes. That's how they get away with what they get away with. Like I don't know, but psychopaths have it. I mean, they can fake it. Psychopaths can fake it sometimes. Sociopaths can fake it on purpose. They're really good at that, actually, because they don't have to take into account empathy and concern of other people's thoughts, and it's really easy for them to mimic like that. Like that's why CEOs have it. That's why I worked for Bob Nardelli at Home Depot Corporate. A whole bunch of CEOs, like they all had charisma at that level. And they're probably sociopaths. I think like they say like what 60-70% of CEOs or Fortune 500 CEOs are sociopaths. It's a thing. I don't know how to describe it. I actually don't feel like that's JD Vance. I don't think he's a sociopath either. I think Trump is, but I don't think Vance is. I don't know. I mean, have you read books about sociopaths before? Have you read much about them?
Not much, no.
So it's 1 out of 20 people. They comprise a very large percentage of CEOs for major corporations. They're heavy in politics as well. They're very influential. They have a ton of charisma. It's all because of what they lack that allows them to have strengths that put them outside the scope of normal human beings. The things that hold normal human beings back from making decisions that are arguably bad for humanity and other people around them, they don't apply to them. So they can channel and appear to be more attractive than people who aren't sociopaths. They can get away with a lot more. There's no question that Trump is a sociopath, but he's not the only one in politics. But I'm just saying, interesting read about them. I mean, they're known for being highly charismatic, and they're all over in politics. So, I don't know. You can't really separate them from the reality of what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, but you can be more or less charismatic too, right? So, like, I think JD Vance on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most charismatic possible, and 1 being least, is probably like at a 7.5 to 8. There's still room for people to be more charismatic. I actually think Trump is like more charismatic than him. I actually think Gavin Newsom is more charismatic than him.
Yeah.
But to say he has no charisma is ridiculous. Dude clearly has
I don't think he's a 7 or 8. I'd give him a 6 on the high scale.
All right, fair enough. That's at least acknowledged that he has some charisma. I'll take it.
Well, if he had none, he wouldn't even have made it to where he made it. Like, it's...
But I think Kamala is like a 3.
I actually agree with you. I think she's pretty low. I think it's one of the reasons that she's... Yeah, and Hillary Clinton's really low as well. Really low. I mean, I think it comes down to, would you want to sit down and have a beer with the guy? Like on a friendly level. Like, is it somebody that you would like to be around? Somebody you'd like to be friends with if they weren't fans? Like, I can't say that about him. Can't say that about JD.
In a vacuum. I mean, if you have to, like, if the reason why is because you disagree completely, that's different from the charisma.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm going with, yeah. For sure. Yeah, I disagree with Clinton politically big time, but I mean, what I remember about Bill Clinton, because I think I'm older than you, is he opened up the conversation that allowed teenagers to talk about blowjobs and to ask questions about blowjobs in a way that Americans never had before. So he opened up a sexual dialogue in the country that was kind of the beginning of the, like, losing respect for the role of the president, even though, you know, shit goes on anyway. Like, Kennedy had his shit going on too, but his country respected him in a way that they don't respect presidents anymore. Clinton was the beginning of that. And then from then on, you know, the first time I ever saw, like, blatant disrespect for a president was right after that, like, the F the president stickers. It was shocking to me to see somebody taking W the president and saying fuck the president. Like, I never heard anybody say that about a president before. Like, if we take it as a common knowledge now that we hate both sides so much, but it was as recent as Bill Clinton that didn't really exist. When the guy that you didn't vote for won, you didn't hate him. You still wanted him to be successful for the benefit of the country. Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky and the way the Republicans attacked him over all that, and the way that he lied under oath and was charged for something that was questionable in nature anyway, but he did lie, so he still broke the law in a way that was personally prosecutable, even though the questions arise because of something that you could argue whether or not he should have been even asked about. Like, that dilemma is what caused a fractured America, and then the sexualized nature of it. That's when there started being open conversations about what blowjobs were with teenagers. Like, we Americans weren't like that before. That's really when it all started. Yeah, and then it got worse. And Obama came in and he had the black thing too, so he fired up the racists on the other side anyway, like, no matter what it is. The first thing he hit was the beer thing. There was a black professor that was arrested for trying to break into his own house, and then it was, he accused the police of racism, and so Obama had a beer with him and the cop at the same time, try to, like, mull things over, even though the cop probably wasn't out of line for challenging the guy on his ID when he was breaking into a house. So, you know, that whole thing, I mean, it just seemed by then we were already too far down the track. We either hated the guy that won because we didn't vote for him, or we hated him because we were already racist in the first place, or I don't know, you had, like, I mean, out of Georgia, you had people hanging their American flags upside down for Obama. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, you think it's the end of the country because of Obama? Like, what has he done to represent the fact that he's going to take America down with him? Like, it's not that extreme, you know? It's
I'm quiet because I'm shopping for groceries so much.
seen the footage of Bill? If you want to see Bill Clinton's like evil nature, have you seen the footage of him when they asked him the question about what's up with Epstein or what were you doing with Epstein? And he just kind of goes, and he goes, I think you know. Have you seen that footage? I'll go find it if I have to find it. It's creepy as fuck, dude. It's creepy as fuck. Like, you tell me that you can, I'm gonna go find it for you. You tell me that you can watch that and not see into the psyche of the guy that was in Jeffrey Epstein's black book with 23 phone numbers. Like, he's a dirty motherfucker.
Yeah, I just gave that. There is no Epstein list. It seems like bullshit.
So the black book is real. They released it. There was no list outside of the black book.
Yeah,
the black book is real.
There's no Epstein clients.
I know, but the client list they're talking about is not the black book. The black book is different. The black book is real. You can see pictures of it online. That's how we know the names of the real people who were there. The list you're talking about is something else. That's something that Trump sort of teased that there might exist, something to be released. And that's something that Elon Musk kind of appointed as the list or whatever. But the black book is a list of sorts with actual names and phone numbers. It's completely legitimate. We also have the flight manifests. And those are all real too. So there's all kinds of lists in detail. I mean, God, don't start. I hope Americans are starting to thinking we can't quantify who was part of this in some capacity, because this list doesn't exist. The lists that have already been released of sorts, quote unquote lists, are real. We can't forget about those because we have names that are real on those, and so and Trump's on them too. It doesn't mean that they were fucking young girls, but it means they were flying on his airplane to his island where he fucked young girls. So, yeah, I'll find the clip for Bill Clinton. You just watch it. You tell me if it's not the creepiest fucking thing you've ever seen. He actually laughs when we but I think you know the answer to that. I mean, bear in mind, this is a guy that was getting head in the Oval Office and sticking cigars up her vagina and sniffing them and going, tastes good, or whatever the hell he said. Like, dude, he is a fucking creep. Okay, go look at the link that I put in there. That's and then it's hard to hear what he says because they have words at the bottom. I'll show you what he's saying. And look at the look on his face. And look at what he said, how he answers it. Just very Kevin Love disagreeing to a buyout. Kevin Love. He's got traded. Okay. He got bought out. I think the evidence is clear. I'm seeing it. It digs.
bench. You get some shooting off the bench. Not really be able to get a love. I'd rather not be on my team. You said the same thing about DeAndre Ayton. You said the same thing about DeAndre Ayton. I said DeAndre Ayton is the right move for the next after the buyouts. I said I don't want to trade DeAndre Ayton. Straight up. Let me twist them out, bro. Just like
This is very confusing.
Yeah, the Gatorade is not going to get more. 4 teams linked to be the Warriors, Lakers, Clippers. Suppose that the Bucks. No Suns. No. Lakers, Warriors, Clippers. I think it was the Bucks. Yeah, the Bucks. You might end up being on the Clippers stuff. Hey, but I ain't gonna hold you, bro. Happy to sticks, bro. Make sure you haven't brought the ball. Yeah, it's like that, bro. You trying to get ahead and shit. Yeah, my back goes, man. Come on. I press the button. I press the button. I can hear it throwing the ass. I can. Damn, Tesla stocks take. Calls for the America Party. Jesus. I get out of line. I can see it passing. Make sure she get on place. I'm on that shot now. Yeah, I was on this. Nice.
Maybe you see tough. Shit. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, man. You can't score. Yes, we should see what catch. I thought that was just circle. You should have. I wonder if actually stupid.
so I got distracted playing Matt. My bad. So I was like, I don't know nothing about that, though. I'm sorry if I was just. What you talking about, man? Hold on, I have to start off that I'm playing motherfucking basketball. What? Nobody don't even know I'm past the ball. It's almost some girl would know that. Why you doing over the body so slow? Sorry, bro. Sorry about that. The blockers are in the way, bro. What's that? Juice this one. Who's this? Come back to it. Wide open. They're doing the calls right now. If it came down to how long it would take, I guess. Block this son, bro. Bro, your pocket is trash. All right. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Obviously, there's this direct connection to Epstein, but we also look at Howard Lutnick, the Secretary of Commerce under Trump, and I point to him because people were just suggesting it wasn't just Epstein Island, but also Epstein's house in New York City, and who was literal next-door neighbors to Jeffrey Epstein in New York, but Howard Lutnick, Donald Trump's Secretary of Commerce, which is really pretty coincidental. And we can play the exact same game within the Biden administration where it wasn't necessarily a next door neighbor. But if we look at Ghislaine Maxwell, whose father, Robert Maxwell, obviously is a really super spy, but whose lawyer and longtime personal confidant and friend, Samuel Pisar, happens to be the father-in-law to none other than Tony Blinken, the Secretary of State, many people said was running the Biden administration's White House for if not at least 3 years of Biden's presidency. So you've got literally the highest levels of power. What gets really weird about the Blinken connection is the fact that not only is Blinken's grandfather essentially the founder of the political rendition of modern Zionism, the state of Israel, a lot of its funding, but his grandfather-in-law, through his wife, Evan Riley, this was just wild.
I want you to, Ian, because you're going on tangents and you're saying a lot of things that my listeners probably don't know. I want you to keep in mind that if you want people to be able to absorb what you're saying, break it up into smaller, digestible bites related to what they already know, and don't complicate it with jargon or things that they might not understand. Okay?
Yeah, very, very, very helpful. Look, it's a perfect way to kind of round this all out, which is just to say that Blinken's wife is the grandfather-in-law of none other than James Rowley, the guy who was literally the head of the Secret Service during the years of the Kennedy assassination. So you've got Epstein's fingers tied directly through him, through Maxwell. We can also look at Peter Thiel, who has monetary connections directly to Epstein, going all the way back to his car buying 911, which had direct ties to the former Prime Minister of Israel. It's like at every angle of the Epstein-Maxwell story, there is one group of people, there is one nation, and I bring up Lincoln's grandfather.
He's talking about the Israel connection, by the way. We stop dancing around it.
Yeah, no, that is the connection. And what I believe is loosely Jewish supremacy. But I just suggested to say, and I brought up Lincoln and JFK because I think that Epstein Island is merely the latest incarnation of blackmail, bribery, and assassination threats, where a singular group's interest has basically at every turn been able to manipulate not only the highest levels of politics, but also of the media, of Fortune 500 companies, and to basically say, hey, whether it is through a bullet in the case of JFK, whether it is through what I believe were tapes used to incriminate Nixon, who was very outspoken against the Israeli lobby and their interests in Washington, D.C., and most recently with Jeffrey Epstein, it is a group of people using any mechanism available to ensure that at the highest levels of all of those silos of power, they get who they want in office, what they want in terms of legislation. And if we then look at the most recent rendition of who it is that's supposed to be investigating these things, we can even look at Kash Patel, who his girlfriend of all places, prior to dating this man, and she's a pretty woman, and he is not an attractive man. They're almost double in terms of age, right? This is a far younger woman. And prior to being with Kash Patel, was working for PragerU. And if we look at who literally ran that organization, it was a former Israeli Unit 8200 leader. And so, again, these fingerprints are just all over everything. I thought I would just add that. Again, I don't want to be redundant. I want to be respectful of space and try to be concise. But, Diligent, I just want to throw that out there in case any of those points are kind of left off the table for anybody.
No, and we kind of explored the connections between the intelligence agencies, including Mossad, and Ghislaine Maxwell's father last night. And he even, Ghislaine is a Jewish person, and he even conceded that, there was a connection between, Israeli intelligence and Ghislaine Maxwell, right? Like, I feel like I just want to make sure that we're clear. I'm not being comfortable in that matter. I'm willing to explore avenues and lines of thought as long as they are grounded in some type of verifiable facts. And so, but thank you for that, Ian. Let's go ahead. We'll go ahead and get logical. We'll go to G.
Just to follow up on that, I think that it's perfectly reasonable to explore whether Mossad or Israel agents are involved in Epstein. I question when people say that this is what it was rather than being a CIA, FBI, MI6, or some consortium of these different intelligence agencies.
More than one thing can be true at the same time.
Right, and when people get fixated that it's about the Jews, then I start questioning, okay, are you really looking for truth here, or are you looking to find someone that you can, a popular entity that you point your finger at, which is great for getting clicks?
No, I'm not sure. Chad, I want to get your thoughts on all this.
I couldn't get to the microphone. Okay.
There you go, brother.
Well, I worked in the Trump campaign and still advocate, and but I've always been honest with people asking me questions, and ultimately, this is an abject failure. There's no other way to go about it. There is no other way to look at it. I don't know exactly whose feet this will fall at. I am in by no means everybody. I've seen people out there. I'm ride or die with Trump. I'm ride or die with America. That's who I made my oath to. And ultimately, the problem I have with this Diligent, and I work closely with General Flynn, and I understand the intel world, I understand MI6, I understand CIA, and you're never going to know unless somebody wants you to know, and then they're going to cloud what they put out. I mean, we've already seen that Prince Numbnuts over in England was there and was part of it, and girls have come out and said he did X, Y, and Z. He's still walking around. It's all good. The system can change the Lady Justice and take that blindfold and take one eye out from underneath that blindfold, because it is absolutely 100% multiple tiers of justice, whether it's Trump in the White House or anybody else. And that's been widely known for a long time, and some of us live in a bubble. But ultimately, I don't know whose feet this lies at.
But I'll say this. This is the ugliest optics I've ever seen come out of the Trump campaign. And Karen LaVette going up and hitting that lectern today pompously, saying, they did their job, it's done. It was an abject failure to the American people, and it brings us back to the binder rollout and everything else. And it's, when I come out of a Trump universe, and this, I keep looking for, okay, this seems like a failure, and Trump usually comes out on the other side of this, and I think that he will and he can, but I think what you're going to have is what I call the politician two-step. They're going to be quiet, they're going to let this die, there's going to be more things that are going to end up in the news cycle, and it's going to be that everyday post like we see on Twitter, like, hey, what about, I don't know, Fort Knox, were we supposed to go in there? Hey, what about Fauci? It'll be a random post like that when there's something new and exciting to go about. I think this will last for a couple of weeks, and I think we're gonna. And I studied. I've been on MSNBC, watched it for a couple hours. I watched CNN for a couple hours. I watched all of them. Nobody's talking about this, which tells me that they're all on the same page. Nobody wants to talk about Epstein. That is in the elites, in the media. Whether it's Jews or Brazilians or whoever, it's that nobody in the elite is going to talk about this. And the reason why is that I think that and people are saying, well, why would they let it? If Trump was involved in any way, which I'm not saying he was, but they're saying, what if Trump was involved and why wouldn't they put it out there in Biden? Because this is quite possibly bigger than any of us could ever put our hand on, and it would take the entire system down, including but not limited to the globalist deep state. And
what do you think about my notion that if it would take the system down, that it should? Is that me?
I was sitting here thinking, and part of me, knee jerk was like, don't be stupid diligent. But as I think about it, and if I'm gonna be real to what my code dictates, burn the whole motherfucker down. Take every one of them, put them in the gallows, put them in the jails, do whatever you gotta do. There are thousands of little kids out there. We're not even talking about the ones that are being brought across the border. And I was a firefighter, you know that, diligent. And I worked with a lot of cops. I was on the medic SWAT team. And I'm gonna tell you right now, you want to see cops do some heroic and crazy shit, put kids involved. And this has got to stop. Hollywood's got to burn. The Capitol Hill needs to burn. And what I mean by burn is, I mean the people that are in a position and have done anything that is wrong. It's just like the Democrats say and the Republicans say, nobody is bigger than justice. Okay, well, then all of you need to answer to that. And that's what I have a problem here with the optics. I don't know where this goes, how far it goes, and I probably never will. But this will always be in my crawl as something that we, the people, were again jammed down our throat. And I believe in what you said, that we're resilient people. And I just don't know if there's enough people to make that happen. I really don't. And there isn't going to be a whistleblower that's going to come out and say, here it all is, because they will plow the waters in when you're dealing with intel and spy networks. I've always said this, you've heard me say it before. If they want you to know, you're going to know. If they don't want you to know, you're not going to know. And if you know and you're not supposed to know, they're going to kill you. That's how the game's played. In the simplest way to understand.
I think it would be worth losing my life to get the truth out there and give these thousands of little kids justice and prevent it from happening to potentially thousands or even more in the future.
I appreciate that, diligent, and the sad part about that is they're going to cloud your message and it's not going to ever get out. This machine is way bigger than something we would ever understand, and there'll be, the new Qs or they'll name themselves something different to put out your truth. But you'll never get the populace to do it until we take control of the machine that dictates to the populace.
Chad, I don't think it's just a failure, right? I think it's an actual slap in the face to its supporters. Like, to be completely honest, like, for how long have we been yelling about this? How long have we been bringing this up? And everybody, even Dan Bongino, said on his show, don't you ever let this go. There is a list out there, and you deserve it. You better stay on this. And then you walk into the FBI and turn around and go, oh, Epstein killed himself in the Manhattan jail and there's no list, and you think we're just going to sit here and take it? Like, if you love your
country right now. Like, I understand you might love the president. You love your country, you're going to stand up and say, no, we're not taking this. We know there's a list, and we stay on this until the day, like, we get a list or some answers, because these are not answers. And for them to stand at the podium and say, it's over, case closed, don't ask any more questions, like, I'm sorry, I don't listen to directions real well. So I'm still going to ask questions.
You're right, and the big problem that I have with this, too, is we've seen this already where social understanding is dictated from an elected position or an appointed position, that being the Supreme Court. We watched them have leaks for the first time in the Supreme Court. Like when it came down to Roe v. Wade, they leaked that so that the American people could argue about it before it was ever adjudicated to be real. So when they did actually come out with the notion that Roe v. Wade was in fact unconstitutional, there wasn't riots in the street. The problem is allowing the government to dictate that social norm and then trying to read the tea leaves as to understanding how the American people will react. And that's not something that is for the people, by the people, right? So you're right, Jennifer. It's a slap in the face. It feels like a slap in the face. I actually feel like it's more like a punch in the eye. I am a different animal, though, because I do understand the intelligence world. I've been in your space, his space, and said, you're not going to learn anything. I remember when the binders came out, and I talked to Scott Pressler. He said, I'm not going to speak on it until 11 o'clock. I said, there's nothing in it, and everybody jumped my shit. And there wasn't. So the understanding how this intel machine works, and I suggest that whether you like General Flynn or not, go listen to him, because
I just invite him to the space, Chad.
What's that?
Well, Chad, even if we don't get answers.
I just invited him to the space, I said.
Chad, even if we don't get answers.
Via DM, though, not a text. What were you saying? All right, cool.
I agree with you, Chad, right? We're not going to get answers because it is an intelligence agency thing, right? But to just bend over and accept these answers and accept this situation we're being presented with is setting a standard that I'm not willing to live with, right? I'm not going to live with everything else that we've been demanding for them just to come out and be like, oh, sorry, case closed. Don't ask any more questions. No, sir. We lived through the last 4 years, the last 8 years, where I slapped myself because I didn't ask questions, where I didn't push hard enough. So you know what? I'm not going to sit up here when we know for sure this is bullshit. We know there is a list. We know what Jeffrey Epstein was doing, and we're being treated like we're idiots.
Especially. Yeah, and Chad, the binders were a troll on the American people. There was nothing good behind that. That was a satanic troll against we the people.
The satanic stuff, though, bro. I mean, come on. I get it. I said that myself, but everything. MG, even if you're very patient, we'll go through the hands. You guys, if you have your hands up, no one's speaking. Chime in. Go ahead, MG.
No, sorry, I was driving, so I appreciate you just telling me when it's good to go up. I largely agree with what Chad said. I'm right now because our systems are so broken beyond repair. But as far as accountability goes, and you guys have all been talking, various people have been talking about the binders and that ridiculous rollout. I mean, ultimately, I think that Pam Bondi is in way over her head. Now, as frustrated as I've been with her, many of you had as well, just keep in mind, I really think that Trump's not going to go if he asks for a resignation or however this pans out. He's not going to go the acting route like when Sessions stepped down or whatever. And that was that fill-in time before Sessions and Bill, what's his name there? So that's something to consider. You have to remember, too, the AG, of course, as you all know, goes through the Senate. As you saw with the big, beautiful bill, the Senate is not really on the same page with a spending bill, never mind another set of approvals. So I think he's going to wait till after the midterms when maybe we get 55 GOP senators to get an AG that's more suitable for this job. I always had my reservations with her. I kind of don't know what happened with Gates, but I just maybe he didn't think he'd get through the Senate confirmation process. That's a big part of it. Like, I was all thinking in the first administration, Rudy Giuliani for AG or somebody like that, some hard charger in theory, but it's about getting him approved in the Senate. I mean, there's a reason why Sessions got through. He was not a popular senator.
They probably wanted to get rid of him Mitch wanted to get rid of him in the GOP caucus in 2017. There were a lot of reasons behind it. He was ineffective as well, as we all know, sadly. But as far as that, I know you've got a policy, Diligent, and I do agree with that about not talking about people when they're not here, but it's just something to bring up because she mentioned you specifically, or she said something to you. So I didn't recognize the voice, and I've not been on the speaker box all day in New Jersey since I popped in. But that Caitlin from Texas lady, because I didn't recognize her voice, I clicked on the profile. I'm blocked, never had any interaction. Yeah, don't lock it before I'm saying I'm trying to get it. All right. Okay, so because she said she was sending you some thread on a personal testimony of hers. I know you're a discerning guy, but this is the problem. When we're really frustrated, the people are taking proper attention on this. We have to be careful. Yes. Yeah. So I mean, you're going to go. I'm not saying she is, but it's something that we need to be aware of. Right. I'll just end it with this. You're going to go into other poorly, spaces that are poorly moderated, unlike this one on this subject at some point. And everybody's got a story to tell, and everybody's got a connection. 6 degrees of separation, so just be mindful of that. As much as we're upset. Now, you know what this? Give me your general sentiments about the administration, Trump, and the handling of this. And what do you think this is going to do to the base? Because I really usually have a pretty objective opinion. Appreciate it. Yeah. So it's going to be the hardest thing from an optics standpoint. He's going to have to overcome. As much as but in a different sense. Like I said, right now, I'm
not just Iranian American.
I don't want this election because you get 58 votes at least in the Senate. That's a big part of these things, guys. But like, I know nobody wants to hear it now. Like, it's all, Matt Gaetz had a lot of enemies on Capitol Hill, which is why he was probably the right guy for the job. But you have to have 50 GOP senators that are willing to pull the trigger and vote yes. So, at least we're 51. So, it's great. It's like fantasy football. We want all these people that, we want Robert Malone as HHS secretary, whatever. But anyway. My overall take is that Bondi is not up for this at all. And I really blame her. That binder rollout was ridiculous. I haven't met a single person on here or in real life that follows and thinks that was a good idea. I don't even know what the purpose of that was, what the objective of it was. So, she's not ready to be in this role, and guys, make no mistake, it's the #1 lawmaker in the country. As everybody reports to her, DEA, ATF, and she the buck stops with her. I'm not ready to throw it at the president's feet because there's a reason why she's tasked. It was given the awesome responsibility of AG knowing full well that this would be part of the job description, and she wasn't up to it. Maybe she might be doing great with the deportations and fighting the injunctions. That's probably a reason why she's going to kick around longer than because she's, think about the relationship that Trump had with Ron Rosenstein in the first term, and session being ineffectual. So, as much as this sucks to hear, unless he's really upset about this, which he might be, and we don't know, and he asks for a resignation and she tenders it, I don't foresee her going just yet. It didn't sound like it from the tweet. He put out a tweet and said that, Cash and Dan and the FBI were going to get back to basics and go after criminals, which kind of made it sound like his participation and interest in involving them in the Epstein case is done. It kind of sounded like he was validating the notion. So that means that this goes all the way up to the top. He is being signed on by Donald Trump. That's what that means. Well, Diligent, I was right. I'm not sure how it doesn't go all the way to the top in some way or another. But I actually read that different. I think it leaves open to the concept that because he didn't say anything about the body. He said, I'm putting cash in Dan Martino to go after criminals. Now, was that a way for him to say, I disagree with this, and I'm leaving Pam Bondi out of it, and I'm wanting cash and then to bring about indictments?
we don't ever know. But I would agree that I can't think directly at Bounty's feet or Kathy's feet without the president, because the press secretary walked up there and very flippantly said, that's all, folks. You know, and he speaks to the president. So I have a real problem with where this thing lies. I'm not, again, I'm a Trump guy, and that's where I'm hurt the most here, is that I don't see that fierce machine that has gotten in front of very small people that were unjustly taken, put in prison, and this seems to be we're done and move on. It doesn't pass the smell test, I guess, is the only way I can really say it.
So I want to jump in with something that is a very unpopular take, and sometimes I don't mind doing that. But this is kind of I'm being paid zero by anybody, thank God. So this is the truth, okay? First of all, Epstein was horrible. We all know that. What Monty did was totally stupid. Chad was right. I remember Chad on those faces. Chad, you called it. There was nothing. Dylan Jig, you said the same. I thought maybe there was, and I was wrong. So I'm not being paid by anybody. But here's the thing we need to be self-aware about, okay? We need to kind of look inwardly a little bit and ask ourselves this question. Every time there's some big news item, okay, we get kind of torn and we move in this direction, we move in that direction, and it's all this sensational.
Mike consistent on this issue the entire time.
No. I'm not saying you. I'm not even really talking about our positions. I'm talking about BAG as a whole, because what's happened to us as a movement, okay, we have a couple of votes in the House margin and a few in the Senate, and we've allowed ourselves as a movement, this entire movement, all the conservatives, everybody supports President Trump, we've allowed ourselves to in some ways be controlled by issues that are important. I mean, Epstein's a very important issue, there's no doubt about it. There's also 50 million people around the world who are in human trafficking, and about 30 to 40% of those are kids. And there's 170,000 in Iraq, there's 140,000 I think in Syria. I mean, there's like all these people around the world. And in the United States, there's 500,000 kids missing, right? So we focus in on the Epstein thing, and notice how the media stokes that fire. Like, that's what we're supposed to pay attention to. And this has been the case for a long time.
Voted for Trump was ran in 2016. Yeah, he went to I was going to vote for Donald Trump, but he got
but the sensational stuff.
Nobody knows the perception of urban power and when every single one talking about that. I wonder if people remember that. Endorsements. There was also a lot of states are trying to get these endorsements. And both of them were like issues that are taking place. Yeah. And they were talking about every endorsement by they had like a secret, like 2 a.m. midnight meeting to endorse Irvin. They endorsed Irvin because they didn't want to, because they had like $50 million. Let's think about that. Anybody's making cover Spain on the impression that it's only in the primary, not even the general.
Here's the thing, is there's a certain kind of ego that goes into these county chairmen, right? So they love to have parties, Lincoln dinner, everybody's had a Lincoln dinner, and they love to listen to themselves talk, or sing.
And also there's a corruption aspect. If you go on illnessunshine.com, you can see how they spend their money, and they usually spend their money on an office, and they use once a month, maybe. They spend their money on a consulting company that they're usually connected to.
They got nothing else in life.
Besides what they have money, you're saying they have money back. So you're after that. But if I were to write a book on how to completely be going positive, but one of the most common things like ever invested in is you pay one company, and that company takes you back. Because private companies don't have to. And so there's been a lot of that the last 100 years.
So there's small business owners, a lot of times they try to just promote their company through a position like this. I think that's definitely the case. Political science.
Sort of take the biggest expensive companies search. Which is a data tech company. It's like, oh, they're consultant. That's really what they are. Lance Melvin shows you that. I saw the owner is this guy in there dating, but he says he signed an NDA with all the other owners. Because I told him, I didn't Bonnie lie. Why did she feel the need to go and bullshit everybody at Fox News?
Why did she cover for Epstein in early 2000s when she was arrested in Florida? Why did she come in on that, Jennifer?
Let me answer that. Her justification is irrelevant to the argument. Okay? The results are what matters. Right?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it's actually really simple issue. Like, she was writing checks her ass couldn't cash the minute she took the position. And with an open line, meaning as the Attorney General, she's allowed to jump on Fox News as many times as she wants without the White House having a problem. She is allowed to speak at any given time to reporters as if others aren't, right, that are staffers. So that's really what it comes down to is it seemed like she was enjoying it. It seemed like she thought she was going to be this great savior of some kind. And just like when you heard Johnson say that we're not giving any more money to Ukraine, and he went into a skiff and came out, and they showed him a picture with him and a donkey or something. I'm just making that up for the lawyers out there. But he came out and all of a sudden gave $50 billion to Ukraine again. This is what happens with the deep state, and it's not surprising to me that she thought she was going to go in there and do something, and then reality kicked her in the teeth. So it's not that weird that she changed her position. And please, Millie, I would love to hear your position.
No, the thing is, was she lied then or lied now? You said she lied then. But how do we know? Was she lying then or lying now?
I didn't say she lied. I said she wrote checks her ass couldn't cash. She didn't have the information. And that's it.
She came out
She said it was on her desk.
Yeah, she said it was on her desk. And she was told she's not allowed to.
So was she lying then or lying now? And that's the problem.
Because that's what Millie does. She just talks over you.
No, you were actually talking over me.
She wasn't talking over you, the chair.
But she is.
No, I was not. You were talking over me.
This time. But at the end of the day, she wrote out there and got excited about something that she was told she's not allowed to do. She got slapped, and now it's all done and over with. She said it was on her desk. Somebody obviously got to her and said that's where we feel that people are compromised. It happens. They just gave Johnson. We all were like, what the hell? You just went into a skiff and came out and gave $50 million to Ukraine again, and then subsequent another $5 billion. I don't understand how people don't understand that these people get shown something or told something and put their life in a position. That's how intel works. That's how spying rings work. That's how the honeypot works. Everybody has their reason. So I think she just went stupid, and now she's got to pay for it. And I'm more likely she'll be the fall guy once this gets heated up enough.
I can't just tell
I agree with everything. But here's the thing, Jen. We all spent weeks talking about Epstein when there were other issues that were equally and actually way more important for the immediate scenario. That's
your mind. Yeah,
no, that's not in my mind, dude. That's actually what happened.
There's no more important issue to me than the ending of child sexual assault in this country and the compromise within our government. That is the top priority.
I'm talking about the dog and pony show. I'm talking about the Biders. I'm talking about the dog and pony show they put on. That controlled the media cycle for conservatives. And we weren't talking about the border. We weren't talking about all the waste. We weren't talking about all the foreign issues. We weren't talking about any of this stuff.
Like, I don't understand where you have this dichotomy in your head that doesn't exist, bro.
No, I'm not talking about diligent, and I'm not talking about really anybody here, but there are plenty of people you know exactly what I'm talking about. Chad knows what I'm talking about. Y'all know, Jennifer, you know these people.
Yeah, but why are you giving those people power by even acknowledging that?
Because they've taken a huge portion of the MAGA movement and split it away from focusing on the ball.
If we go somewhere else, I'm pretty sure everybody's still on this platform unless they're a small little dick motherfucker who left yesterday.
I mean, I'm looking at a lot of people right now who are claiming they're going to go leave the Republican Party for the American Party.
Who on this stage said they were leaving the Republican Party? I never made that claim.
Not on this stage, but there have been plenty of people on exit.
It doesn't apply to the group you're speaking.
Okay, and
no, not here. But you guys all talking about
whose fault is that? It's not the Republican Party's fault for not delivering on what they promised, is it? Is it all on the people that are pissed off that left because they feel like they've been lied to? Or is it the Republican Party needing to take accountability for, screwing up essentially, promising things that they didn't deliver on, saying they're going to vote a certain way and then they get elected in office and they completely freaking 180 on things? That's the reason people are upset here. And you can complain and you can, moan all you want, but the reality is if everything was going the way it should be going and promises were being kept and people were doing what they're supposed to do, you have a thriving base right now. The reason things are going sour is because bad things are happening. And Trump's response to all of this is not, you know what, I'm going to get to the bottom of this because we need answers regarding Epstein. I didn't see that response today. I saw, back to basics. Moving on, and I saw...
No, Caroline Levitt, no more questions.
Yeah, and I saw Caroline Levitt pretty much, kind of doing damage control. I see Kat Patel, I see Pam Bonnet, I see Dan Murphy, all these people who were saying there was all this stuff with Epstein and never let it go, and there's hundreds of, hours and hours of videos. We're going to get the client list, we're going to get more Epstein drops, and then it seems like the whole thing has just went into a vacuum.
Lily, can I point out one thing? Do you guys realize how many people associated with Epstein have either died or committed suicide? It's not just Virginia Giuffre. It's not just Jeffrey Epstein, right? You have John Juan, whatever the hell his name is, over in France, right? There is a whole list of people that have died under mysterious circumstances, whether that be suicide or getting hit by a car or something like that. Why are all these people dying if there's nothing there?
I'm not saying there's nothing there. I'm saying that we're not holding people accountable. Millie made my point. Why are we holding anyone accountable for anything? You know what? It's like they disappoint us, and then we just move on to the next thing. They disappoint us, and we move on to the next thing.
The day you accept these results right now is the day that you are saying, I'm done, Jeffrey Epstein doesn't exist. You know damn well that this is not you. Not everything is about you, bro.
All right. Okay, bro. Well, listen, I like the indulgent spaces we can say, bro. It's a multi-gender. But, let's be honest. There are plenty of people who just move from thing to thing, and we do have to stay focused. We have to hold them accountable. And, yeah, Jeffrey, you've been doing that. Diligent's been doing that. A lot of folks doing that. But, that's why we're having trouble, because when things go wrong, no one seems to hold anybody accountable in general, not people in space, okay? And then we just move from thing to thing to thing, and we get more and more divided.
Which is why I'm saying even though Caroline Levitt came out, even though the FBI came out, don't accept it. Start yelling, use your voice, use your platform, force them into a position where we don't have to accept it.
They're actually asking me to ask you to stop yelling, Jen.
Sorry.
And can I just add to that, because we keep forgetting, let's move our goalposts to the idea of let's start a new screw you party and hold them accountable. You're not holding anybody accountable. What you're going to end up is giving it to the Democrats. We're going to end up pissed off at you. We're going to call out the American Party like the shills they are. And when in the end of the day, the American society and what we are and our greatness is that we fight for what we believe in. It's a two-party system. Go fight for your Republican Party. If everybody in this room was a part of it, more than likely we wouldn't have the issues we have, because it starts locally. It starts your local GOP. It starts in South Carolina. We took over 14 GOPs in one cycle. We have a couple more GOPs to take over, and all we need is 27, and we take over the state. Not a problem. It's not that hard. And if people would learn that and understand that as part of their politics, just not whether or not Nancy Pelosi's husband's getting beat with a hammer with some gay guy. We're into that shit instead of the boring, mundane shit where we got to do it on the local level and take over these GOPs. Starting in
these city councils,
a big fart in the wind. That's all it is.
And Chad, the city councils in most everybody's city, even in red states, have the farthest left socialist people you could possibly imagine on these school boards. And we've got some of those school board people all around the country. But look at these cities, look at these counties.
We're getting off into the weeds, you guys.
Yeah, but guys,
But
why
dude,
does it matter?
where you build the party.
If we
That's
have
what they
people,
have to get to hold them accountable. Everybody has to be held
Let me
accountable.
just make this clear right now, okay? This is not on the Republican Party. This is not on anybody else but Pam Bondi and the Trump administration. They hold the responsibility of the Epstein debacle in its entirety right now, right? Period. That's a fact. Okay, that's why I'm saying I feel like we're getting off into the weeds talking about replacing Republicans. We've replaced lots of people in Congress over the last 10 years, and the situation over Epstein hasn't changed. And if you don't believe me, there is an Epstein House committee right now. Okay, a friend of mine sits on that committee, and Luna chairs it. Have we seen any new revelations regarding the Epstein files? Okay, that does not make a difference. The administration is responsible for the release of these files, the release of the information, the optics, all of it. Okay, and they're accountable. And I'm not trying to listen. I would just love. I think the administration, what needs to happen right now is they need to come out and do a press conference specifically on Epstein. And don't give us any runaround. Don't do what Carolyn Abbott did this morning. That was horrible what she did. The spin, she sounded like Karine Jean-Pierre up there. I'm sorry, but that's a fact. And the American people did not vote for that. When we all campaigned for Donald Trump last year, we did not vote for that. So, I'm going to hold accountability where it's due. The administration needs to come out and talk to the American people about this in a very candid way right now, because they're in danger of really having a rug pull situation with their agenda over the next few years if they don't, I'm afraid. And I'm not saying that as a threat. I'm just reading the room. MG's got his hand up for a while, you guys. Go ahead, MG.
Yeah, thanks, man. I just wanted to put the pin in my take on the Bondi thing. So ultimately, yeah, she's going to be responsible, but I don't think it's going to be anytime soon. But this isn't something that, does Trump need to be accountable for this? Absolutely. But I don't think anybody's suggesting this, but he's not going to resign over this. So if people are looking for a scalp,
I'm not looking for him to resign.
Here's the reality. Trump could actually be taking a position right now where he's screaming and yelling and saying, we need justice over the Epstein files. And it still wouldn't do very much, because at the end of the day, Pam Bondi and the prosecutor's office, they're the ones who have the ability to prosecute. It is them alone. Prosecutors can decide they don't want to prosecute even if there's mountains of evidence based on prosecutorial discretion alone. Right? So they can pick and choose the powers in their court. This is on Pam Bondi. And I would say that a lot of the corruption problems in covering for the criminal syndicates and sex trafficking and these blackmail pimps is happening at the prosecutor, district attorney level. Okay, so it's going on in these DA offices. These are the people we need to be investigating and digging into and analyzing them and their lifestyles and their connections, because these are the ones who are covering for these powerful people at the end of the day. These are the ones.
And where are they elected, Billy? Where are they elected, the DAs? Where do they come from? Are they federally appointed?
They're paid by George Soros.
No, but they're local officials, and nobody's paying attention
by
to
George
them because he's watching. Right, and they're watching Fox News, whatever. They're not saying it's local.
Yeah, two more seconds, guys, and I'm done, I promise. So, yeah, so she's going to ultimately, it's exactly what Billy was saying. Trump is not, he's the chief executive, but he's not the chief prosecutor. Okay, her job is investigations and prosecution. So again, he could be secretly very upset with how this was mishandled. And you have to go back to when he was appointing his AG and his cabinet back in the fall after the election. Is that, again, what he learned from some of the failures of Trump 1.0 was that you need to get people that can pass the Senate. Okay, again, I have to read it. It is relevant, guys, because we all want this person, that person, and create. Everybody wants Jamar Chase at wide receiver. Doesn't mean it's going to happen in your fantasy football draft. He had to get somebody who was going to go in there and not piss off the rhinos on the Senate Judiciary Committee, get out of committee, get to the floor, and get at least 51 votes. That's it. End of story. Like period. That's and the AG is. This is not the ambassador to Hungary. It is the most important position, obviously, in the DOJ. It's the head law enforcement person of this country. I saw from day one. I am not a Florida resident, but obviously Florida being a popular state, we all knew her history there. I didn't really see her as doing anything outstanding. It wasn't like she had a reputation like Ken Paxton has in Texas or Eric Schmidt when he was AG of Missouri. She'd been around a long time. She looks good on TV, but I don't know if she had the bona fides that some of these other people have had. So something to consider. I don't predict she's going to last the entirety of this term, but again, she's not pushing back on Trump with what his main goal is, the mass deportations, fighting the injunctions when they were in effect. That is why he's going to keep her around. That's my prediction, because he's
going to do that at his own risk then, because this is bad.
Yeah, he is. He is, and he'll take the political damage like he did in 2018 in the midterms with Jeff Sessions recusing himself, etc. Exactly. I mean, he's absolutely a root cause guy, and for now she's going to stick around again, unless.
But she should have never gone on Fox News and made those statements and tried to throw this bone to MAGA that she didn't even have. It doesn't matter if it was her fault or some underling that gave her that statement. The fact is, she was the one that made the statement. The buck stops there. And yes, unfortunately, you're right. That's kind of my point too. Like deportation. Big issue. $175 billion in the omnibus bill has to be done now. Start doing it now. Close down the borders, close down immigration, get the freaking job done. That's what everybody voted for Trump for, 70% issue. And yet, we're all talking about this, which is very important, but Pam made it a bigger issue than it should have been because she went sensationalized it.
Well,
so bad, you're not going to believe how bad it is.
I'm not going to stop talking
I'm
about
not saying it's
I might host a space about this big every day this week. Okay?
Here's the reality, though.
The reason
The
was because
underlying premise of what you keep arguing is that when she made those original statements, that was the time she was lying, right? Not this time around when they all did the 180 and are like, oh yeah, no, there's no Epstein list. Yeah, Epstein killed himself. But the problem with that is, how do we know if the first time was the lie or the second time was the lie? How do we know?
Well, what happened in between, Millie, then that means that Cash and Bongino and a whole lot of other people we assume to be loyal to President Trump are all lying because if it happened at that time, only Pam was lying.
Yeah, that's I think what people are concerned about.
Watch the swearing, please.
How is it that we are trying to compartmentalize this down? Like, this is the right. Like, let's just be clear. This isn't the levels that this had to fail at for us to get to this point without any of the transparency, without any of the accountability for any of these rich people who did all kinds of. The number of failures is so complete. It covers the local level, it covers the federal level, it covers multiple administrations. How are these elite pedophiles so powerful that here we are when everybody knows what was going down on the island? That yet they've been able to protect. This is only the final straw in that. And are we supposed to, if it's not Donald Trump picking who are we supposed to elect to actually get justice and accountability for this level of elite sickos? Where do we go from here in order to solve this problem and actually get some accountability? Who else is there?
Will they be allowed to do something even if they get into office?
How can they not be allowed to?
Well, my boss right now.
There's two ways to do it. You take over the system or you block it.
For me, I think we need to seriously look at the K-Lab model and some other models. I hear you guys talking about, well, we have to have Senate confirmation. We can't. There's almost no one that's until we can sort out who's actually responsible. Like that, this is systemic left, and we're trying to get here. It isn't just, again, like I said, it's not one administration. Right? We're talking about decades of people covering up. We're talking about local offices. We're talking. I mean, this touches almost every. In order for us to continue at this level and get to this point where we're just being told, nothing to say here, folks. Just move along. It's so systemic that we have to seriously start thinking about like how we go from here in such a way that people have to be able. It's systemic. It's like core root level systemic, where it could never have gotten this far. And I just so for me trying to narrow it down defeats the purpose. This is our government and governments as a whole failure over the course of decades. And this is the shit we know about. I can't even imagine what's happening. It's terrifying to me, but we have to ask ourselves. I put the meme up, are we the baddies, the other day. Our system is allowing the kind of systemic abuse of children in order to leverage and blackmail people. Remember,
piggyback on anything required to actually administrate a private island. You've got cooks, you've got waiters, you've got hostesses, you've got doormen. I mean, like, if you show up at Epstein's Island, like, it's not a cabin in the woods. Okay, let's be real. I have seen Branson's Island in the BVIs. Like, it's got multiple windmills on it. It's complete.
That the power is no longer in our hands to be able to vote our way into changing it. And we have to really take a serious look at how we go forward from here, because there is no universe where we can vote enough people in order to get this. There is something that is held over the hands of the people who get there. They are not the ones with the power.
But is that the case, Dustin, or were they wolves in sheep's clothing that were mimicking and mirroring the MAGA base and the MAGA people to get the support so that they could leverage themselves into the position to get the jobs?
I don't believe for a second that, like Trump, right? And in order for that to be true, it had to be Trump, Bongino, and Cash for the better part of a decade, consistently and knowingly lying in order to deceive the voter base. It's much more.
That's not what Billy said. That's not what Billy said. She's saying that the members of Congress, see, this is why it's not so clear cut, Dale. All these people are mimicking the issues they think we want to hear. They've been doing it for a long time. Most of these people in Congress precede
that is closer to what I said. They're mimicking and mirroring the base.
So I have a perspective from General Mike Flynn. He posted this about 26 minutes ago. I want to read it off. Attention, Epstein files sit rep. What everyone is missing are the children who were abused by Epstein's and others. I don't care whether he killed himself or not. For me, I want to believe FBI Director Cash and Dan Bongino, but with the FBI's track record with laptops, Hunter Biden, Anthony Weiner, Seth Rich, now Epstein, never mind the FBI's previous track record for telling the truth, it is really hard to fathom that something else is going on here. I think there needs to be an incredible transparent briefing to the American people immediately by the DOJ. The lack of trust in the FBI and DOJ is so thick you can cut it with a knife. Come on, guys. The American people are not stupid or afraid to know the truth. I couldn't agree more. Well articulated. Let's go to Philip. He's waiting patiently with his hand up. He doesn't always do that.
The general text me back.
Thank you.
On doing media.
Hey, excuse me. It's fine.
Answering me a question. Yeah. Go ahead, Chad. What were you saying?
Chill, Philip. You can bitch all you want.
What were you saying, though, Chad? The general text you back what?
Glitch. He texted me back, said he's doing media. He'll try to get in here.
Sweet. Awesome. Thank you very much. Awesome. That's great.
Can
Go ahead. No, Philip's turn. I call him Philip.
Earlier were.
I call him Philip. I don't know if you can't hear me, Millie. Go ahead, Philip.
Yeah, well, sorry about that, Chad. All you ever do is scold me. I mean, you got my pages.
Let's not make this a personal beef between two people. Let's not do the topic.
But yeah, okay, yeah, I'll move on. That sounds hard. So, yeah. So the issue I have with all of this is people are still going to be telling us how we have to feel about this. They're going to be telling us how we have to react to this. No, we're done with that. If you're one of the people who said, oh, it's only been 1 month, 3 months, 5 months, shut the fuck up. You're one of the people who said, trust Dan Bongino.
Stop swearing, bro. I'm not going to tell you again.
You're wrong the entire time. Okay, I'm sorry. Why is there a rule against
Because there's people complaining. My listeners
Daytime TV is.
My listeners are complaining about the swear words. They're around their kids. They're with their families. Okay, and they get precedence over the speakers. That's why. Okay, so please just adhere to what I'm asking you.
It's summer break for the kids. They're home.
Right. Okay, I got it. And they're gonna be telling us how we have to react, how we have to feel about it. And honestly, I'm tired about that. I'm tired of being told how I have to feel. I know what's right and what's wrong. I feel really bad about this. I know it's terrible. People are saying, oh no, good things are done. No, it does not matter, guys. We were promised that there was going to be transparency, there was going to be arrest, all these files will be released in length, in detail, and what they do, they say, oh, it no longer exists. There's no way around this. They screwed us over. This is something that I cannot overlook. And if you're telling people, oh, well, you shouldn't feel this way, you're insane. I'm sorry, you are just insane. You're the same people are telling us to trust the plan the entire time. The same people are calling us big MAGA and traitors. We're putting pressure on them, saying, no, you need to get on this. You need to arrest the deep state criminals. You need to release the files. No more excuses. No more moving the deadlines. I mean, I've seen others and also myself get attacked over and over for this. And that's what happens. You're part of the trust the plan cult. And so when you get astronomical magnitude of humiliation and betrayal. So congratulations. This is what we got for that. I'm hoping everyone learns a valuable lesson from this, realizes you cannot trust the government. It's not just some little fun thing we say. No, you literally can never trust the government, and you have to put pressure on them to do the right thing and to get back on the right track. So, you know, as it goes with MAGA, I was hoping this would be like an America First movement, not just, you know, follow one man to hell or follow one man into this shit show. I'm hoping that, you know, now we can actually fight for things we believe in and not just say, okay, we're just going to trust whatever direction they go in, because Donald Trump, you know, this made it clear that he supports what the FBI and the DOJ did. And he supports them not releasing the files, not arresting anyone, not giving us jack, you know what. You know, so I have a problem with that. I'm not willing to follow a man who does that stuff. I'm going to cheer for him who does the right thing, but right now I'm no longer a supporter. I was already on the fence, but now I'm done. Unless it gives us real mass deportations, this administration is a joke. It's full on a joke. I don't trust them at all.
You're allowed to feel that way. Thank you, Philip. Go ahead, Michelle. You've been waiting patiently. Sorry about that.
Hey, that's no problem. Thanks, Diligent. It's been a while since I've been in a space, but this has been great. I've really enjoyed listening, and I love your passion for this issue. I was sitting here thinking as I was listening the last hour or so about what a convergence we live in this time right now, where there are people, and I so appreciate you for this, who will just stand for truth alone, let it stand alone, not get into parties. And this is what I think. I believe in America. I believe in the experiment. I believe in the Constitution. I don't think in terms of having to burn it all down, but I do wholeheartedly agree with Dustin that this has to come outside. It has to be pressure put on outside of either party or voting our way into or out of this. I'm from Omaha. I live in Kansas City now. So I did a deep dive about 15 years ago on the Franklin cover-up. And I often think of what it would have been like had we had the access to social media and getting the word out and doing research had it been at that time. Did you know that King, the guy, the kingpin of that, he never served more than 10 years. They only got him on financial charges, never anything sex or sex trafficking. And he probably ended up in DC. Nobody even knew where he went. So this is decades of getting away with these degenerate, reprobate sexual deviancy that has harmed children and has led to many deaths and sexual exploitation and devastation in our society and around the world. And I think that this is exactly what we need. I don't know where things are going to go from here, but I do think that this is the way to do it, is to keep the pressure on. And somehow, even though we don't see what's going to be the way that this is going to, how is this going to remedy? It doesn't even matter if we know the way or not right now. We have to keep putting on the pressure. And hey, I'm an Andrew Bailey guy. I think really he should have been the one instead of Bondi. He's a military he's an operational guy, and I really hope we can get somebody in there for AG like that. I think that these AGs, these prosecutors, should get full protection. I think their families should be protected. I think it should be just like security detail. I think that they definitely need to be brought to justice within the justice system, but it has to be so these people who are prosecuting, I know their life, I'm sure their lives are getting threatened, I'm sure their families are, but this is, I never got into the Q movement, but thank goodness for the whole
cabal thing and all the videos, and we know this cabal of sexual deviants that have preyed upon. It's fueled the abortion industry. It's fueled the, it's just awful. And I'm really thankful, Diligence, you're here. I've enjoyed listening to everybody. Billy, Chad, all of you guys. Dustin, thanks, guys.
The Attorney General does have a security detail.
Yeah, we know that. They all do. All the cast members do. Go ahead, Virgin.
Hey, appreciate it. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of riff a little bit on what some others saying, Dustin in particular. And I think that there's kind of if you just kind of take a step back here and just look at reality and politics such as it is, and most of us have been in this sphere and commenting on this for the last few years. And I think there is an underlying, I always listen to, there's the people that are, delusionally optimistic. Oh yeah, Trump's going to give us everything. He's going to lead us into battle like Genghis Khan, and we're going to take everything back. And then there's the doomers that are like, Trump is just a psyop to make us think that he's, he's just a psyop for the deep state, so that we think we're going to get stuff and we're not going to get anything. And I think the answer inevitably is somewhere in the middle, because politics is inevitably the art of you're trying to negotiate between the base and the supporters who elected you and the voting blocks that put you in office, and the entrenched interests that to one degree or another are also their key supporters, right? And I think that what this reveals is, I don't think it means Trump is in on it. I think what it reveals is that the blackmail ring, the Epstein client list, what it reveals is that they are, at least for now, an entrenched enough interest that Trump either is not prepared to deal with that, or he does not believe he can at this time. And, it might be something that I think that's a very difficult pill to swallow, but I think at a bare minimum, that's what everybody should be. It's a bitter pill, but that's what everybody should be swallowing at this point. I don't think that means that we're not going to get anything we want, and I do think Trump is still going to make progress on some of the issues that he has been working on, but I think that's the reality.
Also, how humiliating this is. Everyone who voted for Donald Trump and this happens, it's humiliating. And it's just not right against his own voter.
Yeah, I don't see. How do you think the Democrat fundraising efforts are going right now? I bet you they're going pretty well.
I'm not denying that this is a black state. I don't think anyone's voting for Trump over Kamala Harris. It's humiliating, frankly.
I don't regret my vote.
I think that's ridiculous.
I also.
And to be clear, the Democrats are not any better. Just to be clear on that, the Democrats have never released it for 4 years.
Yeah, they're also in
they've even tried to get everything to vote for it, but it's never happened on our side. Yeah, the fact that our side went out of the way and said, hey, we got Trump votes, hey, it's on the desk, hey, we're going to release the files, hey, these influencers stand in the White House and hold these binders to the entire world. I mean, why in the world would you do that if you're not going to release it? My God, that was just not very
What happened to the 200 files at the SDNY that they wouldn't turn over?
Oh yeah, I remember at one point they said that was the reason. Oh, the real files are up there in New York, and then they had them all shipped down. Then we never heard another word about it.
See, this is what's so confusing, and I just want to clarify what you guys are really touching on, because we have this synopsis that there's no client. So the synopsis that we must, I guess, blackmail and incorrect. So that's the synopsis. That's the truth that the government wants us to accept. But even according to the claims, I mean, that doesn't mean that there wasn't trafficking of thousands of children. And so, we have televisions,
So why don't you try and slave your little spare face? And you also like that one big trouble. Hardly enough years to survive. You are free to choose. Come to me, there's laws and grammar and such and so wrong with me. This might not find you like it's almost like massive thing over here. The public is so stupid, or they don't realize how much this stuff all over their face. It's like, how dumb do you think we are, or how tolerant do we, or how much of a shit following type of thing do you think we are? That, oh, okay, this is not the thing. It's insulting.
Or how little choice do they actually have. And again, this is why I just encourage everybody. Think about this: the local prosecutors, and through the entire process, local prosecutors and their staff, state prosecutors and their staff, different administrations, different FBI and their staff. I mean, you're talking about, in order to just keep the lid on this thing to this degree, an almost insane level. And if you have if they have the power to prevent this information from coming out, then what else? I mean, are elected, like the people that are supposed to be in control, what else do they not have control of? What else can they be leveraged to go against? It obviously, the announcement is so ridiculous. We have planned this. Right? Like, we know Prince Andrew is implicated in this. We know a lot of people who regularly attend diet. Like, the idea that there was no client list and no one was wiped out is so silly that who has the power to make somebody say something so ridiculous and obvious at the highest level? And how are we supposed to do anything if Trump and that team in particular is forced to toe that line? I think something's really good about this.
Well, and I'm not worth anywhere near what Epstein was worth. Okay, but if you come to my house, you're going to pop up on my ring doorbell. If you walk out back, you're going to be on camera when I let my dog Margaret out, under the night lights to go take a pee. Like, there's cameras everywhere in my house. Like, if you're under the impression, again, to own a private island, to be hanging out with the most influential people on the planet, then there are cameras everywhere. Like, the list written down by Epstein in the little black book is totally effing irrelevant. Okay? We know exactly who these people are. Just show us the ring doorbell footage. I mean, at a minimum, you don't have to release the actual sex acts with children, blah, 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 the way Caroline said it today, which was just so much. Just don't even come at me. Don't even come at me with that. Don't even come at me with that. No, you can't really, I'm not asking for actual footage of Andrew, behind someone in a, villa somewhere. I'm just asking for the evidence that that person was in there and you got Andrew walking through the front door. And to say that doesn't exist.
Yeah,
or that
there were cameras over the gate doorway and the signage.
I mean, the cameras everywhere, diligent. Like, come on now. Like,
the cameras on the corner from the city of New York.
I have a couple of big guests coming in shortly, so do me a favor, you guys. Bottom right corner, repost the space. I want to go to some of these people with their hands up, and then we'll open it back up. Jennifer, you want to your hands up? I don't know. Is it up?
Hey, drop me for space if you want to do it, whenever you need to. Just
whenever you're done talking, you can drop yourself. You're doing all right.
I'm just wondering why Prince Andrew would settle with Virginia Giuffre for what, $5 million? Or was it more? It is like, there was no, fire where there was smoke. It just seems weird that she would settle with someone. Yeah, and she's dead. But look at how many women before.
That didn't work. She
yeah, but listen, the point is, is that all of the people who have been associated with Jeffrey Epstein, including Epstein, are now mysteriously dead. Right? John, Luke, whatever the hell his name is, Virginia, Jeffrey, there's a whole list of them. There was a New York Post article that they did. So why are all these people dying? And why are they settling out of court if there's nothing that the American people need to know?
Hey, Diligent, I'm about to have to leave. I just want to ask one question before I go. That's it.
Go for it, brother.
Yeah, I guess it's a question for everyone. I really don't have I don't have it in my heart to be stained by this, like for the next 5 or 10 years or forever long. So, are we just going to accept this, or are we going to do something about it?
What can we do, Phil?
What's the plan exactly?
That's the first step is not accepting it.
Yeah. Well, I certainly appreciate you guys letting me come up and just share some thoughts. I really felt the need to vent, but I'm not jumping line here. But, this isn't a red or blue issue. This isn't a Democrat, Republican issue. This is a basic human goodness versus evil issue. These thousands of children that were trafficked. What's sad is there's no justice for them on this side of the grave. It looks like this has all been swept under the rug. It really does have to feel like you feel powerless. And you do wonder what can be done, right? I mean, we thought that having our voices heard at the ballot box would make a difference. But when there's evidently this kind of power that's not elected by the people and for the people, it really does push you towards either resigning to the fact that this constitutional republic is done, or it pushes you to the other extreme, which I won't mention, but out of fear that someone might come visit me. But that's the sadness of it. Your heart just breaks for the thousands of victims and the witnesses that have been silenced by their own death. I think it's very frustrating when we see that really they're all part of one big club and we're not a part of that. So then the question is a third party approach the right approach? Well, I'm 45 and I've seen some of those third party approaches over the years. I would say that with the tools that we have today, there might be that opportunity to really organize. I don't know, but I'm just very heartbroken today.
Well, quick question, Sugar. Yeah. Instead of having the third party run the general election, right? A way to have our third party run in the primary, the Republican primary. That way we can actually get our own campaign people to run the primaries. Is that not even possible?
No. You can't run in the primary for a party that you're not part of.
I think what we have to do is we have to limit the terms on some level. We have to call a constitutional convention of the states, if that's even possible.
Oh my God, hell no. You are not opening up the Constitution with the very idiots that are fucking us. Sorry.
No, we're not going to turn this into an America party shilling faction. We're also not going to turn this into a convention of the states. It's already been declared, even by you, Justin, that there's no way to vote your way out of this.
I
saw right out of that premise.
I would like to propose some real things that I think need to be done.
What's the solution?
It's not a big.
You're right, Sugar.
There is no magic silver bullet. Don't get me wrong. However, we need to push the Overton's window. You need to demand that there are candidates that call for wholesale Bukele-style jailing of government officials at every level. We have to push what is mainstream and acceptable by moving the Overton's window and demanding extreme judicial and legal and criminal action against all kinds of people. And I think we started that a little bit, which is why we're so upset that we sent people in that we thought were going to do it. Our job is now to quadruple down on our demands of what any candidate says as far as how far they're willing to go and how many people they're willing to arrest in order to clean the system out. Like, we have to push the Overton's window.
If not a party, then maybe, Dustin, like we discussed earlier, maybe we could start like some type of group that, like an unofficial party, but like within the Republican Party that we can have run against.
Oh, like MAGA? You mean like MAGA?
No, guys, Donald Trump has endorsed a bunch of people that were bad, right? So I wouldn't say quite like that. Different. Like we ourselves, we would choose them. We would actually have control over it. Something different. Why not try it? What do we have to lose?
How are you going to have control if you're not in an organized party?
Okay, I have a solution to present. So a lot of times, if you want to hurt the politicians the most because you're pissed off at them, you got to do it with your wallet. Okay? These guys are always calling up asking for money. All these candidates are asking for money. The Republican Party asks for money, and then they sprinkle it around to the candidates that they choose. That system screws us every time. We need to, we could have like a PAC or something that vets and selects like good, actual patriotic candidates that we know aren't freaking bought off. And then they could endorse them and they could fundraise to that PAC or something and then get behind those candidates individually. Or if you don't want to do it that way, you could just find the candidates individually and donate directly to them. But if you cut off the money supply to some of these other politicians and parties, that's going to hurt them the most. That's why I would say vote with your wallet.
Yeah, I gotta go, Dylan. Thanks again for having me. And I really do think we should be willing to think outside the box on this, guys. I mean, seriously, isn't that how a lot of changes are made? Thinking outside the box, trying something a little bit different. I mean, we fail. But we keep doing the same thing we do again and again, then we're definitely going to fail, right? So why not try something a little bit new? Because I really don't want anything like this to happen again.
I think outside of the box is the only way that we're going to be able to fix it, to be honest with you. Obviously, the levers and mechanisms within the system that we have available do not work. I think we can kind of...
Yeah, when people don't do anything.
Yeah, I think we can...
We're talking about an apathetic electorate that doesn't go out there and do the job. It's what it is. I mean, it's just what it is. You can laugh all you want, Dustin. You know it better than anybody.
I do.
With the football, but at the end of the day, if people aren't willing to get out there and do it, it's not going to happen.
The issue is partially the process, right? The fact that you can't get people to go do it means that there's an issue systemic. Again, this gets down to the systemic level, which is we have a massive issue. I don't believe that there's anyone we can vote. Like Donald Trump, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino. I mean, who are we supposed to go vote for that's going to go in and spend the kind of time reassuring us that they are focused on these issues, they believe in them, in long-form content, in short-form content, in their own content. I just, for me, I don't know that there's any... Like, I don't know how we vote this out. We have to make people more afraid of the people than they're afraid of whatever is pushing them to make these kinds of decisions. And that's a really challenging situation, especially because we're so cupped. I mean, no one here will even discuss the idea that maybe right, our Declaration of Independence says that, like, when your government stops working for you, right, the only solution that is given to us is to remove them and either start over or completely replace it. And yet we're so afraid of even talking or bringing that and mentioning it, mostly because of like the PSYOPs, J6, and all the bullshit that we've been put through, that we're even afraid to talk about it amongst ourselves. And I think part of us, like, we need to first come to the internal courage to say the words out loud. The First Amendment was written specifically for us to talk about these specific issues. And there is no path forward that does not involve pain and sacrifice. At the end of the day, we either, like, there will be people who suffer and there will be pain, and, right, you will come under attack again and again, like many of us have for a long time, in order to, like,
it starts with us having the courage to say the words out loud. And I can't tell you how many times in this space alone I've heard people self-censor having a discussion about maybe it really is time for us to take them all out simultaneously, not violently, but also not.
I've heard numerous people on the stage say that if it needs to all burn down in order to fix this, then it needs to all burn down, including Chad and myself.
What does that mean? I mean, let's talk pragmatically, okay? Dustin, I want you to speak plainly. You say that we shouldn't self-censor. I want you to speak plainly. Are you suggesting violent overthrow of the government? And I'm not asking this. If you tell me you want to say that out loud because you're afraid that the FBI is listening to you, I understand that. But I'm just asking you, like, what is it exactly that you're saying?
I'm saying that maybe we need to continue to show up until we shut it down, right? Like, at some point, we have to take to the streets and demand wholesale change. Again, what I'm proposing here is that this is a system.
Isn't that what J6 did though?
It's exactly what happened with J6, and we paid a terrible price for that. Lots of people paid a horrific, life-altering price and sacrifice for it. But if there's ever been an issue that, like, we need to show up and we need to continue to make noise and make things not work until, like, it comes to a head and some things change. What more usurpations do we have to suffer before we say, you know what, like, I would rather go in and at the risk of the psyops and the infiltrators and the agent provocateurs and everything else, in order to start showing up and just continue to push and push and push. Because honestly, all of this talk like, oh, well, we're going to organize and we're going to, like, get a bunch of people to go vote. Until we start, it starts with talking, and then it starts with protesting in person, and then it starts with not accepting the abuses that come with those things. And no one's got a crystal ball, so I'm not saying that it definitely leads to violent revolution or whatever, but is anyone going to DC? Is anyone going to go protest outside of somebody's office? Or are we going to protest outside FBI offices? Or
if Elon Musk, if you're listening and you want to help us fund an operation where people can afford to do that, I will gladly go protest against the Epstein files not being released, and I'm sure a lot of other Americans will.
And I would help organize it. Right, and I would set all other political differences aside with anybody who wanted to fucking stand. I'm sorry for swearing. Anybody who wanted and had the courage to come stand with us, I would 100% come back and do it again and make the call and do all of the things that we do to have the best, right? Like all of the peaceful protests that we've done for, you know, January 6th was the third of 3 DC rallies that were massive. I think we need to call people back out. I think this is a big enough deal, and I think that the message that would be sent to see a bunch of us, Trump supporters and MAGA people, showing up while Trump was president because we were so outraged, I think that would cause a stir and make noise that would be impactful in a way that just staying safe and talking about it in the comfort of our little bubbles online, it's not enough. It's just not enough.
And if anything, hopefully it would send a chill down the spine of some of these pedophiles on the client list that the people are freaking coming for you.
Let me go to Michael Tracy real quick. I would really like your opinion on this, Michael. Go ahead.
Hey, somebody just sent me the link and suggested that I speak.
Yeah, I sent out an invitation to Ben. He might be busy though. So.
Okay. So I would assume that this quote-unquote take I'm about to give is going to be very different from what has been mostly said on this space. So just give me like a minute or two to expound, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
So there became a point at which himself because of some weird fetish that he had, and most likely was guilty of a variety of criminal offenses stemming from that. However, the mythology stems from this assumption that's been so stridently believed for so long, especially on places like X and other online circles, that the Epstein saga must encompass a huge range of powerful people over whom Epstein had blackmail and had incriminating evidence of them engaging in illicit sexual behavior with children or underage people. And there's just not a whole lot of evidence backing that latter part of it up at this point.
There is, though.
That mythology really in large part stems from the original marquee accuser, Virginia Giuffre, who over 10 years ago now rattled off a huge list of prominent individuals to whom she claimed she had been trafficked. One of them was Alan Dershowitz. Now, leave aside one's feelings about Alan Dershowitz on any other issue. The fact is that between 2014 and 2022, Virginia Giuffre accused Alan Dershowitz of depraved criminal conduct, criminal sexual conduct, only to eventually admit in 2022 that she had falsely accused Dershowitz. This is the main accuser whose claims basically form the foundation for this entire ever-evolving mythology. Did you hear a lot of press coverage, really, to the fact that in 2022 the chief Epstein accuser had to admit that she was serially fabricating a false claim of sexual criminal conduct against a prominent individual? If you look for it, maybe you can see it. I commented on it, but it really did not seem to penetrate the consciousness much of people who are so invested in this story.
Was she involved with a lawsuit with Dershowitz over that?
Well, yeah, there were lawsuits and counter lawsuits and defamation suits, and it eventually got settled. I mean, it's a very convoluted story, actually. Giuffre was represented by David Boyce, who's a hot douche, who's usually prominent, high-powered attorney. He was a long-running, like decades-old feud with Dershowitz, but it culminated in the whole tackle of litigation culminated in 2022 in a settlement in which Dershowitz didn't even seek any monetary damages. All he sought was an acknowledgement by Giuffre that the accusation against him was groundless, and he received it. And so, Giuffre testified. Give me another 30 seconds or a minute.
Yeah, go ahead, finish.
As such, Giuffre, if you notice, he involved in Ghislaine Maxwell criminal trial in 2021. She was not even called to testify by the prosecution because it was well understood that she had serious credibility problems.
Her statements were presented, her previous statements were presented as evidence.
She wasn't called to testify, and she was not one of the 4 victims against whom it was alleged that a sexual offense was committed. And Giuffre, unlike the 4 purported victims who were called to testify by the prosecution, Giuffre alleged widespread trafficking, while those 4 did not. So the ones that the prosecutor actually stated proved beyond reasonable doubt were credible enough to convict Maxwell, did not even allege they were trafficked to a third-party individual. So somebody beyond Epstein. And that's the core of this whole drama that we're in now, right? People think that there's this mass cover-up, the deep state or whatever, of this extensive list of powerful individuals who have been caught engaging in this illicit conduct and now are going to have their crimes covered up in perpetuity. And
I'll agree with any people who want to complain about members of the Trump administration, right-wing media, Dan Bongino, Dan Bondi, etc., teasing their audiences with this idea that some major revelation was going to be on the offing now that Castell and Dan Bongino got in there to clear out the deep state and finally bring justice to all the children who were victimized or whatever. That's not really, from my perspective, them participating in a deep state cover-up. It's them just engaging in standard political charlatanism, because that's what Dan Bongino was, as like a Rumble talk radio host who was just eating red meat to his audience. But then once he actually has to filter his podcast ramblings into the higher evidentiary standards of the criminal justice system, and of course he abandons all this scintillating teasing that he had just got done. So I'm not saying I have the final story on everything related to Epstein. I just think that a lot of this really is overblown. And if you don't even, just to conclude, like last sentence, if you don't even allow for the possibility that the depiction of this whole story has been exaggerated by political charlatans to get everybody excited and think that they were going to be combating the deep state by electing Trump again and getting tenacious deep state opponents like Cash Patel and
I just want to correct you. In 2019, Dershowitz did seek monetary damages against Giuffre for defamation. So one thing that you said was incorrect, which was that she settled on the premise he wasn't seeking monetary damages in the lawsuit, and that she withdrew her statements without the threat of monetary loss. However, this is publicly available knowledge. In 2019, Dershowitz did file a defamation lawsuit seeking monetary damages against Giuffre. So that is similar context.
I clarify just to say that the final settlement did not entail.
But there was a threat of massive. But there was a threat of massive monetary loss.
At the same time, if you had been accused for nearly a decade of engaging in illicit sexual predation against minors, and the accusation was false, would you not be within your rights to potentially?
I'm not saying that he wasn't. I'm not saying that he wasn't. But
okay, I'll take that I'll take that clarification. It should have been more sense.
Yeah, because it adds to the weight of that she didn't just abandon her position willy-nilly without the threat of some kind of greater loss, as it was being suggested. So I just wanted to clarify. The logic actually went to Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, so you can comment more to this than I can. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a New York attorney, and I attended that trial every day. So I want to have a little exchange with you back and forth about some positions you took. And I think that it's important for the purposes of intellectual integrity to vet out all possibilities so we can appreciate when we've been triggered to mass think a certain way and knee-jerk react that way, and then and then either eliminate that as a possibility or verify, like you seem to have, that is a likely scenario. So and I appreciate just a few minutes to vet that thought out that you were just saying, that this is a fomented mass hysteria about a story which is red meat for MAGA, but that has less legs to it than we've been led to believe. And the reason
just to clarify, I'll let you go, but I'm not saying that it's entirely mass hysteria. Obviously, Jeffrey Epstein confessed to procuring young girls or teenage girls to gratify his sexual desires. So,
right.
That part is hysteria. It's the broader mythology that's been constructed around it.
The mythology that involves third parties, which is really the key element here.
Correct.
Whether or not that this entire scheme was designed to feed his individual tastes, or it had a much broader agenda of trying to
feed the appetites of other people who might have similar perverted sexual taste that he has, and then blackmail them, extort them, or ingratiate them and himself with them one way or another. And the point that here are a few questions I have for you based on that take. So first, you start with an assumption that because Virginia Giuffre did not testify in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, and you're correct. I actually brought that up early on in this space. She did not testify, and I think that there is a lot of reasons that she may not have testified, which have nothing to do with supporting the conclusion that you seem to draw.
You have never found incredible in any other court cases when I had that context. Go ahead.
Right, and so the point that I'm getting at is Maureen Comey, who was the head prosecutor for that case, specifically charged Ghislaine Maxwell for feeding Jeffrey Epstein's individual appetite. And once you frame the charges in that way, and you can make a case, and you would make the case, I would assume, that the reason she framed that is because that's what we have evidence of. We don't have evidence of the other stuff that he's trying to feed the appetite of multiple people, but that he was simply that she was working to feed his individual tastes. And in that sense, once you frame the charges that way, there's no reason to bring Virginia Giuffre in there. I think you seem to be drawing a conclusion that Virginia Giuffre's withholding her from testifying is implying that there's some sort of shortcoming in her credibility. And my point back to that is no. Once you frame the charges a particular way, now you make Virginia Giuffre extraneous. And if anything, you can make an argument the defense certainly would have made the case, because they were very skilled defense attorneys. They would have certainly made the case that that her testimony is going to be something that is a distraction from the ultimate charges and is designed to paint him in a negative light with things that are unrelated to the underlying charges. So
can I respond to the Virginia Giuffre point, and then you can make your other points?
Yeah.
Okay, so I bring her up not solely in relation to the Maxwell trial of 2021. I brought her up primarily to posit what I would contend is her central role in fostering and creating this wider mythology, as I would call it, around Epstein.
See, the way that you phrase it as mythology,
in that she's the one who, over 10 years ago now, filed a lawsuit in which she accused a huge array of prominent individuals of sex trafficking, including Dershowitz, the claim she later specifically recanted. She did not even bring an individual lawsuit against other individuals that she had initially named, like former Senate Majority Leader George Mitchell or Bill Richardson or other people whose names escape me now, who were associated with various powerful institutions. She brought litigation against Dershowitz, which she ended up having to recant pursuant to a settlement. She did bring litigation against Prince Andrew, who was in the middle of an enormous PR crisis after his infamous BBC interview, when he was obviously not he didn't put on a very sympathetic or persuasive performance to most viewers. And then there's also her Ghislaine Maxwell litigation. I mean, you would think that her other accusations against a whole slew of powerful people to whom she claimed she had been trafficked had been amply established by the factual record up to this point, given the knee-jerk reflex so many people have to assume that if the quote-unquote Epstein files are not being released as promised, that must mean that there's this huge universe of powerful people whose sexual depravities have been covered up by the Trump administration. And I just think that's not well founded in the fact that
the way that you frame it, hold on. I want to push back on something you said. The way that you frame it as mythology completely undermines the possibility if there is any factual basis to it or not, right? You're not leaving the door open for potential evidence when you're framing it as something that's completely fabricated from beginning to end because it's based in a history that's long lost to us, right? That's the way you're framing it.
Every last aspect of the Jeffrey Epstein story is literally fabricated, but things that have a core of truth to them can then take on mythological components over time as they get exaggerated and put into like a popular lore that's sort of divorced from.
So do you think that Giuffre had the resources to take on all of these individuals that she named in this so-called network in lawsuits, by herself?
Well, having David Boies as her lawyer is a pretty good resource, isn't it?
And she was successful in many regards, correct?
She succeeded against Prince Andrew.
Yeah. Prince Andrew settled with her quite extensively.
Right.
So like
£12 million.
So that actually shows right there were third parties involved, which counters what you were alleging earlier.
Right. There's exactly. One third party that did settle was Prince Andrew.
So why would you settle if you were innocent?
If I were Prince Andrew's lawyer, I probably would have been to settle too. He has the royal family's
frequenting that particular the Manhattan, the New York residence numerous times. He admitted that himself on a different occasion. Like in the context of all of that, that would actually show that she was credible in her statement, especially when you couple it with all the settlements, right? Like there's far more evidence. Hold on. There was two settlements. There was also a settlement with. There was numerous settlements from the estate as well as banking institutions on the condition that the parties who settled with did not come forward to identify themselves. You don't know that she wasn't one of them, right? We do know publicly there was one settlement, but there's also other settlements that occurred where the parties involved weren't named under a non-disclosure agreement. Okay, can we agree on that?
I'm talking about third-party individuals whom she claimed she was trafficked to.
Correlating evidence that supported her claim. Can we agree on that?
Can I help? Well, I mean, look, can I ask you like this? The fact that she, after 8 years, she finally conceded that she had falsely accused Dershowitz, one of the two people, the two third-party individuals she brought a lawsuit against, claiming she had been trafficked to. Does that not cut against
could it have been that she just didn't have it could have been that she just didn't have the evidence making a statement in settlement retracting because she essentially lost the case.
Well, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you need
but that doesn't necessarily mean that it didn't happen, does it?
I can. Well, she admitted that she had falsely accused him for 8 years, so that's as close to an admission that didn't happen as you can get within the system.
kept talking shit. Like,
I thought that was what you clubhouse people like.
so I dropped him in the good. And with Philip, he went and explained it, then I let him come back up. Now, in the beginning, I said, Google what you're talking about at least before you come up here talking crazy. And when I dropped him, and then I brought him back up, and I brought up the cheeseburgers and eating a bar of candy every day.
So those are the 10 things we've discussed so far. Do you have any thoughts that you want to contribute or add to that?
No, I think it's a broad outline. It's pretty good, Alan. I would just say one thing that kind of rushed into was the institutions. And I think that the problem that has occurred within them is we've seen politicalization within the institutions. And I think whether you're Gordon Marks or I'm Gordon Rocks, either way that it goes, that from the left or the right, if there's a feeling that type of stuff has penetrated those institutions, that inherently leads to loss of trust. So I think that's something we really need to work on. But as a broad outline, I think you got a pretty good handle on it, Alan.
That's great, Steve. And I am so thrilled you're here. You are one of the people that stimulated me to start doing this, because I think you and I agree on a hell of a lot more than we disagree on. And yet, if you were to listen in Gary's room, this isn't a criticism of Gary, it's just a different type of forum. One would think that we couldn't even be in the same room. One of the things I said earlier is it's much more important to me that we do the right things than that we do things right. And I think we get bogged down very often in discussions about whether we've done something right when we're not even discussing the right things. And
I would agree, Alan. I would agree.
Good.
And Alan, there's the salient point, I think, to this conversation. I think underlying a lot of the discussions we have at a foundational level, I think a lot of people can agree. It's when we get into these more contentious issues, it creates an atmosphere that we don't even feel like we can have an agreement on foundational principles. Like you said, autonomy. I don't think hardly anyone would disagree with that. Rights, that's basic things right there, because any government has the ability to go off the rail, and they have to be checked in some manner. So I think there's foundational issues that a lot of people agree on. We just get into these edge issues where they become so contentious and I think there's a more devious side of some people involved. They want to use it as a lever for power.
Yeah, I agree with that. And what can we do as average citizens? So here's one of my rules. If someone says all presidents lie, I say that's cynical. Whether you agree with Obamacare or not, there is a mass difference between if you like your doctor, you can keep him, and cutting $3 trillion out of Medicare or whatever the number is won't affect your Medicare or Medicaid at all. There's a vast difference between those things, right? I mean, even though we may have different axes in this one, there's a level of truthfulness, right?
Yeah, and I think when you get into that you're talking degrees of dishonesty now, and I think
yes,
right, and I believe that people fall under this idea that I think it's the idea that if you veer from the truth, no matter the degree,
you become accountable as much as anyone else. And I think that's the nuance you're trying to hit on.
I think you've got it exactly, Steve. I just love that. I would be curious, Monica, if you have anything to contribute on that particular subject, because I think you might have something to say about it.